the way, but Timaru Boys is now making his move. He's 250, he's starting to really wind into it. Looks like with each stroke he's actually pulling away slightly on the other fella, on Whakatipu, on Ben Allen, on Sebastian Watson, I mean. Yeah, now he's over a boat length. He's got a boat length on him there. So at this stage, yeah, Ben Allen, I think, will be taking this unless something disastrous happens. Sebastian Watson in second place. So these two will go both through to the final. And then we're going to come back to the... Is it Dunstan? Targo? No, it's no Targo Boys. I got to learn, like, we learned all these club colours now. We've got to relearn the school ones, and it's still getting there. So Henry Lucas, is it? No. Ben Allen from Timaru, followed by Whakatipu, and then Otago Boys High, Henry Lucas in third place. So the 1 and 2 go through to the final, and 3, 4, 5 and 6, 3, 4, 5 and 6, 7 will go through to the repechage. So in the meantime, the other end, coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, we've got the second heat underway. There's no scratchings in that race. We've got everyone in that race. So it looks like at this stage that it's possibly Carter Baxter, St Thomas of, I'm thinking it's lane 6 there has the lead. Yeah, so it's lane 6 there has the lead over, that's, yes, lane 6, Carter Baxter. Here's the lead, and then it looks like in second place we've possibly got Garwin College, Miko Harding, and in lane 7, and Otago Boys High School 1 in lane... No, not Garvin College, Ashburton College 2 and St Calvin's College. Look like they could be in fighting for second place along with the Otago Boys High School 1. Coming up to the 1,500 mark now. Can't see any colours, but that's what it looks like to me. So the stage, yes, I'm saying St Thomas of Canterbury there. He's got the lead. He's got actually a really good lead. He's comfortably 3 full boat lengths. Then back to... so that's Carter Baxter, then back to Patrick Spillett of St Calvin's College 2. And side by side is Otago Boys High, that's Harrison Thode, and side by side with him into second place. On the far side, yes, I thought Caleb Armstrong from Ashburton College 2 was holding to second, but he's probably drifted back to third. But even then, I'm thinking that he would be perhaps in third place, equal with Timaru Boys High, Levi Heffernan in lane 3. So if the Carter Baxter carries on there, then he's assured of the straight through to the final. And there might be a little battle there for the second place to get that second straight through to the finals. St Calvin's College, Otago Boys, and then just coming up here now, yes, I didn't, sneaking up there on the inside lane, Harry Lightfoot, Whakatipu 2. So we might have a bit of a fun battle here, looking to get that second place in the final. And I can see Whakatipu, he's really starting to push it up a little bit. I think he's maybe moved into second place there. Carter Baxter, just got to keep an eye out over there, but he's also building up. They've hit the 250, they've hit the 1750 now, and they're starting to really wind into it. Really pushing it, yeah. So Carter Baxter there of the far side, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, he's really pushing it through. He's doing really well. But on the inside here, we've got the Whakatipu rower, Harry Lightfoot. He's also digging it in. He's pulled himself nicely into second place. Good race strategy there. Just to get himself into second place, pull himself through to the final. coming through to Otago Boys High, coming through in third, unless the St Calvin's can pip them there, but I don't think so. But they're all going through the reprecharge anyway. So in some ways, it's not a bad idea is to conserve a bit of energy. You've got a bit of a event going on there with the reprecharge. So in the meantime, we've got the third heat coming through. So let's quickly run through the crews in the third heat. On the inside lane, I'm just going to check. Race 1 was won in 7:48. Ben Allen of Timaru Boys High School. 7:48 is the fastest time. So in race 3 here, the boys under 17 single sculls. So on the inside lane, we've got St Bede's College 1, Christopher Guiney, I think you say it. Apologies if I said it wrong. Upahi College, Lachlan Stratford, Twizel Area School 1, Luca Mains Upson, Ashburton College 1, Ashton Brooks, St Calvin's College 1, Nye Jones Hogan, Dunstan High School 1, Lemmy Ruhui, St Andrews College 1, Brian Hall, and King's High School 1, Alex McKeever. So who have we got now in the lead? It looks like that middle kind of lane, just like before. 8 in that event. I'm picking that might be Dunstan High School 1, Remy Hoof. No, sorry, I'm going to take that back. No, it doesn't actually. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 in. So it actually looks like Nye Jones Hogan, St Calvin's College 1, has the lead here. They're coming between the 1K and 1500 mark, but just inside of him would be Ashton Brook from Ashburton College. Easily within a challenging position there. I think there's only half a boat length between them. Coming back to maybe on the far side there, we've got Alex McKeever of King's High School and Remy Ruahui from Dunstan High School. Maybe those guys are coming in for third, but definitely in first place at the moment. We've got St Calvin's College and tagging him Ashton Brook from Ashburton College. Staying close. He's easily within striking distance. These fields haven't been too spread out. The last one was a bit of a spread, but the first and second not too spread out with the rowers. They're getting more comfortable and they're starting to know their speeds. They're starting to be able to keep up. Those that might be early leaders in the start of the season, the other ones have maybe progressed a little faster, depending on how you peaked in your experience. But we might have a nice little battle here for 1 and 2, but 1 and 2 are the ones that go through to the final, so it's really just mainly finishing in one of those two places. So it's always nice to have the wood over someone and say, well, I was actually faster than you. And they should be coming up in visual view now quite easily. There's the 250 to go, and I can see them starting to pick it up. And it looks like yes, it looks like Ashburton College. He's making his move. Almost side by side now. Ashburton College, yes, he's Ashburton College. Ashton Brook is started, I think, take it over Nia Jones Hogan. Main thing, as I said, they just got to finish first and second place. And then coming back to third. We've got Twizel Area School. Luke Mains Upson, looks like he's come through quite nicely there. He's got a clear third. And he'll be joining most of the others in going through to the reprecharge. But Ashburton College here, Ashton Brooks, has really just pushed it down. And he's going to take first place over St Calvin's College. So just going back to the previous time. So the second heat was won in 7:51 by, Carter Baxter. So heat 1 is the fastest time at the moment, 7:48. And coming up to 1,000 now, we've got the girls, under 17 Coxford. So the progression with this in heat, there's how many events? There's two 2 races in this event. The girls under 16 coxed 4. The progression is the first goes to the final, so the winner in each event goes to the final, with the second, third, fourth and fifth going to repechage. So race 4 has 5 crews in it. Inside lane 2, Nelson College for girls 1. We've got Holly, Gracie, Chloe, Millie, Brianna is the cox. Christchurch Girls High School 1. Annabelle, Mariana, Elsie, Marley and Poppy is the cox. St Margaret College 1. Ava, Belize, Amy, Coco and Bella is the cox. Waitaki Girls High School 1. Molly, Sophie and Kyla, and with Brianna as the cox. And in Colombo College 1 on the far on lane 6. Sarah, Harriet, Georgia and Kira, with Kate Baskerville as the cox. And they're coming up to between the 1K now and the 1500. And we've got in the lead, I think we've got quite a clear leader here. And remember I said that first goes to the final. That clear leader would be St Margaret's College 1. Ava Reedman, Belize Macquarie, Aine Leeson, Coco Flood and Bella Harrison is the cox. So remember I just said that lane 1 goes to the final, the rest go to the repechage. They've got an extra race, but that's why you do all that endurance work. 4, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Well, there's only 5 in this event, so basically all the other remaining crews will go through to the repechage. And they look pretty even at the moment. Perhaps maybe Colombo College on the outside there have got maybe in second. Oh, I wouldn't even call that, because it could easily be Nelson College in the inside lane. And St Margaret's College have set the thing here. We are going to go straight through, so we're not going to have to do the extra race. And incidentally, while we're looking here, that last under 17 single was completed in 7:58. So at the moment, the fastest time for the boys under 17 single is 7:48. And apologies, I didn't get the microsecond. So Margaret College are running this quite comfortably here. Up to the 17:50 mark, just about, and a couple more strokes. Nice and relaxed. Clear vision. They've got clear vision over all the other crews. They'll know what they need to do if they need to push through and take the win. But at this stage, there's actually no need. Conserve your energy. Yes, and they've definitely got it under control. Of course, they might like to have a good time. Send a message. Very comfortable. Good timing. Nice height of the blades above the water. Of course, these are great conditions for that. So they've got this well under control. And I would say that second place in this event is going to be Nelson College. Too loud, is it? Oh. Right, thanks. Just got a few. We've got new speakers along the foreshore, and if so, we're just having a few technical stuff. So Millsy's onto it. Millsy and Bryn. Bryn does a lot of the IT technical work, particularly on the audio system. So I'll get that figured. So hopefully you can hear me. But that was a nice, clean race by St Margaret's College. They took that, and on the inside lane, Nelson College for girls were in second. As I said, though. All the final crews will be going through the repechage. So in the meantime, we've got the second heat now coming through between the 1,000 and the 1,500. So it's four in that race. Lane 3, St Margaret's College 2, Isabel, Lucy, Matilda, Emily Fitzsimons is the cox. Rangaruru Girls 1, Izzy, Brooke, Samantha, Harriet, Sophie is the cox. Meridian College 1, Sophie, Neela, Charlotte, Cara, and Sienna is the cox. And then Craig Higg Diocese School 1, Emily, Lily, Annabelle, Tessa is the cox. So there's 4 in this event. 1 will go through to the final, and it looks like once again we've got a reasonably clear leader here. Over the far side, that would be Craig Diocesan School 1, Emily Lily Reichardt, Lily Grant, Annabelle Talbot, Tessa Westgate. Coaches Dean Milne and Vicky Taggart. Yeah, they've also got a comfortable lead there, at least, say 4 boat lengths. No, 3 maybe. Back through into second place, which would be Rangiroa Girls. In between then Marian College and then St Margaret Girls. Although it's I think they've definitely got a comfortable lead over the far side. Once again, they've got a clear vision of the other crews, so they'll know what to do if they need to push it a bit further. They're coming up to the 250 to go mark, the 1750. Maybe down to 3 boat lengths there. But they should be able to maintain this. Back to Rangiroa, St Margaret's and Craig's Heads, which we're all going through to the final. Now the previous race was won in 7:42.67 by St Margaret's, 42.67. So it's interesting to see who will be the fastest out of this. But Craig Higg Diocese School, well in control here. They've got the 1-2-2-1 rigging set up there just to balance the rowers' strength on either side. And they're coming through quite nicely. Let's say 4 boat lengths over Rangiroa, and then on the far lane we've got Marian College, and inside lane we've got St Margaret's 2. Meanwhile, coming up to the 1,000, we've got the boys under 15 double sculls. So, eight in this event. We've got Shirley Boys High School 2, AJ and Silas, then John McGlash College 1, Mika Tristan, then Timaru Boys High School 2, Baxter and Lewis, Dunstan High School 1, Christopher and Max, Marlborough Boys College 1, Jess and Matthew, Nelson College 1, Mateo and Raphael, King's High School 1, Harry and William, and St Thomas of Canterbury 3, Brandon and Cairo. The boys under 15 double sculls event, we've got 3 events here. Progression is 1, 2 through to the final, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 to the repechage, which means 1 crew misses out. Of course, the repechage is that extra event, and so if you're that endurance rowing you do, particularly over winter, is to build up the strength to be able to do multiple events and handle the repechages and things over a weekend, or a week in this case if you were at Māori Cup. The aerobic conditioning. So on this event here, I'm picking that on the coming up to between the 1,000 and the 1,500 mark. It looks like the far side lane, St Thomas of Canterbury 3, Brandon Sanford and Cairo Hogan, coach Daniel Ryan. Actually, no, I was going to say they're in the lead, but I know they're not. I think actually it will be lane 4, Dunstan High School 1, Christopher McIntosh, Max Smith, coaches Simon Smith and Natalie Wilson. In lane 4, have got the lead. Yes, they have. Maybe not much by much, but maybe a boat length. So those two at the moment, at this stage, are they the ones that will be looking to go through? And they've got a quite clear water back to the other boats. So at this stage, it looks like Dunstan High School 1 and St Thomas of Canterbury 3 will be going through straight to the final. And battling out to the other remaining places and for the repechage. Just checking there's no scratching in that race. Incidentally, that second event of the girls under 17 Cox 4 was run by won by Craig Higg Diocese School in a time of 7:37.05. So that's the fastest time the girls under 17 Cox to 4 at this stage, 7:37.05. In the meantime, no, we've got clearly Dunstan here, got a good bit of water between them in second place, which I would have suggested is St Thomas of Canterbury on the far side, though there's some bit of movement going on here in lane 3. That would be Timaru Boys High School. Baxter, Hopper Park and Lewis O'Sutherland, coached by Brian Smith and Jamie Harrison. They are building it up. If they can push it through, they're coming up to the 1750 mark, 250 to go, then they could actually take second place. Looks like St Thomas of Canterbury over the far side dropped off a bit. In the meantime, Dunstan are just digging it in. They're just pushing it through. They know they've got this. They want to make a bit of a statement. Have a look at their technique there. Nice, yeah. Those blades in, nice. Nearly, I would personally, I'm a bit of a squirrely guy, so I quite like that. Oh, they've got those new croakers by the look of it. Not croakers, new concept spoons there. Well, they fats, yeah. Oh, you hear a few commands, but in the meantime, no. So, yep, St Thomas of Canterbury there, they're going to maintain second place there. Very wide, long reach there. Getting good drive through the water. On the inside here, we've it's Timaru Boys are trying to put in a last spurt there, but I don't think they're going to get them with only about 5 metres to go. Really pushing it through hard. We've obviously hear a bit of noise going on here. Oh, we've got a few lane changes. So what's that? Lane 5 and lane 7. So King's High School, no, lane 5. Looks like Melbourne Boys High went into the wrong lane there, sharing a lane. Right, so it looks like John McGlass's college might miss getting through to the reportage on that. Anyway, we're going to move through to the next race, which is coming down. The boys under 15 double heat 2. Lane run, Ronacalli College, Harrison, Cashmere High School, Jack and Jacob. St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Miller and Luca, Burnside High School, Thomas and Riley, Otago Boys High School, Leo and Tom, Christchurch High School, Toby and Harry, and King's High School 2, Gabe and Sean. Coming through now to the 1500 mark. Ooh. Lights dipped a bit out here. She's a bit harder to see. Yeah, I reckon we've got on, so it looks like the inside there, 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like lane 4, Burnside High School of Thomas Carey and Riley McMoran. Coaches Christina Blackfoot and Rob Meets. May have the lead there, but if it's not by much over Christchurch Boys High School in lane 6 there, Toby Brook and Harry Hawks, coaches Maisie Scott and Matt White. I think they're probably just a touch behind by maybe half a boat length. Remember 1 and 2 go through, so they'll be fighting as long as they get through in the 1 and 2 position. They know they're through to the finals, so they're not having to fit that extra race in. At the same time, we've got in Cashmere High School in lane 2 here, Jack McDonald and Jacob Haley, coaches Lewis Metz and Sam Callan. Are they going to move up into second place by any chance? No, I think not. They not at this stage. They come up to the 250 mark here, with Burnside High School holding the lead, with Christchurch Boys High School 1. On the far side there. Going to come through in second, I would suggest. Although Cashmere here maybe get into second place. No, they've got 4 boat lengths back, so they're not going to make it through. But in the meantime, we've got a nice strong finish happening here from Burnside High School 1. Thomas Carey and Riley McMoran are going to come cleanly through into first. followed by Christchurch Boys High School, Toby Brook and Harry Hawks through into second. So those two will go through to the straight to the final, and the remainder will go through. Yes, all the remainder will go through to the repechage. The previous race was won by Dunstan High School in 7:25.19. So we'll keep an eye on the other races as they come through. So now we're going back to the boys under 15 double heat 3. Excuse me. They come up to the 1,000. We've got Mount Aspiring College, Edward and Alex in lane 1. John McGlashan College 2. Oldham and Ryan, St Thomas of Canterbury 2, Luke and Nicholas, Timaru Boys High School 1, Tim and George, Whakatipu 1, Luca and Dos, Shirley Boys 1, Kobe and Ruben, Kashmir 2, Matthew and Stuart. 7 in that event, so 1 and 2 will go through and the rest will go through the repechage. Now this looks a little bit closer maybe than the others. The other two races have read reasonably clear first and second leaders. They're the two races in this event. In this case, I would say that it's Whakatipu 1, Lucas Smith and Dos Santos. Oh, sorry, is it Lucas Smith, Dos Santos and Luis de la Cruz? Coached by Jimmy Kavanagh. So Lucas Smith, Dos Santos and Luis de la Cruz. Coached by Jimmy Kavanagh. Could maybe have the slight lead here. So I'm counting my lanes backwards properly. Let's have a look. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. No, actually, I think it's Timaru Boys High School. Got a bit of uncertainty here, so let's have a wee check. Got 1, got 2, got 3, got 4. Yes, no, I would say take that back. It looks like Timaru Boys High School have got the lead at the moment. Tim Bartlett and George Talbot, coached by Brian Smith and Leon Parker. That's Timaru Boys High School 1. So they put a bit of a spurt on it, sort of creeped up on the in between there in lane 4. Whakatipu now definitely dropped back a bit. They've still got number 2 position. No, they haven't actually. It looks deep. I know why. There's a boat way over the far side that's actually throwing me off. It's like it's meant to be in lane 7, but it looks like it's in lane 10. I wonder if they actually missed the race. Well, they just went over too far. Anyway. Yeah, lane 3. No, where are we? Lane 4, Timaru Boys High School. Tim and George have moved clearly forward. So that's Timaru Boys High School. And it's Shirley Boys High School have now moved into second, so they've taken their way past Whakatipu. That's Shirley Boys High School 1 of Kobe Burrows, Ruben Saggers, Coach Sam Clark and Nad Renoff. Which is not to say the Whakatipu crew are going to let them go easy, because they're probably within half a boat length between them. Timaru Boys High School coming clearly into first. Shirley Boys High School at this stage are holding into second. Whakatipu are going to challenge them, I'd say, here. And then we've got just coming up in lane 3 here, St Thomas of Canterbury, Luke Sweeney and Nicholas Marsden, coached by Danny Ryan. Are they going to actually manage to pull these boats back? They're not going to pull first, so it's fighting out for second. Who gets to go through to the final with Timaru Boys High, who've got a dominant lead in the end? I'm saying that Shirley Boys High, just coming through in lane 6, they are going to be able to hold on here, come up to the 100, 10 strokes maybe to go. If they really put it in, they're putting the length on, they're pulling themselves away. Whakatipu have really started building themselves up as well. They're putting a dash in, as is St Thomas of Canterbury. But no, Shirley Boys High are going to take this. They're going to go through to second. So we've got Timaru Boys High School 1 going, and Shirley Boys High School are going to go through to the finals, and the remainder's going through to the Repechage. So they're going to have that extra race. And race two in that event, heat two, sorry, in that event was won by Burnside High School 1, 7:33.45. And then now we've got the girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls coming down. Tammy, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 4 heats in this event. Only the first goes through the final, and 2, 3, 4, and 5 will go through the repechage. 1, 2, 3. So the first race has got 6 in it. The second race got 6. Third race has got 7 crews, and the last race in that event has got 6 crews. So in the meantime, girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. We've got in lane 1 Otago Girls High School of Jamie, Shira, Harriet and Jordan, coached by, Cox by Meg. Nelson College for Girls 1, Padra, Frida, Olive, Charlotte, Cox by Kira. Colombo College 1, Emma, Ruby, Charlie, Siobhan, Cox by Hannah. Rangi Rural Girls 1, Bonnie, Penelope, Alice, Matilda, Cox by Charlie. Craighead Diocese 1, Neve, Jasmine, Kate, Neve, Cox by Bella. Mount Aspiring College 1, Alana, Lily, Neve, Katie, Cox by Emma Hunt. They're coming up to the 1,000 now. This is the girls under 15 quadruple sculls. So Mount Aspiring College, who we got here? So my trusty binoculars up, but what would be saying that there would be. So the 6th in this event, I'm thinking that it looks like Craighead Diocese School. Neve Callahan, Jasmine Payne, Kate Caird, Neve Gordon, Bella Westgarth is the Cox. Here's the lead here in the girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Although on lane 2 we've got Nelson College for Girls, Padra Smith, Frida Turnbull, Olive Forrester, Charlotte Hamilton, Cox by Kira Reynolds. Coaches Kylie Johnson and Claire Van Eden. Look like they're in a similar place. This race is actually looking pretty close because right behind them we've got the other 4 crews. I would say that lane 1 Otago Girls High School of Jamie, Shira, Harriet, Jordan and Meg Tuma, Cox by Olivia Swan are just perhaps slightly behind. 2, 3, 4 and 5 go through, so 1 crew will miss out in this event having another bite at the apple, shall we say. But yes, it looks like Craighead Diocese School got the lead on this event, maybe by half a boat length over the Nelson College girls. Nelson College for girls in lane 2 here. If that. And then really it's the ones in between. It's Nelson College for Colombo College, Orangi Rural and Mount Aspiring are pretty much all side by side, with perhaps Mount Aspiring dropping back a little. But as I said, it's only the first goes through. So this is, if they want to save themselves having that save a bit of energy and avoid that extra repechage, they're aiming for number 1. As you can see them now, they're coming up to the 1,500 mark, 500 metres to go. Which, you know, they're probably getting closer to the 250. And now it looks like to me that Nelson College for Girls in lane 2 there, they've put on a bit of a spurt and they've pulled themselves ahead of Craighead Diocese. Looks like they've picked up their rating a little. I need my rating counter. It's in my bag at the moment, and then I can give you an idea of what they're rating at. What are you after? Oh.
That volume mark in your book, that volume should be around 20.
I have just cross that out and put 20 volume. Yeah. Yes, and as we see coming in front of us now, nearly up to the 100 to go. It's inside lane here, Nelson College pushing themselves ahead. Thank you. This is Nelson College girls, I should say. I didn't realise, just looking at the chart here, I didn't realise there's a Nelson College and a Nelson College for girls. Definitely up there rating a bit. They're going to go through. On the far side there, the Craighead Diocese drifting back a little. Nice finish. Nice timing to finish strongly. Get themselves through to the final with the remaining crews, except by the look of it, Otago Girls High School, will be going through to the repechage. Although I'm not going to discount who goes to the repechage here, because Otago Girls, if they can really put a foot down, they might actually get past Mount Aspiring College on the far side. That's Mount Aspiring College, which would be Wanaka. I think, no, Mount Aspiring College are going to hold their position there. They're going to go through the final crew that goes through the repechage. Well, apologies for that. We just had a technical issue known as battery failure. They were good this morning. Swapped them in. But anyway, I was just saying the boys under 15 double scull, the last event, Timaru Boys High, and I just missed the time. Okay. I only have it on screen for a very short moment, so I can't tell you who the fastest was in that event. And already coming up to the 1500, we've got the girls under 15 Cox Quad Heat 2. Lane 1, Melbourne Girls High College 1, Poppy Charlie, Celia, Emma, Coxbow Sophie, Dunstan High School 1, Miller, Bailey, Meg, Charlotte, Lily as the Cox. Oh, I missed someone? Miller, Bailey, Meg, Charlotte. No, I haven't. Lily is Cox. St Hilda's College 1, Lucy, Rosa, Freya, Vive, Holly is the Cox. Villa Maria College 2, Ruby Lee, Izzy, Elizabeth, Camellia, Ruby is the Cox. St Margaret's College 1, Chloe, Georgia, Molly, Millie, Isabella is the Cox. Whakatipu 1, Eva, Caitlin, Chelsea, Zara and Amelia is the Cox, and they're coming up already in front of us now. Looks like on the far side that Whakatipu High School 1 will be the ones that'll be going through the final. They've got a nice little lead there over the other boats by at least about 4 boat lengths, or maybe 5 actually, and then coming back to what's that? St Hilda's College there, I think. 1, 2, 3. St Hilda's College. Lucy, Rosa, Freya, Viva, and Holly is the Cox. Maybe back to second place there. Not a huge distance over the inside crew of St Margaret's College 1. Whakatipu of Eva Pagan, Caitlin Purdue, Chelsea Wood, Zara Small, Cox by Amelia D, coaches Sean Muir and Scott Arlett. Yeah, they're dominating this quite nicely, so they're clearly going to go through to the final, with the remainders going through the repechage. So let's say in the repechage, it's the 6 in this race, only 2, 3, 4 and 5 will go through, so it's going to be a battle here between Dunstan High School 1 and Marlborough Girls College 1. The stage Marlborough Girls College 1 it looks like to be the final crew that goes through repechage, but they are battling it out. And actually, to be fair, is it St Hilda's College 1 could be threatened if they don't push it a bit. So we're actually going to have quite a... So the clear winners here are Whakatipu 1 coming through. And the battle is going to be out the repechage, because, as I said, one crew is going to miss out. In the meantime, St Marlborough Girls High College on lane 1 here are holding off Dunstan High School. But, actually, it's that outside crew, lane 5, Villa Maria College 2. They may get pipped. I think they will. They just got a hold of it, but they're not. Yep. Overtaken at the end by the looks of that by Dunstan and Melbourne College girls. I'm not sure. We'll have to see what happened there. The previous heat was won in 8:07 by Nelson College girls. 8:07.86. Interested to see the time of this race. It was quite quick. And the heat 3, we've got coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. We've got Melbourne Girls College 2. Izzy, Maisie, Izzy, Zoe, Hayley is the cox. St Margaret College 2. Smelia, Yasmin, Lila, Leona, Maggie is the cox. St Andrews College 1. Sophie, Grace, Hannah, Lauren, Olive is the cox. Ashburton College 1. Tegan, Zara, Georgia, Madeline, Leah is the cox. Villa Maria 1. Natalie, Sophie, Aluria, Abby, and there's names here. Elisa is the cox. James Hargest 2. Georgia, Madison, Avril, Sophie, and Ellie is the cox. Queen's High School 2. Mia, Charlie, Ashley, Bailey, and Jordan is the cox. And in this race here, we have got coming up, I'm going to see, whoa, oh no, we've got a nice arrow shape in this event. So we've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like potentially Ashburton College in lane 4 have the lead. Remember that one crew goes through to the final. Or just to let you know, that previous event was won by Whakatipu High School in 7:52.77. That is actually 15 seconds faster than the winner of Heat 1, which was, as I said, Nelson Girls High. And so in the meantime here, we've got coming back to 1, 2, 3, 4. So yes, definitely looks like lane 4. Ashburton College, Tegan Marriott, Zara McGillan, Georgia Scammell, Madeline Howden, and Leah Reid Cox. Coaches Justin Wall and Mary Hefford have the lead here. They're the ones that targeting that, getting through to the A final. Is there going to be any threats coming from the other crews? Maybe in lane 5. We've got Villa Maria College, Natalie Richards, Sophie Damiana, Aluria Morton, Abby Norman Lata, Elisa Clark is the cox. Coach Alex Kinder. I think they've just dropped back a little. It looks like that lane 5 Ashburton College perhaps saw the threat there and just put a little more pressure on. They're well inside the 1,500 now. They're coming up to the boys, to the yellow boys, which means there's 250 to go. They're probably about 3 strokes away from that. They run confidently and strong here. They don't look like they're under threat, so they know that. They're definitely pulling slightly ahead. Just going to certainly maintain that position. So now in this event there is 6 crews. Remember 2, 3, 4 and 5 go to the final. So in fact it's now 2, 3, 4, 5 go through the repechage. So now it's a case of it's a clear winner. It's making sure you're in that top 5 so you get another go at the bite of the apple. Still apple season, I'm sure. It looks like it's perhaps Queen's High School maybe are the ones that are going to miss out on this event. They could still do it, but the inside, the other lanes have sort of got a clear bit of water back on them. But Ashburton College, well in control here, looking nice. Very nice. Got to be careful. I have done a bit of coaching. We've all got little different technical things we like or different sort of views and things. So I'm always careful because I don't want to upset another coach. But that's looking quite nice. Coming back into second place here. That's Villa Maria College. And second, back to third, St Andrews College. As I said, it's the top, the first goes to the final, the next 4 go through the repechage. So it does mean one crew misses out because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, there's 7 in this event. My apologies. 2 crews are going to miss out. So at this stage, it does unfortunately look like Melbourne Girls College 2 and Queen's High School 2. Their under 15 Cox Quad event has finished. And now we should have another one coming down. Where are they at the moment? They're coming up to the 1,000 now. And this is 6 crews. So 5 of them will get another race, one in the final, the other 4 into the repechage, one will miss out. Lane 1, Queen's High School, 1. Olivia, India, Brianna, Anna, and Juno is the Cox. James Hargis, 1. Daisy, Lila, Anna, Maisie, Noah is the Cox. Burnside High School, 1. Amy, Miranda, Evie, Melissa, and Alasheni is the Cox. Whakatipu High School 2. Ellie, Gemma, Caitlin, Scarlett, Bella is the Cox. Twizel Area School 1. Lucia, India, Poppy, Riley, Steve is the Cox. Marion College 1. Jenna, Freya, Peyton, Luca, and Emma Mahoney is the Cox. And this looks like a more even out race. By the way, that last race was won by Ashburton College in 8:07. So the fastest time is still 7:52 from the first heat. But just remember though, if you know you're winning it and you just got to get through the A final, depending on your view, sometimes you just want to just conserve a little energy and you may button off. It's often the fastest races are the closest ones and there's a lot more pressure on and people are getting pushed. But in this event here, I would say it looks like that Burnside High School 1, Amy Manchester, Miranda Young, Evie Nathan, Melissa Irvin, and Alashani Arangaran is the Cox, coached by Christina Blackford and Max Harris. I'll put them in lane 1, position 1 at the moment in first place. Although on the far side there, it's always difficult, these old angles. That far side crew of Marion College 1, Jenna Brenner, Freya Burgess, Peyton Moss, Luca Ford, and Emma Mahoney as the Cox, with coach Tori Cox. Could be a challenger there. I suspect though they look like they may be half to 3/4 of a boat length behind into second place. But they are at this stage. It's looking like Burnside 1, lane 4 perhaps is the lead. They want that A final. They want that position to get through to the final. And meanwhile, I see coming close on their heels is the next event, the boys under 18 Coxless Pair. Goodness me, there's 2 races in this. There's just 4 crews. St Beach College 1, George and Thomas. St Andrews College 2, Thomas and Sam. Ashburton College 1, Geordie and Isaac. And Nelson College 1, Zachary and Ethan. You can see them now. They're just past the 1,000 metre mark. And I'll just have a quick scan through here. And it's anyone's. Perhaps St Bede's College 1 and the boys pair actually has the lead here in that event, by the way. 1 goes to the final and the remainders will all go through to the repechage. And in the meantime, we clearly see in this last heat of the girls under 15 Cox quotas, lane 4, Burnside College 1, Burnside High School 1, are rowing it nicely through. Oh, looking very nice. But quicker, maybe one of those rowers. They're going to go through to the A final. And coming through, the rest will be going 1, 2, 3, 4 more. The rest will be going to the repechage. So there's a battle out here for the repechage. So it looks like we've got James Hargis up against Queen's High School. One of them are going to get through, and James Hargis are trying to hold off Queen's High School for that final repechage spot. But Queen's High School are really onto them now. They're like Cox and Seat away. That's just the front canvas. Are they going to take it? I'm lining up my marker here, and I'm not sure who got that one. And that event has, what's that, race 11? No, we haven't got the times for that. In the meantime, we're going back to the boys under 18 Cox. You can see them now. They're coming up to the 1,500 metre mark. Just one goes through to the final. At this stage, it's the inside lane. St Bede's College 1's George Kinder, Thomas Woodgate, coached by Dale Mayer. I'd say I've got the lead. Now, it's not as quick. It's not as always easy to quickly move up a pier as you can, that make up a distance as you can in some of the bigger boats, which kind of makes sense, really. But St Bede's one I got at the moment. St Andrews College 2, Thomas Heffern and Sam Gamble, coaches Hayden Soper and Rachel Williams are possibly back there in second place. Beside them, Ashburton College 1, Geordie McGillan, Isaac Carr, coached by Justin Wall and Mary Hefford. Got the second and third place. Back to Nelson College 1 in the lane 6 actually, but in the fourth crew in that boat, Zachary Irving and Ethan Steele, coached by Brent Smith. But St Bede's College 1 here. Looks like they've got it reasonably comfortably. That's the red with the black stripe. Definitely a Canterbury kind of colour that's for sure. Lane 3, they're coming through. Looking very strong. The other two crews, St Andrew and Ashburton, having a bit of a ding-dong there just to get second place. Either way, they're going through the reportage. And the girls under 15 Cox Quad that we just had came through before was won by Burnside High School in 8:03:05. 8:03:05. So the fastest time that event so far is 7:52 in the first heat. The second boys under 18 Cox's Peers coming down. We've got St Bede's College 2, Callum and Harrison, St Andrews College 1, William and Logan, Cashmere High School 1, Angus and Jimmy, Shirley Boys High School 1, Lewis and Daniel, and Christchurch Boys High School, Jacob and Harry. So they all get another race. The winner will of course go through to the A final. The other four go through to reportage. And oh yeah, this is quite clear dominance here by the look of it by Christchurch Boys High School. Jacob Yule and Harry Galvin, coached by Tim Osmers and Hamish Maxwell. At the 1500 mark now, coming through, I think they've got, ooh, geez, quite a few. They've got very clear water back to the second boat, which would appear to be Cashmere? No, St Andrews College. But Christchurch Boys High College have definitely got that. Burnside won the... Oh, that's girls under 15. I thought, here we go. St Bede's won the previous race in 7:23:57. 7:23:57. Christchurch Boys High have just got this very much in hand. They'll be just keeping an eye on the others. Maybe just working, focusing hard on their technique. Finishing, they're already in the 250 boys, so they haven't got far. 250 to go, obviously. And then we've got back here, we've got in second place, we've got St Andrews College, William Long and Logan Gardner, coached by Hayden Soper and Rachel Williams. They're going to take the second spot. And inside of then St Bede's College, Callum Moore and Harrison Stables, coached by Dale Mayer and James Lilly, will take the third spot. But as I said, all these other four crews are actually going to go through. And in the meantime, Christchurch Boys High have dominated this event. So the race has been nicely tickling along here. Lovely, great weather conditions for it. Ticking along nicely every 4 minutes. And we've got the, what do we have now coming up, the girls under 18 double sculls. There's 1, 2, 3 heats in this event, 3 heats, full crews, full 8 lanes, we're not using the whole 10. Columba College 1, lane 1, Poppy Olivia. Villa Maria College 1, Lexi and Gabrielle. I need a drink of water, I think. Otago Girls High School 1, Sophie and Maggie. Cashmere High School 1, Abby and Poppy. Ashburton 2, Honor and Gemma. St Andrews 1, Libby and Abby. Meridian 2, Faya and Neela. Burnside 2, Olivia and Emily. They're also past the 1,000 metre mark now. Just while we have a look through here. Looks like it's kind of a split field. Now in this event here, 1 and 2 go through to the final, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 go to reportage. So one crew in each race will actually miss out, getting another chance. So currently it's looking like it's St Andrew College, Libby McNee and Abby Baxter, coached by Marion Hardwick and Guy Williams. St Andrew College 1 and lane 6 have the lead, although or it could be lane 4. I think lane 4, Kashmir Girls High School, have moved up a little and moved on top of them. If they're not slightly ahead, they're side by side. That's Kashmir 1. We've got Abby Higgins, Poppy Wyndham, coaches Matt Allen and Joe Young. So these two at this stage are the ones that are going to go through to the final. And yes, it looks like Kashmir Girls High has started to now pull ahead of St Andrews College. And then we've got quite a spread out field for the third and fourth position, third, fourth and fifth. And at this stage, unfortunately, it looks like that the boat in lane 1, Columba College 1, Poppy Edmund, Olivia Davis may be the ones that are going to miss out going through to the repechage. But yes, Kashmir have definitely pulled their head. They're coming up to the 250 boys now, so 250 to go. And I think they've probably got maybe a boat length on the St Andrews girls crew. The ratings picked up, which isn't always an indicator of going faster, but in this case they clearly are moving ahead and going faster. They're looking quite comfortable to hold off the other crew and finish this off in first place. Meantime, is there any potential challenges there coming from the is there a challenge coming there on St Andrews College here in lane 3, which would be Otago Girls High School, Sophie Augusten, Maggie Hepburn, coached by Olivia Swan? No, I think they're way back. By the way, just so you know, the boys under 18, the second heat was won in 7:02. A good 21 seconds faster than the first heat. They're great conditions though for rowing, aren't they? Perfect. So clear across the line, Kashmir High School 1 took that in the first place. They're going through to the final. Is St Andrews College 1, St College 1. Sorry, so those two are going through to the final. Boats coming through now. It looks like that Columba College, the one that will miss out, unfortunately. They won't get through to the repechage. The remaining boats are getting through to the repechage. And the girls under 18 double scull in Heat 2. We've got coming up, they just passed 1,000 now. We've got Bayfield 1, Kyla and Olivia, Craighead Diocese, Nadia and Annabella, Nelson College for Girls 1, Naomi and Madeline, Mount Aspiring College 1, Anika and Anna, Marlborough Girls College 1, Hazel and Jessica, Marion College 1, Tessa and Francisca, Olivia Girls High School 2, Kate and Lisa, and Southland Girls High School 1, Charlotte and Thea. In lane 8. And this looks like a nicely spread out lane race actually. Might have be quite nice to have a bit of an interesting finish here. Oh gosh, okay, so let's see. I'm thinking maybe in this stage we've got Nelson College for Girls 1, Naomi Robertson, Madeline Collis, Coach Tim Babbage and Phil Knight. Inside that we've got Mount Aspiring College Mount Aspiring College 1, Anika Macy, Anna Wells, coached by Matt Ricard, Rob Bruce. And possibly Marlborough Girls High School inside that, Hazel Glover, Jessica Bennett, coached by Joe Bennon. Then we've got from down my way, Southland Girls High School 1, Charlotte Klein and Thea Hoyle, both from the Waihopa Rowing Club. We don't have school rowing club down there, coached by Danny Young on the far side. Any of those girls any of those crews at the moment are in a position to get that first and second position to get through. So as you can see them now, they're well into your view if you're on the foreshore there, coming up to the 250. It's looking like the boat way back there, 1, 2, 3. So looking like lane 3, Nelson Girls College 1. And no, inside them, Mount Aspiring College in lane 4. Those two are battling out to get that first and second position, although even then, Marlborough Girls College. James Huggis has sadly dropped back a bit. And then on the inside, lane 2, Craigie Diocese is starting to put it. They've definitely picked up their rating. I think they may have left that a little too late. You never know. But this stage, it's Mount Aspiring College have just got the lead over Nelson Girls for that first and second position. I've got to say, Nelson Girls College are rowing at a nice, steady. They're not super fast there, but they are holding their position. Meanwhile, Mount Aspiring have just put the foot down on their stroke rate. They've definitely picked it up, and so have Nelson Girls now. They're just going to make sure they go through to second. And then coming back into third place just for a bit of a battle is we've got Craigie Diocese, who may just pip Melbourne Girls for that third position. Yes, they will. But as I said, the top 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 go through. So all those crews go through. There's a crew at the back here, though. Oh, yes. So it looks like Bayfield High School 1, just in lane 1, are unfortunately going to miss out on the repechage. Keep up, girls. You're doing really well. You're nearly through. The first girls under 18 double went through in 7:46, and that was Cashmere High School. 7:46.48. So heat 3 in this event, the final heat, 8 crews in it. In lane 1, we've got St Andrews College 2, Jasmine and Alice, Mount Aspiring 2, Kate and Lucy, St Margaret's 1, Olivia and Nina, Ashburton 1, Rosa and Sienna, Dunstan 1, Olivia and Tahilia, Timaru 1, Margaret and Alana, Burnside 1, Fern and Megan, Marlborough 2, Ella and Abby. So number of 1 crews and 2 crews in this event. Coming up now to the 1500 mark, and we can see that it would be 1, 2, looks like in lane 3, St Margaret College, Olivia Hawkes and Nina Oliver. Don't see a coxswain mentioned there. I don't see a coach mentioned on the list, so I don't know who they coached by. But I'm saying that St Margaret's College there have got that first position. Perhaps that first position. Oh, actually, no, over the fast. Yeah, they definitely got over the far side. Marlborough College Girls 2, way over there in lane 8. So they perhaps are going to take that first and second finals, go straight through to the final slot. And just inside St Margaret's College, there's Burton College, perhaps in the third position. So at this stage, it looks like it's St Margaret's College, and on the far side, Marlborough Girls College. So we've got who's in St Margaret's College? We've got Olivia Hawkes and Nina Oliver. We said that. Marlborough College 2, the Ella Barnes, Abby Craig, coached by Joe Benion. Pushing their way through there. Just checking my colours here. Yep. Although they may actually have the first position, so it could actually be Melbourne Girls over St Margaret's. Oh no, that's slightly behind there by a boat length, or maybe half a boat length, I should say. And then coming back to this, the crew that's sort of sandwiched in between them, Ashburton College there in lane 3. No, sorry, Dunstan High School in lane 5. My apologies. In third place, that would be Dunstan High School in lane 5. And I have got my lanes completely mixed up, because actually Ashburton College that are coming through to take this in first place, followed by Marlborough Girls. So the Ashburton College and Ashburton College 1. Rosa Armstrong and Sienna Skilling, coached by Justin Wall and Mary Hefford. They are took the first place in that event, followed by Marlborough Girls 2 in second place. So those 2 crews will actually go through to the final, to the A final. The rest going through the repechage. Previous race was won by Mount Aspiring College 1 in 7:51.56. Oh, what do I do? Oh, that was that race. Oh, no, it is 7:51. 56. So we'll just see what time. So that's the fastest time is still the first heat. So right behind them we've got the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls are coming down the track now. They're in between the 1500 and the 1000 metre mark. We have three races in this event. There are 6 crews in this race. 1 and 2 go to the final, and the remainder 3 to 7 will go through to repechage. In lane 1, Cromwell College 1, Connor, Jacob, Ryan and James, Cox Bay, Harper. Shirley Boys 1, Brennan, Aidan, Jack, Hector's the Cox. Whakatipu 1, Jasper, Max, McKellen, Charlie, Abby's the Cox. Nelson 1, George, Oliver, Murdoch, Cooper, Christopher's the Cox. Timaru Boys 1, Wolf, Gwenhu, Riley, Lincoln, Toby's the Cox. Christchurch Boys High School 1, Patrick, Ryan, Ruben, Hugo and Blake is the Cox, and they are already at the 1500. They are moving quite quick. And we've got clear leaders here, which should be, looks like Whakatipu High School. Just checking my colours there, because normally their boats is different colour. Coming through. Yes, Whakatipu High School have seemed got this well in charge. G'day. Hold on. Right. Right, I've just got a really important notice here. So parents who are listening out, please. The owners of a black poodle, you have left your dog in the car. A silver Hyundai Santa Fe, registration KGM 948. The windows are not down and your car is in the full sun. So if you're out there, you have a black poodle, your dog is in the car, a silver Hyundai Santa Fe. The windows are not down and the car is in full sun. I've just been told that if it's not responded to, then the windows will be broken to get that dog out. So just take a note. I hope someone's heard that. If you've got a dog in your car, black poodle, Hyundai Santa Fe, get the windows down, let the dog out of something. Because, the temperatures up here we've had, that dog will roast. Sorry about that, it's just important to get that through, but it looks like Whakatipu High School 1 took that event. And who got second? I will just have a quick look. Lane 5, Nelson College Boys. So Whakatipu 1 and Nelson College Boys go through to the A final. Just so the final event, the girls under 18 doubles, was won by Ashburton College in 7:50.14. 7:50.14. So the 7:46 is the fastest in that event at the moment. So we've got the second heat of the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls coming down now. They've just reached their 1,000. So this gives me a quick chance just to remind that if you're the owners of a black poodle and your dog is in and you own a silver Hyundai Santa Fe, registration KGM 948, you've left your dog in the car with the windows not down, your car is in full sun, please rescue it. Otherwise, the window will be broken to let that dog out. That last under 16 boys Cox quad was won in 6:48.63. Now we've got the second heat of the boys under 16 Cox quad. There's 6 crews in this event. 1 and 2 to the final. The remaining 4 go to repechage. In lane 2, counting, we've got St Andrews 1, Harry, Tag, Jack, Hendrick, James is the Cox. Otago boys 2. Leo, Thomas, Henry, Zach, Noah is the Cox. St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Flynn, Ben, James, Noah, Harper is the Cox. John McGlashan 1, Fergus, Noah, William, Paddy, Aidan is the Cox. Christchurch Boys High School 2, Ricky, Charlie, Daniel, Billy and Grayson is the Cox. Nelson College 2, Peter, Hendrick, Blair, Harry and Ollie is the Cox. Coming up to the 1500 mark, and I'm just looking out my window here, I'm thinking that it's St Thomas of Canterbury perhaps maybe have this event. They'll be going past their tent. I think their tent's down there at the moment. They might do a bit of cheering. If I listen carefully I might hear them, but Yeah, I was saying it's St Thomas of Canterbury currently. Oh, St Thomas of Canterbury and John McGlashan College are the two that are in, perhaps have the first and second slot at the moment. Remember, 1 and 2 go through to the final. And then we've got back. Well, the rest will go through to the repechage, but St Thomas and Canterbury and John McGlashan College here. St Thomas have got just a slight lead over John McGlashan's. Even though you know you're going to get through a second, it's always nice just to finish first, just so you've got a bit of confidence, a bit of wood over the previous cruise. Just on the inside lane here, we've got Cromwell College and Shirley Boys battling it out for perhaps third there. Cromwell College. It's interesting, it says Cromwell College, but I don't know if that's their colours unless they've changed them. Oh, jeepers. It's not Cromwell College. Going blind, I didn't put a line through the previous event. Gosh, I think it's about time for my coffee, actually. Yeah, so St Thomas is there, got nicely through. They've definitely pulled ahead there just of John McGlashan's, but no, on the inside, sorry, it was St Andrews College 1 and Otago Boys High School College that are sort of battling out for the third position. They both go through to the repechage anyway, unless anything drastic happens. There's St Thomas of Canterbury coming up to the finish line here. They've just gone across now, and then we can see behind them John McGlashan's, and on the inside, this little internal battle going on with St Andrews. They've pulled themselves ahead of Otago Boys 2. Just to say we've got one over you. And then coming back to the third heat in this event, up at the 1,000 metre mark. So we've got Whakatipu 2, Mike, Harry, Finley and Hagen, Cox by Mia. St Thomas's of Canterbury 2, Samuel, Jacob, Declan, Gino and Carlson as the Cox. Marlborough Boys 1, Hunter, Logan, Willem, Aiden and Blake as the Cox. Otago Boys High School 1, Toby, Leica, Ben, Jack and Angus as the Cox. Shirley Boys 2, Logan, Finn, Oliver, Otto and Oliver as the Cox. Christ College 1, Sam, Charlie, Oliver, Jackson and Harry Holmes as the Cox, and they are coming down now, getting close to the 1,500 mark, and we're looking like we've got this 1, 2, 3, lane 5, Burnside High School, no, sorry, Burnside. Lane 5, Otago Boys High School 1. They got first position there. Once again, those inside lanes having a bit of a go, so that's them and Marlborough Boys College 1 and lane 4. At the moment, those two have got the 1 and 2 positions here, and I reckon they're almost side by side. Perhaps the Otago Boys is maybe just in canvas in front. And then we're coming back to Shirley Boys High. Stick a line through there. Coming back through Dunstan High School, and on lane 1. Oh, jeez. No, sorry. Apologies. I'm just getting. Coming back to, Whakatipu High School, so these yellows mix up. Whakatipu High School perhaps in third place over the far side of Shirley Boys High School. But yes, in the meantime here it looks like that Otago Boys has pulled ahead of Marlborough. They definitely picked up their stroke rate. They're about to hit the 250. Will they get the call then, just to move it up a little more? A quicker stroke rate than Marlborough, but Marlborough aren't falling too far behind for that. Marlborough going to get the call now, but it looks like these two crews, the Otago Boys High School 1 and Marlborough Boys High School 1 as well, College 1, are going to get those two final slots. And then on the inside lane, we've got Whakatipu 3 coming through. Shirley Boys, and then St Thomas of Canterbury, who are doing a bit of a burst now at the 250. They just want to challenge St Thomas of Canterbury maybe to get that 4th place. They'll all be going through. That's the 3 to 7, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th position goes through to the repechage. They're all going to get another go. Meanwhile, we've got Otago Boys High looking nice, strong finishes. You hear the beeper go as they cross the line. Sorry, I'll get notice. Marlborough Boys High School. We're first across the line here of Otago Boys High School there. Marlborough Boys College. Okay, the previous one finished in 7:02, so that was St Thomas of Canterbury. 7:02. 7:02.98 was the previous in that event. So just another quick notice here before I get on to the next race is just that remember to keep the place tidy. It's commented how well the foreshore here, where all the tents are and all the parents and coaches and viewing people, how tidily that's been kept. But unfortunately, the boat area hasn't been so tidy. So when you get home tonight, just have a word to your kids. Just say, look, keep that area tidy as well. There's been a bit of rubbish being collected through the boat park in the last few regattas. So you guys are doing a great job. So just give your kids a bit of a reminder tonight that we'd like to see the boat park kept tidy as well. And we're talking about litter here, basically litter and stuff dropped on the ground. There's rubbish tins around, so make sure you use them. Or basically take the same approach you take to a national park. What you bring in, you take out. That's the best way. What you bring in, take it out. So just please remind your young athletes tonight that we'd like to see a tidy boat park when this event finishes. So now we're coming up to the girls under 16 single sculls. We've got 1, 2, 3 heats in this event. So the first one coming down now. I can already see the second one's already gone. So St Margaret's 1, Hannah Jones, Timaru Girls 1, Ella Inch, Marion College 1, Naim Devlin, St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Georgia Graham, Burnside 1, Jessica Rankin, Dunstan 1, Michaela Oliver, Ronakel College 2, Kayleen Morrison. And as you see, they're coming up to the 1500 now, and we've got a clear leader, even from here without my binoculars on, I can see that. Let's just see who it is. We got 1, 2, 3. So it looks like it is lane forward. Georgia Graham, coached by Jazz McIntosh, St Hilda's Collegiate 1. I'll just see if I confirm that. Thinking it is St Hilda's Collegiate 1. I'm not sure. Just checking the colours. It looks like the St Hilda's Collegiate type of top. I'm not sure, but the colours look a bit different. That's probably that pale blue looks white, but she's just well and truly dominated this race. There's no way she should be pipped in this unless she falls out, and she's coming up to the 250 mark to go. Now this event here, girls under 16, 1 and 2 go to the A final, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 go to repechage. All 3 heats have less than 7 crews, 6 or 7 crews. So on this stage, all crews will be getting in the second race. Beautiful conditions here. We've got a real we've got a nice straight line in the second for the second position here. So that's going to be where the battle is. Who's going to take that number 2 position to go through to the final? In lane 2, we've got Timaru Girls High School Ella Inch. Lane 3, Meridian College 1. Naima Devlin. So they're all battling for the second place there. I think even if we go over to lane 5, is it? Burnside High School 1, Jessica Rankin. And then on the far lane, Ronakel College 2, Kaylin Morrison. So those 3 are all going to be pushing hard to get that second spot. Actually, lane 1, St Margaret's College, Hannah Jones is also in there. She need to start moving it now, though. They're coming up. They're just not that far off the 100 metres to go. They're probably about 5 strokes to go. But this event has been nicely taken out by... Georgia Graham, coached by Jazz McIntosh from St Hilda's Collegiate 1. But this second place is going to be a boomer. Just lining up. I drew a line on my mirror here against the window up against. So I can see the exact cross line as they're coming through. So at this stage, it's Meridian College, Naima Devlin who's got it, but is she going to hold it? Oh, inside lane, Hannah Jones, St Margaret College 1 is really putting a foot down. She's going to come. She's might pip her. I'm just lined up my thing here. It's about right, and I'm going to go at St Margaret's College has taken second place, I reckon. Took it over Meridian College 1. So Hannah Jones possibly got that second slot with a very nice, quick finish. Take her across the line. We'll wait for those results to come up. And heat 2 for this event, we've got Ronakel College Scout Fiske in lane 1, Ashburton College, Isla Moffat, this is Ashburton College 1 in lane 2, Craigie Diocese School 1, Isla Crawford, James Huggins College 1, Ella Norman, Mount Aspiring College 1, Sienna Marsden, St Hilda's College 2, Margaret Erasmus. 1, 2, 3, 6 in this event. They're coming now, coming up to the 1500 mark. And once again, it looks like could be another quite close race. I think that it would seem that Mount Aspiring College, Sienna Marsden, coached by Matt Rickard, over there in lane 6 has got the lead. Yes, she's got it's not as dominant as that first event's lead. Yes, she's got the yellow and black how would you describe that? Like a chessboard on her colours, and she's got enough distance there to be able to hold that off. She's got, let's see, still a bit to go before the 250, coming up to the 1500 now as you can see them. Oh, actually, hold on, I might be lying here. Who's on lane 1 there? Lane 1, Ronakel College, Scout Fiske, coached by Cameron Moffat. Popping back to that previous heat, by the way, second place was St Margaret's College by 0.47 milliseconds over Meridian College, who's now going to have to go through to the heat, to the repechage. Oh, yes, so it definitely looks like it's ex-Ronakel College here. And on the lane, was that lane 6? Yes. Mount Aspiring College here. So those are the first 1 and 2 positions. I thought Mount Aspiring College had a healthy bit of a lead there on my angles, but I think these other crews have been making up on her. Maybe she pushed it hard at the start. She's going to have to hold on there. She's got 250 to go. So that's, an eighth of a race to go. But definitely on the inside here, this is really nice work, nice timing by this inside boat. Ronakel College Scout Fiske, coached by Cameron Moffat, to push through to second. But I would say there's a challenge coming here for that second spot on that second heat. In lane 3, Ashburton College, Isla Moffat, coaches Justin Wall and Mary Hereford. No, I don't think she's going to make that second. Ooh, sometimes it's hard to know. But I think that girl over on the far side from Mount Aspiring, she's going to hold on. Actually, she's really going to, I hope she's keeping an eye. Yes, she's really picked up a rating now. Lining up my my window drawing with the flags. And we've got coming across the line now, Mount Aspiring. Sorry. Ronacal College there. And, now is it going to happen? I think. I'm not sure who took the second place there. It's either Ashburton or Mount Aspiring. We're going to have to see what comes up with that. I'll keep an eye on that for you. But Ronacal College definitely took that in lane 1. Oh, in lane 2 it is, but she's in the inside lane. Right, girls under 16 single sculls heat 3. Remember, progression 1 and 2 to the final, rest to the repechage. So there is only 1, 2, 3, 6 in the event. So the rest will go through to the repechage. We've got an inside lane here, James Huggis College, Lila Jack, coached by Nigel Jack, that's her dad. Inside that, Southland Girls High School, Maddie Melstrom, coached by Penny Barnsdale, both kids from down my way. They both rode at the Invercargill Rowing Club. Lane 3, Columba College 1, Fennell Millen, Verdon College 1, Mackenzie Milne, Nelson College for Girls 1, Charlotte Kapfer, Burnside High College 1, Julia Mitchell. So I recognise 3 Southland schools down there. They've been rowing off against each other this season, so it'll be interesting to see how it gets on. Coming up to the 1500 mark now, so it's looking, what do we got here? I reckon it looks like that lane 2 and 3, which would be Maddie Malmstrom, Southland Girls High, and Columba College, Fennell Millen are the ones that potentially have that first and second slot at the moment. There's bit of work over the far side there. Burnside High School 2, Julie Mitchell, coached by Christina Blackford and Rob Mertens. By the way, I just want to let you know that Mount Aspiring College in the previous heat, Sienna Marsden held off Ashburton College 1, Isla Moffat by 0.26. So she just held her off. So those two will go through. Best time in that was 8:35. That's the quickest. 8:35.81. That's the quickest time in that under 16. This girl single at the moment. But in the meantime, we've got coming up here. Yes, it looks like Maddie Melstrom from Southland Girls High School. She's got that first place there. Recognise those colours, but just inside here is that Columba College, Fennell Millen. So Maddie will be keeping an eye on her. So those two at this stage are potentially the ones that will go through to the final. But on the inside here, we do have Lila Jack. No, she's a novice this year. She was a novice this year. The other girl I know from Southland who were rowing previous years. So Lila Jack there, coming up on lane 2. But she's going to have to work hard if she wants to catch the Columba College girl, because they're just about, they've hit the 100, the 250 boys now. No, she's a bit far back. So at this stage, it looks like Maddie Melstrom, Southland Girls High School, will take the first position. She'll be going through to the A final, followed by Columba College. All the other kids will get another go at this through the repechage, which I'm assuming is tomorrow. Maddie Melstrom is doing what I know is her traditional quick finish. She's very strong at the end there, very strong finish. Just pushing away. Probably needs to think about conserving energy, but she definitely has this. Columba College is also picking it up, and then we've got James Hargis, Lila Jack into third position there, is pushing it, but she just left it a bit late. And Maddie Melstrom is doing a really nice clean finish here. I think she had a glance. I can see her fans on the foreshore here. She's across the line. Lila Jack's got a nice finish there. And second place, Columba College. Well done, those two. They're through to the final. The rest go to the rep. So now we're going to move on to the boys under 18 novice double sculls. There are 3 events in this, 3 races in this event. Progression is 1 and 2 go to the A final, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 go to the repechage. 1 and 2 go to the A final, 3, 4, 5, 6 go to the repechage. There's only 6 or 5 crews in these 3 events, so everyone will go through to get a second go. They will go through to the repechage. So, coming up to the 1,000, we've got lane 1, Waitaki Boys 2, Mana and Thomas, Nelson College 1, Lucas and Max, Christchurch High School 1, Cameron and Nathan, John McGlashan 1, Oliver, Dan, Whakatipu 2, Luca and Ollie, Shirley Boys 2, Domiko and Tukatahi in the far outside lane. So a quick squiz here. So Maddie Malmstrom won that last event in 8:49. 8:49. And the quickest time in the girls under 16 single sculls is 8:35. So come down here, we've got this boys under 18 novice double sculls. They've been rowing all season now, so there'll be less novices. They will have hopefully had some rows up here, and fortunately some of the regattas got shortened and blown. These the Otago's and the Canterbury's and the South Islands under rowing under their club colours, but in the meantime, so if the novices were 1, 2, 3, I think it's potentially John McGlashan College. Oliver Colling, Dan O'Brien, coaches Georgia Clark and Lily Rawson. Have they got? I think they look like they're in the lead. They're closely tracked by inside of them by Christchurch Boys High School. Cameron Buckingham and Nathan Rhodes. Coaches are Maisie Scott and Matt White. Remember, 1 and 2 go through to the final. So I'm just checking. I'll check my colours here. One day I'll know all these colours. I'll be like Millsy. He just looks at the club colours and he just knows them straight away. As for me, it's like, Probably how if I could find Jay. Maybe it's under McGlashan. But although it looks like now that Christchurch Boys High School have started to take John McGlashan College. Looks like they've just come past them now. Maybe on a canvas. They're at the 250 metre. These crews looking less novicish than they might have earlier this year. Although, with due respect, I think the Otago Boys High, though they do the Christchurch Boys High push them past that bellman. Looks like he take a bigger stroke, but they just know they've just got to get 1 and 2 through. Just the first 2 through, and they'll be fine. I'm going to correct things here because I reckon, no, lane 4, yes. Lane 5, John McGlashan College. Those colours don't look right. So, yep, that was Otago. That was Christchurch Boys High, coming through to take first place, and what is supposed to be Jay McGlashan College. They look like they were wearing Otago Rowing Club colours, actually. Came through in lane 5. So the remaining crews here we've got coming through is they'll take third is Nelson College, Lucas Swarbrick and Max Martin. Coaches Hamish Tomlinson and Parker. They'll be going through to the repechage. A couple more novice crews. We've got Whakatipu and Shirley Boys. They're just battling out for the 4th place. And coming back here to Waitaki Boys in the inside lane. In the meantime, we've got the second up to the 1,000 metre mark. That would be in the inside lane, lane 2. Timaru Boys 2. Murphy and Lewis. Warring 2. Hugh and William. St Thomas of Canterbury 1. Jack and Hunter. Waitaki 1. Jacob and Ned. John McGlashan 2. Tristan and Noah. St Andrews 1. Harvey and Fletcher. I can see them coming through now. It looks like a crew in the middle there, which would be St Thomas of Canterbury. Looks like they've got a reasonably dominant position here out in front. Interesting beats there. It looked like they've got a very handy boat lead for coming back to this nice little arrow shape there. So that would mean that would be Mount Aspiring College and Waitaki Boys. So St Thomas of Canterbury, Jack Dunn, Hunter Taylor, Ben Wright and Daniel Ryan are their coaches. They're in the point of the arrow. And then we've coming back to either side of them, Mount Aspiring 2, Hugh Ragg, William Pascoe, coached by Rob Bruce and Matt Ricard. Side of that, Waitaki 1, Waitaki Boys High School 1, Jacob Roebuck, Ned Newlands Carter, coached by Evan Doherty. So I turned my head away when I was reading the name. Are in that second, third slot. So they'll be the ones at this stage are going to be battling to get that second final slot though. And saying that, I can see Timaru Boys 2, Murphy Hoper Park and Lewis O'Sutherland, coached by Brian Smith and Liam Parker, are doing a big push on the inside here. So they could, if they work at it, put themselves in a good spot for get that second slot. So there could be 3 battling it out for second. But St Thomas of Canterbury here have got this quite dominated. They're in a good position to take that first A final slot. And yes, it definitely looks like the inside crews of Timaru Boys 2. I was going to say, actually looks like there's a bit of a lane change stuff going on here. Let's just check that. Have I got the right crew there in the lead? No, I haven't actually. Take that back. Waitaki Boys High School 1. My apologies to everyone. Waitaki Boys High School 1. Jacob Roebuck and Ned Newlands Carter are actually the ones in the lead. And coming now into second place, they've come through really well. Really good timing, I think, it will be the Timaru Boys High School crew to move themselves into second place there. So they're doing really well because they were a bit behind before. And it was the other crews, St Thomas and over the far side. So Timaru Boys High have got themselves into second position there. Clearly Waitaki Boys going to come across. So these two sort of Middle East coast of the South Island clubs or schools, they're going to go through the A final and the rest will go through the repechage. 7:37.98 was the previous race, won by Christchurch Boys High School. So we're looking to see if that's the best time. Now the third heat in this event, the boys under 18 novice, has 5 crews. Shirley Boys 1, James Watson and Kieran Clark. Mount Aspiring College 1, Harry Hope, Hugo Sinclair. Timaru Boys High School 1, Luke Todd, Ruben Brown. Whakatipu 1, Finn Henderson and Cameron Hall. And Ronakau College 1, Harris and Harrison. So these are all the ones. So usually the number 1 cruisers, this is the number 1 crew for a school if they've got more than one. If they haven't got more than one, it's still the number 1 crew. Right, and it's looking like it's tight in the middle. I would say that it looks like lane 2 at the moment. Mount Aspiring College 1, Harry Hope and Hugo Sinclair, coached by Rob Bruce and Matt Rickard. He's got a marginal lead, maybe a boat over the by Timaru and Mount Aspiring. I think it would be Timaru perhaps in that second place. So Timaru and Mount Aspiring are pretty close side by side each other at the moment. Just make sure I've got these right now. Don't look like Mount Aspiring colours. Actually looks like it's Mount Aspiring now. It's Mount Aspiring that have taken the lead. Got a nice lead here, about length here. So Mount Aspiring in the lead here. I didn't realise there was a boat way back in lane 1. So it's Mount Aspiring that have got the lead. And coming back into that second position is Timaru Boys and Whakatipu. So Mount Aspiring are coming up to the 250 Boys. So I'll just keep my eyes on the 250 Boys and see if it's Mount Aspiring, see if it's Timaru Boys or Whakatipu that get there first. So they're coming to the yellow boys. And it's, Mount Aspiring. They've got half, 2, 3, oh no, maybe they've got a boat length over Whakatipu. So Mount Aspiring are the ones that are going to go through to second. Sorry, not Mount Aspiring. Timaru Boys are going to go, looks like they might hold off Whakatipu for second. But Mount Aspiring here are just doing it really nicely. Got themselves good distance there. They're just going to keep that in control and take it through. And we now can see that Timaru Boys have sort of put their foot down a little. Followed by Whakatipu into third. Then there's a bit of a distance back to the next boats, which would be Ronakau College. He got a problem there? Oh, now is his gate broken? Did he not tie his gate down properly? Because he's popped his skull. But impressively, earlier on the season as a novice, he'd probably fall out. Which means that Shirley Boys High are going to get past them and come through to finish the event ahead of them. So that was a nice finish there by Mount Aspiring College. So Waitaki Boys won the previous event in 7:30. Waitaki Boys won 7:34.30. So that's the fastest time now. Oh, well done, Ronakau College. They recovered. Is he now rowing? Did he put his gate back on, or is he just rowing without the gate? If you row really well, you actually don't need that gate on your oarlock. You can row without it. He's trying really hard, but he's unfortunately not going to put the Shirley Boys High kids. But they're going through the river charge anyway. Okay, what have we got now? So a bit of a So next up on the calendar, in lane 1, it's one heat in this event. It's the girls under 18 novice cocks. They all go through to the final. So it's now a case of fighting for the fighting. Is that the word? For the best lanes. So in lane 1 we've got Marlborough Girls College 1, and so lane 2, St Margaret's College 2. And then we've got Christchurch Girls 1, Rangirua 1, Rangirua 2, St Margaret's 1, Kashmir 1 and Whakatipu 1. Coming up to the 1,000 now. Looking pretty even. In the meantime, I can just see at the start line we've got the boys under 17 Cox State, Heat 1, one heat in that event. They'll go to the final. 5 in that race. They're all sitting up there ready to start. In that event, we've got Christ College 1, St Thomas Canterbury 1, St Bede's 1, Christ College 1, Christ College 2. Sorry, in lane 1 it's Christchurch Boys High School 1. I can see it's nice and steady up at the start. It's just lovely seeing this kind of weather. By the way, the previous event was won by Mount Aspiring College in 7:38.27. 8:30.27. So the fastest race in the boys under 18 novice double sculls was Heat 2. Coming up to the 1,000 now, we've got these 8s looking reasonably in a bit of a line actually. Let's go working back through. I would thinking that it's the centre there. So we've got 2 Rangirurus, then we've got a St Margaret's, and we've got a Christchurch Girls High School. So starting from the inside lane, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Rangirua 1, Rangirua 2 and St Margaret's College. Looks like those 3 crews, perhaps Rangirua slightly behind, are the ones that are fighting out just to take best time and line honours and maybe get that psychological advantage over the other 2. of the three, of those four, I'm thinking it's Rangiruru 1 and St Margaret's 1. They're in slight first place there, but there's not much in it. Like at the most, if there's a boat length, if that. Between them back to the 2, which is Rangiruru 2 and Christchurch Girls 1. Meanwhile, the boys' 8s are away. I'm just saying I've got the start line up in my view here. Looks pretty even. Nice start. But we'll get to that one when it comes through. But these girls are coming down here. They're coming up to the 1500 mark. At the stage, it still looks like it's Rangiruru 1 and St Margaret's College. I'm saying Rangiruru 1 are now pulled slightly ahead of the rest, and St Margaret's College is potentially getting pipped there by, not quite, by Rangiruru 2. We'll keep an eye on the 250 yellows, and then it's a good indicator to see who's come across. Oh, my goggles don't go wide enough. But these are strong crews, as we know at the moment. These are strong schools in the 8s, in the girls' 8 events. So we've got the coming up to the yellow boys now. Who I'm just checking. I'm just keeping an eye on Rangiruru 1 and St Margaret's. 250 boys and I think Rangiruru 1 just ahead. This could be quite a bit of an exciting finish there. They probably raced each other during the season. I don't know those outcomes of those races. But of course, they depends where they're aiming to peak at, which will be Māori Cup. So it's Rangiruru 1 and St Margaret's 1. Rangiruru might be just touch ahead there. They're the ones that are going to be fighting for first and second. So I'm just going to line myself up with my trusty line. Didn't draw it very well at the top there. Didn't draw it very straight at the top. There's a slight kink. Let's see who's coming through. Going to come through first. But it looks like Rangiruru at the moment have got just a slight, maybe half a canvas on top of St Margaret's. Back to Rangiruru 2 and Christchurch Girls High School 1. And yes, they're really, St Margaret's are just piling it on. They really want to take it, but Rangiruru are holding them off. I don't think they've upped their stroke rate, but they're just holding nice and steady. Oh, they put a surge in there. Yet Rangiruru 1, St Margaret's 1, Rangiruru 2, and Christchurch Girls. So Rangiruru 1, St Margaret's 1, Rangiruru 2, and Christchurch Girls are the top 4. That was quite an exciting event. We're coming back to St Margaret's 2 now. We've got at least 2 boat lengths over Marlborough Girls College here on the inside lane, and then on the far side we've got Whakatipu 1 just holding off Kashmir High School 1. Well, I said that, but now Kashmir High School 1 are going to come through there and then take their last slot. But they all go through the final, so they're going to be racing each other again. Although those 4 crews will be feeling pretty confident. Boys under 17 Cox Quad, they're coming up to the 1,000 now. And this event, we've got Christchurch Boys High School 1, St Thomas Canterbury 1, St Bede's College 1, Christ College 1, Christ College 2. All these strong 8 clubs. As in 8s, not 8 clubs. There's only 5. So there's a bit of a spread going on here. So what do we got? Looks like we've got maybe thinking St Bede's College 1 there is parked in the middle, could be slightly ahead of Christ College 1, just in lane 5. So that's lane 4. On the inside here we've got Christchurch Boys High School 1 in the mix there, and then I think we're going back to Christ College 2 and St Thomas of Canterbury 1. But yes, at this stage I'm thinking it's St Bede's College 1 there, just in the centre. Just trying to see if I can see the familiar stripe or strip. Yes, Christ College 1 and St Bede's College 1 right beside each other there. back to Christchurch Boys High School 1, who not that will not be that far off the pace on it. They might be back by about a length, I'm thinking. These are under 17 boys crews. They all go through to the final, so they're going to be doing this again on the finals day. But they want to have that psychological edge over the other ones. And also set themselves up for Māori Cup too. So I can see St Bede's are working it hard here. A couple of rows there, they're really working hard. Well, they all are, but you can just see that little effort. They're really trying to hold off. They can feel it. They really want to hold off Christ College. I'd say they've got maybe a canvas, half a boat at the very most to come up to the yellows here. No, they're definitely got, say, half a boat. Working hard to hold them off. They're coming in quite fast here. I'll be pleased to do that. 7:17 was the girls, by the way. The girls, Rangiruru 1 was their winning time. And on this event here, we've got St Bede's coming through strong. Not necessarily pulling ahead of Christ College 1, but they're just, always they are. Sudden spurt on there, they're just going to leave them, Christ College 1, a message. Come across through, yes, we're better than you at this stage. Christ College 1 following nicely behind back to Christchurch Boys High School. And St Thomas of Canterbury on the far side, Christ College 2. Gotta love the eights. Gotta love the eights. Right. Oh, we've got my relief coming, and the relief will be handed over in 4 minutes. About time for my coffee. I'm getting a bit dry, Millsy. Right, we've got the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. There's 3 heats in this event. Six crews in the first one, 6 in the second, 7 in the third. As with similar other events, it's progression of 1 and 2 to the A final, and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to repechage. Everyone's going to get a second row here, because if you're not in the 1 and 2, you're going to get through the repechage. So in this heat 1, we've got inside lane 2, Waitaki girls, Molly and Sophie. Whakatipu 1, Pippa and Emma. Cashmere 1, Eliza and Abby. Hill Morton 1, Charlie and Michaela. Southland girls 2, Kira and Lily. Nelson College for girls 1, Maria and Greer. Well, where's Hill Morton High School there, Millsy? So someone would love. We're us here in us here in the commentator tower. We'd love if someone would send us a message and tell us where Hill Morton High School is. It's not actually on our chart either. You see, checking my alphabet reading. No, okay, that'll be interesting. We'll have to find out that. Nothing like having a curiosity problem. So on this event here coming down, it's looking like lane 2, 3 and 4. Lane 4, that's Cashmere High School. Eliza Omega, Abby Higgins, Thea Murdy, Poppy Wyndham, Hazel Brown's the Cox, coached by Matt Allen and John Young. I just realised I went through that before and I only said the first 2 members in each crew, so my apologies to the remaining 2 in the crew. I made it sound like it was only 2 of them rowing each boat. Had my minds on the doubles. And then on the far side we've got Nelson Girls College for 1, Maria Gordon-Ing, Greer Robertson, Margot Callahan, Juno O'Connor, Ruby Southwick as a coached by Tim Babbage and Phil Knight. So they would be maybe back in second place there. Remember I said that 1 and 2 will go through to the final. So definitely at this stage it's looking like Cashmere High School, which is in the lane 4, that have got the lead. And then potentially back to that Nelson College for Girls crew. Oh, actually no, maybe Whakatipu High School. Pippa Makatamimi, Mick Atamini, Emma Andrew, Lucy Clark, Anika Arlett, and Emily Deere as the Cox, coached by Shane Muir. could be in that second position there to get through to the final. So at this stage, it's looking like Cashmere High School. They've got that under control. They'll have a good view of that spot. The coxswain won't, but the stroke will be able to look and just through the peripheral vision there and see which boats are threatening them. At this stage, there'll be Whakatipu maybe in 2, and over the far side, Nelson Girls College for 1 in second spot. But I think it's the Whakatipu crew who are going to get the second spot. And then coming back to Hillmorton High School, the mystery school for us, Waitaki Girls, and then Southland Girls High 2. So that was that event, except for the Southland Girls, were all the first crews. So it was a bit harder. So we're coming up to the 250 shortly. A few boys away. I'm just going to see if we can pick out who's coming through in second there. But it's looking like Cashmere are going to go for first. They're not actually out of a threatening zone. They could be pipped if something happens. So coming up to the yellow boys. Cashmere are just about tapped through them now. Here they come through. Fortunately, my binoculars don't go wide enough, but I would say it's looking like this inside Whakatipu crew are going to hit the boys before the far side, which is the Nelson College crew. Yes, they are. So those two crews are looking at this stage. They're going to go through to the final. All the rest will go to the repechage. So they will all get another row. They're not going to miss out. They're going to get another bite of the apple. So if they didn't have a good row today, you never know. They might just be up for it tomorrow. Cashmere like putting a nice bit of pressure on here. They're not rating high, but they just got a nice style, nice push there, driving themselves away. Whakatipu are looking pretty good too. The Whakatipu whipped up their rating a bit there. They just want to hold off that second position. Just hold off any other crew for that second position. Far side Nelson College, they look like they're either fading a bit or this Hillmorton High School crew are going to come through. No. It's a Union boat. It's a Union Rowing Club boat there, Millsy. So they must be from Canterbury. Must be one of the new crews, new schools from the earthquake, maybe. They're doing well though, the Hillmorton crew. They're actually going to have a shot for. No, they're not going to get the third slot. Oh.
Might be Darfield because Pat McQuinn's coaching crews from Darfield.
I don't see a Darfield.
No, Darfield won't be on there.
Ah, okay.
It'll be first time to the regatta.
Right. Then we're coming back to the Southland Girls High School crew. Number 2 crew, they're doing well. That's that. Pushing it through there, finishing that through. But they will get another chance at it. Right, Millsy, am I going to hand over to you, am I?
Cool a wee bit. Thanks, Frank. Race number 30, you see. Race number 30 by the look of it. James Hargis down the inside, St Hilda's, Dunstan High School, Cashmere High School, Villa Maria and Twizel Area School, the girls under 15, Cox, Quadruple Skulls. That's the crews that are coming down. Looks like the crew out wide, which would be Twizel Area, off a very, very special campaign to the New Zealand Rowing Nationals and performed of the highest quality up there. Big surge in the Twizel area this year. and they're getting along very nicely out the outside. This crew has gone exceptionally well all season in the under-17s. And here we go at the South Island Championships here on Lake Ruatanava. That's the Lake of the Two Monsters for the 2024 South Island School Nationals. Qualification of this event is the 1 and 2 are going to go straight through to the final. 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 to the repechage. And then after that, if you don't hit the finals, you're at the back de-rigging the boats. Looks like the second crew through will be the crew 3 in from there, which is going to be Dunstan High School. So they'll go straight through to the final as well. Down the inside, St Hilda's. They'll go through to the repechage along with Kashmir. Yep, Villa Maria and the crew out the back. Now don't forget some of the messages that we've been getting through, guys. If you're rowers out there, remember when rowing to the start, you can't do your exercises in that first 1,000 metres. You must row full cruise through the start. That was emphasised this morning. Also, all dogs must be on a lead. Anyone found with their dog on the lead will be asked to leave the course if they're not on a lead. Pack it in, pack it out, the rubbish. If you bring stuff in for your food for lunching to feed the rowers, make sure that you have a bag or something that you can take the rubbish back out. And there's been a huge request by the volunteers and the caremaker, the in charge person here of the campus, that around the back at the boat park has not been good discipline as far as cleaning the rubbish up. So if you're a rower out there now, I know you we don't go through to the boat park, but if you're a rower out there now, just make sure you push it on to your crew members to make sure if they drop their drink bottle or their socks or their hat or whatever they are, make sure they're picked up at the end of the day or picked up straight away from once you've finished your race, so as we can keep that boat area nice and clear of rubbish. Over the last few years it has been really quite bad, the rubbish there. Your parents are doing a good job on the course. It's the kids out there that are not doing the best job out in the boat park. Our main sponsor, of course, is Meridian Energy. They're the top sponsors of this regatta here this weekend. We thank our sponsors. Meridian Energy are generating renewable electricity from the lake, and there have been plenty of champions generated from this water. You may have noticed the solar panels here at Lake Ruatanava. They have been installed by Meridian Energy to the South Island rowing to reduce the amount of carbon produced. So looks like Meridian Energy, who are the main sponsors, certainly, or the only sponsors, certainly doing their share to help the public. So we're looking in the girls under 17. This is the third heat of the girls under 17. We got those 1, 2 go through. The rest go through to the repechage, or certainly 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 go through to the repechage. And the crew sitting out, well out in front, is coming out of 4, which is Marion College, off the Avon River in Christchurch. Marion College doing a good job, and they look as if they may be actually just cruising as well. On their left-hand shoulder, but most likely 2 to 3 lengths back, is the yellow boat of Wakatipu. That's their number 2 crew. They will go through, barring any accidents. A little bit of pressure being put on them on topside of Burnside. Burnside's putting some pressure on Wakatipu. They come up the 100-metre buoy line. Forget about the leaders. They're doing it. Beautiful run on the boat from that Marion crew. Let's take a look and give the coaches Izzy. Izzy's doing a great job with this crew because they've got a beautiful run on their boat. Neat and tidy, well-balanced crew. They go through and get the buzzer. Now that pressure's really coming on. Burnside really putting some pressure on Wakatipu. Wakatipu hand speed not quick enough. Look at the hand speed of Burnside. Burnside coming right up alongside Wakatipu. There would only be a half an inch in it as they head down towards the line of bore line. I think Wakatipu may have stayed there. We can give you the time of the second heat. Twizel went through in 7:25. Then we come down to, it looks like Southland girls in close and out the far side. It goes the girls to Avonside, back to Craighead, and then ahead of them is the crew from Cromwell. Right, we'll go and try and pick them up if we can from the 1500 metre peg. The boys under 15 Cox Octables. And if you're a novice spectator and you just come off the highway, you are at the 2024 South Island School Nationals here on the mighty Ruataniwha, Lake Ruataniwha. That's the lake of the two monsters in the Twizel area. And the Octies are an 8 that is sculling. So if you're a novice spectator and you wanted to know what we're talking about, it's an 8 sculling. So there's 16 riggers and there is 16 blades in the 8. They're a wee bit heavier than an 8 because of all that extra gear. And to get them up and running, you need to do a very long racing start. A racing start is where the body perhaps doesn't swing over so far, and they keep the slide a little bit shorter than normal instead of reaching right out like you see them when they come down as far as 200 metres out from home. So once they do the racing start, they start to swing the body over, they start to come further on their slide, and they start to reach out a little bit further. But you've got to get these big 8s from these Octies up and running first. And some of those racing starts may go for 20, 30, 40 odd strokes before they start to swing over. Once you get them up and running on top, you need to be cranking them along at a rating of about, which is strokes per minute, of about 36 would be ideal, same as the 8 packers. And the crew sitting out in front is coming out of lane number 3 by the look of it. It looks like Christ College number 1 crew. It's been guided along in the coxswain seat, if we can pick it up for you. Is Jono Simpson's in the coxswain seat. Andrew and Alex are doing the coaching for this Christ College crew sitting out in front. They're under no pressure whatsoever. It's an under 15 grade. It was brought into the Mardi Cup way back in the 2018, 2017, around there, I would imagine. Might even go back earlier than that. So it's a reasonably early event as far as it goes. And Christ College here in this heat is sitting out in front. They'll all come back tomorrow and row it again, but Christ College will get the fast lane. So again, if you're a novice spectator and you want to know what happens with times, when you're the fastest time will go into lane 4 or 5, depending on whether we're rowing 10 lanes or not. And I imagine will be a lot of 10 lanes in the finals. So they'll go into lane 5. And then the next fastest crew here, out of this lot here, will go into lane 6, and then we'll go to lane 3, out to lane 7, to lane 2, out to 8, then 1, and by rights the final should come down in a flared effect, an arrowhead as they come down through the lake. A commanding lead, again a nice balanced crew. You can put a spirit level across the tops of their heads and it would be, the little bubble would be smack bang in the middle. Good balanced crew coming out of Christ College off the Avon River in Christchurch. They're inside the 100 metre buoy line. Down towards the buzzer they go. And you'll notice how the hand speed just quickens up a little bit. They're on about 38 strokes per minute now. 37 maybe, 37 and a half. They go down and get the buzzer. Great row, Christ College. It's followed up on the top end side of them. Marlborough boys, Targa boys putting pressure on Marlborough boys down towards the line. getting down to a half a length difference between these two crews. They'll get into the next two fastest times, one either side of the winning crew. And then we go to, it looks like the crew of St Andrews. St Andrews only a half a length away from there. We've got problems in the 3-seat of the crew from Christ College number 4. Then we go out the far side. We go to Christ College 3 and Christchurch Boys. No, it's not Christ College. It's Christ College 2 there, which has got a broken seat out of the 3. Otherwise, they would have been a little bit closer. So a lot of under-15s coming out of Christ College by the look of that. It looks like they had 4 crews in it. They'll all come back and race it again tomorrow. Everybody is loving the racing after the last 3 regattas have been blown out. We're starting to get some racing. Right, we can give you the time. It was Nelson College and the girls under 17 Cox Quads. Heat number 3 Nelson went through in 7:31, which is slightly a little slower than the other event. The boys under 15 Octo. We'll get that up for you very shortly because what I've got on my screen is not correct. So we'll just wait to see what happens. Meridian Energy, we appreciate your sponsorship, that's for sure. And we know that you're doing the very best for the carbon emissions. They also wanted to thank Meridian Energy, also wanted to thank on behalf of them, extend a heartfelt thanks to all the volunteers, workers behind the scenes at this regatta. It would not be possible without your effort, and it is very much appreciated. So we appreciate your support, and you appreciate our support, so we're even. One each. Girls under 15 Cox 4s, they're all going to come back and do it tomorrow. Straight final out of 2 is Nelson College for girls. 3 is St Margaret's College. 4 is Christchurch Girls High School. Waitaki Girls High School are in 5. Columba College in 6. Marlborough Girls College in 7. And Christchurch Girls High School number 2 crew out in lane number 2. They're just going through the 1,000-metre peg now. It's coming out of lane 4. That's the crew that's in front. It's Christchurch Girls that's their number 1 crew. Izzy Gazel doing the coaching. Izzy, Alara, Sienna, Sophia, and the coaches Alice Drummond and Ruby Berg. They've got a commanding lead as they go through the 1,000-metre pegs. On their right-hand shoulder is the crew out of Waitaki. That's out of the Oamaru coaching panel there, Ivan Doherty and his coaching team. Waitaki Girls High School, they're on the right-hand shoulder. But I'll tell you what, just slightly ahead of them, the leaders have got a good 2 to 2.5 lengths lead. I hope that dog's got a lead on it. That's Christchurch Girls, St Margaret's on their left-hand shoulder. I think St Margaret's are up into 2nd place, but they're still good 2.5 lengths behind. So the crew sitting in front, Christchurch Girls, Waitaki on their right-hand shoulder, on their left-hand shoulder, St Margaret's. There's your first 3. Then right putting some pressure on Waitaki is Columba College off the harbour in Dunedin. They're only a half a length away from Waitaki off the harbour in Oamaru. And they know the shortcuts on this lake as well. Sitting out in front. We'll get a rating on the crew sitting in front, which is Christchurch Girls. Oh, they're down fairly low. They're right down on 33 strokes per minute. Tells us that there's a lot of power in that boat once they start to crank it and handle this fan speed. The idea, if you're not a spectator, is to keep these skiffs sitting up on top of the water. The minute they start dropping down into the water, it slows down a little bit, so you've got to keep pressure on them all the time. And you can bring it up by just moving the hand speed and just making the strokes per minute a little more. Like we say that they're sitting out there on 33. Once they start to crank it up, they can go up to 36, 37, 38, 38, 39. Once comes Mardi Cup, you'll have to row home in the Golden Boys at about 40 strokes per minute if you want one of those biscuits around your neck. That's for sure. Coming up the 100 buoy line, still that 2.5 length lead over St Margaret's. St Margaret's got 2.5 lengths over Waikato. They're in Indian file and the pressure's going on. Waitaki from the crew on their right-hand shoulder, Columba College. Then we have to go quite a long way back then to Nelson College down the inside, right out the far side, Christchurch Girls 2 and Marlborough Girls. Down towards the buzzer they go, inside the yellow boys. You wait till it comes to final day. That's where all the action will be, inside the yellow boys. It won't be up at the 2,000 metre start line. It'll be at the 250 yellow buoy line. So Christchurch Girls number 1 will get the fast lane tomorrow. St Margaret's will get the second fastest. Then Waitaki. There won't be much between Waitaki and Columba College. They'll have a go at trying to beat them tomorrow. Nelson doing a good job down on the inside. Back out the far side. Christchurch Girls second crew. Marlborough Girls. And at Sheffield will immediately go up and pick up the boys under 18 Coxed Quadruple Sculls, one of the feature events. We can tell you that 6:32 was the time of the boys under 15 eights. Was 6:32. That's about normal. That's about where that time should be for them and how it compares with other years. That's around about the 6:30. One of the elite events, it's race 34 of the program. They were due to go out of the 2,000 metre blocks at 12 minutes past 10, so they're pretty near right on time, because they've got the second heat away as well. One of the elite classes, we've got the field, Mount Aspiring out of 1, Bayfield out of 2, Targa Boys out of 3, Wakatipu out of 4, John McGlashan out of 5, Christchurch Boys out of 6, and Twizel Area out of 7. It'll be a reasonably competitive race, exactly what it is. It looks like the colour of Marlborough Boys. Marlborough Boys have the lead only by about a length. They've got a length... it's not Marlborough Boys, it's Wakatipu. It's Wakatipu on their right-hand shoulder, John McGlashan. Got about a length, maybe a length and a half. Wakatipu's got over Johnny McGlashan. Oh, big tall timber, starting to get some tall timber out there in the under-18s. Where's St Bede's? They should be there somewhere. What are they concentrating on? St Bede's will be doing concentration on the big 8s, the big 8 packers. There's some tall timber out there in those first 2 crews, that's for sure. So it's Wakatipu, all their training on Lake Hayes in the Lakes District. Through to the 100 metre buoy line they go. They're a length and a half. They're almost 2 lengths clear. On the right-hand shoulder, John McGlashan off the Harbour in Dunedin. And then on their right-hand shoulder, we go to Christchurch Boys off the Avon in Christchurch. They would only have a half a length over Ataka Boys off the Harbour in Dunedin. And then we go quite a wee way back to Mount Aspiring on the inside, Bayfield, and the crew on the far side, Twizel Area. Very impressive row by the crew from Wakatipu High School. John Morrison, the coach, of course, and doing the coxing is Maya Pagan. The time for the girls under 15 coxed fours, heat number 1, or the only heat was 8:04. Not that the times mean anything to you guys out there, and it doesn't mean anything to the club. Don't forget, if you pack it in, pack it out, and the canteen should be open by now. We've got Drew down there with the coffee, and Eric... I just got waylaid for a wee minute. The 2 coffee vans are down there. That canteen should be open, and I would think at one stage later on this afternoon Mr. Whippy will be open, so Steve will have it going, and I'm pretty sure the row shop will be going. So have a walk around, get down to the 1,000 metre peg and watch what's going on down there. Yeah, I started to say Drew's down there, Erin is down there with with her coffee van, so make sure you patronise all those. And I would think that there's food out the back if you're getting a little bit hungry between cup of tea time and lunchtime. I just want to get that time, 6:34. So the boys under 18 first heat has gone through in 6:34. So we'll just see now that they would have been able to match it with the octo, the under 15 octo. That was only 2 seconds slower than the under 15 octo. The second heat will have, it's got right out on the far side St Andrews. Right in the middle of the course, looks like Timaru Boys. So we've got Otago Boys 2, out of 2, then James Hargis, Timaru Boys, Shirley Boys, Dunstan High School and St Andrews. And the crew sitting out in front is the crew from Timaru Boys. Again, tall timber out there. Nice balanced crew. Again, level across the headlines. And their rating is up around the 33 to 34 mark. They're inside the yellow boys and they'll come down and get the 100 metre buoy line. And out on the far side is the crew from St Andrews. There's the first two. We're looking at one that goes straight through to the final. So we've got Wakatipu that's gone through to the final. The rest will go through to the repechage, and the same happens here. Timaru will go through to the final, and the rest will go through the repechage. But I'm sure they love racing it hard. So they're going to get 2 events. So if you're in 3 events today and you've got repechages over the regatta, not just today, but over the regatta, you'll have 6 races plus the final. So you could have 9 races. So if you've entered in 3 events, you could end up racing 9 times in that event. So they'll go straight through to the final. St Andrews, unfortunately, will go through to the repechage, but I'm sure they won't mind that. Otago Boys, then they'll go across the line. And then the crew in the middle, Shirley Boys. Then we go back another 2 or 3 lengths to Dunstan, and looks like the crew from James Hargis. Good to see the Southland schools down here, Invercargill, James Hargis, and I saw a crew before go through from Verdon College, which we don't see a great deal coming from Verdon College. I've seen a pretty good performance in the single scull, the under-17 girls single scull or something. I was told by Jazz McIntosh that her girl would win the under-17 single scull. Jazz, she annihilated it. In fact, it's been the biggest win of the day so far. And that's Georgia Graham out of St Hilda's, who had a huge win, winning by a good 50 metres or more. So, Jazz, you must have something special there. Not only are you a very nice young lady, you also got something special in as far as a rowing coach goes. So we're a little bit closer this time. So this is the girls under 18 Coxless Pier. .639 was the second heat of the boys under 18 for 6:39, which is 5 seconds slower than the first heat. So there's going to be some great racing there in the under 18s. So we move on to, again, another elite event at school rowing, which is under the under 18 grade, which is the premier grade for school. Coxless Pier, of course, that's where all the selectors look at. They always look at the Coxless Pier. They don't worry about the quads or the 8s. They look at the Coxless Piers, and we've got a bit of a tussle going on here. The field's got out of lane number 2, St Margaret's 2. That's Evie in India. And outer lane 3 is Christchurch Girls 2, Rosa and Kate. Rangiruru 2, Sophie and Sophie. Outer lane 5 is Mila and Grace, Marlborough Girls College. And Ashburton 2 is Gemma and Honor. It looks very much like it's the crew outer lane 4, and there's not much of a lead there. Lane 4, which is Rangiruru's number 2 crew, on the right hand shoulder, only about a length and a half, being one of the smaller boats that we can move them very quickly, so anything can happen inside the last 500. They are on the right hand shoulder of Rangi is Marlborough Girls, but it's the crew on the left hand shoulder they've got to look out for. That's Christchurch Girls. That's down out of that lane number 2 is the girls from St Margaret's. So they would only be 3/4 of a length down on the leaders. We're looking at the first to go straight through to the final. 2, 3, 4 and 5 will go through to the repechage. So she's all on up front. St Margaret's trying to do a good job to keep in touch with the Rangiruru combination. St Margaret's, Rangiruru, I'm sure they eyeball each other off the Avon River. I know St Margaret's do a lot of their training out on the Waimak, but there's only a half a length between the two crews. They come down towards the 100 buoy lane. Now look how urgent Rangiruru's start. They want that lead. They want to hang on to it. Look how urgent the stroke girl. Now the bow girl goes with her through the 100-metre buoy line. It's down to about 3/4 of a length. I think St Margaret's. Oh, the bow girl has a wee look across. That's dangerous area. She's still winding it from Rangiruru. Look at the little stroke girl from Rangiruru. She really cranks it up. She wants the bow girl to go with her, and she's slightly a little. Oh no, they got her dead right now, Rangi. She looked as if she wasn't hitting wood. This is the bow stroke boat of St Margaret's. I don't know, the spectators, your novice spectators wouldn't have picked that up, and we've only picked it up as well because the crew outside them as well, Marlborough Girls is bow stroked. Both Marlborough Girls and St Margaret are being bow stroked. And if you're a novice spectator and you wonder what Millsy's talking about, you're also, Ashburton is bow stroked as well. So 3 bow stroked. Generally, the stroke is the crew right in the front that's leading the pace. We always call that the stroke person, and they have their oar on the right hand side of the boat. And then the one behind them is a bow rower, which would be number 3 if we're looking at a 4. Then we go to 2, which is a stroke side blade again, and then we go to 1, which is the bow side oar one again out to the left hand side. And 3 of those boats out of all that field were bow stroked. So they were in the stroke seat, but their oar was out to the left-hand side. If that makes any sense, might help you out a little bit when you come to rowing. You might say I've learnt more from the commentators this weekend than I have in the last 3 years of following my student rowing. We'll be interested the time. The second heat has got Ashburton out of 3, Rangiruru 1 out of 4, Christchurch Girls 1 out of 5, and St Margaret's 1 out of 6. So I thought this would be a little bit closer, but it's not. It's a tussle again between Rangiruru and St Margaret's. So St Margaret's getting along very nicely outside. A couple of very tall girls coming out of St Margaret's in the 18 coxless. And exactly the same with Rangiruru. A couple of very, very tall girls coming out of Rangiruru boat sitting in front. Then we have to go down the inside of Rangi. That's Ashburton, but they were about good 2.5 lengths behind these two leading. Oh, gosh, we just about caught. We caught a real deep one across St Margaret's. Now, they were in with a big challenge on Rangiruru, but they've lost the momentum now. And they've just pulled a big one on bow side again. It swung their boat around. They're heading towards Ashburton. When I say Ashburton, I don't mean the crew. I mean the township. They've got themselves back on target again now. They wouldn't come back in. They were putting a big challenge into Rangiruru. They looked as if they were going to go close to within a half a length of Rangi. And 2 big deep blades on the bow side. And it's left Rangiru sitting out in front by a length clear as they head down towards the buzzer. So only the one will go through, so it'll be Rangi. Unfortunately, St Margaret's will go through the repechage. We're just maybe starting to see the lack of racing. And it's all due down to the way the regattas have gone this year with cancellations. We're just seeing it. 7:57 was the first heat. Will be interesting to see. I don't think there'll be a deal of 2 heats. The boys under 16, Cox 4. First go through to the final 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. The repechage, the rest of the field virtually. It's race 38 of the regatta. Don't forget, if you pack it in and pack it out, and if you're a rower and you're over in the boat, we want to see an improvement in the condition of rubbish left there at the end of each regatta. Well, we would appreciate it. All you have to do is pick up your drink bottle or get somebody to do it for you, and your socks and your jandals. Pop along. Morning tea time, guys. Erin and Drew down there, so you can get a coffee from there. You can get a coffee from the row shop. Pop in and see what they've got to offer. Leading into Mardi Cup, I'm sure they'll have some new T-shirts there. Also around the back is the food caravan, the canteen. Of course, all payments go back into South Island Rowing, and all profits go into South Island Rowing from the canteen. We're just getting a little bit of a flared effect here as they come down through the course. It's out of lane number 4, which is St Andrews well in front. Oliver, Keglin, William, Bradley, and William in the coxswain seat. Mike and Josh are the coaches out of St Andrews. And this is their under 16-4. Again, we're getting all these tall timber from these schools. Gosh, there's some big boys. So tall boys again coming out of St Andrews. We've got the tandem rig this time. Again, if you're a novice spectator, take a look at St Andrews' boat. You'll see the 2 bow guys that we just talked about, bow side, going out to the left. You'll see them locked together in the middle of the boat instead of being alternate from the stroke, the bow, the stroke, the bow. You've got stroke, 2 bow, and then the stroke again. And you'll all ask, well, why do they do that? Well, there might be numerous different theories about it, but generally it is that one side is stronger than the other. So in this case, you'll see the bow side has been stronger than the other, making it very difficult for the coxswain to steer. And then we put the amount of the power up in the bow of the boat. And you should get a wee bit of evening as far as power goes through the water. And that's a very impressive row. We'll be interested the time there. That'll be pretty quick as they go through. Down on the inside, it looks like Christ College. They will get the second buzzer, but it's only the one that'll go straight through to the final. So St Andrews, ray around to the back, you're all set to the final. Like I say, by the time you do repechages, race heats today in 2 or 3 or 4 races, and then do repechages and then have finals, you're not going to have time to do your homework by the end of the weekend, that's for sure. Then we see the yellow boat of Wakatipu. They'll go across now. Down on the inside we have Christchurch Boys 3. Right out the far side is the crew from, it looks like a Nelson. No, it's out of lane 7, which is St Thomas of Canterbury. Inside them we have Burnside. Then we go out the far side to Nelson. And the time was 7:53. So the second heat of the girls under 18 coxless went through in 7:53. Second heat of the boys under 16 Cox 4. I think we're just going through the 1,000-metre peg now. We'll go and pick them up for you. Of course, Meridian Energy of the sponsorships. We appreciate that sponsorship. And going by their pledge here, they appreciate the effort that goes in by the umpires and the supporters and canteen workers that help make a regatta. Of course, without them, you won't have a regatta. So we've got a little bit of a competition going on here. Let's see what we've got at Stool. Getting the winner to go through the second heat. Christchurch boys 2 out of 1. Marlborough boys out of 2. St Andrews 2 out of 3. St Thomas of Canterbury 1 out of 4. Christ College 1 out of 5. Timaru boys out of 6. Shirley boys out of 7. And Targa boys out of 8. And the leading crew, but real pressure going on them. Coming out of lane number 4. And some pressure coming on both sides of them. So lane 4 is St Thomas of Canterbury. On their right-hand shoulder, Christ College 1. On their left-hand shoulder, St Andrews 2. We've just seen St Andrews number 1 crew go through. And some real pressure coming out of lane number 2, Marlborough boys. Marlborough boys right out on the far side there. Most likely come off the outer Wairau, the Wairau Rowing Club, I would imagine, do their training on the Wairau River. Marlborough boys swinging along very nicely. We go back to the centre of the course again. St Thomas of Canterbury and Marlborough boys. There's nothing in it. Could even be Marlborough boys. As they head inside this last 500, you've got to make every race as if it's a final. So Marlborough boys really pushing it along. Bob, these guys are going well. It looks like it's a tandem rig boat as well. So you can check it out. Good right on the bank now, guys. If you're talking, I'm talking the tandem rig boat. You take a look at it. Take a look at Marlborough boys. You'll see the 3 and the 2 are locked together in the middle of the boat, which is a little bit different from a normal rowing. So there's nothing between these two crews. The big challenge is, oh, look at the packs coming right through from St Thomas of Canterbury. There's nothing between them. St Thomas of Canterbury looks as if they had the lead going through the 500. But all of a sudden Marlborough looks like they put their nose in front, and St Thomas of Canterbury are coming back. There's some real power. 100-metre buoy line would only be about 2 feet in it. Oh, the bow boy from Marlborough boys looks across. Put your head down and go, buddy. Don't worry about looking at the opposition. St Thomas of Canterbury trying to come at the Marlborough boys with a foot. Marlborough boys with 2 feet. 2 feet they've got as they head down towards the line. Big push from St Thomas of Canterbury. Marlborough boys have gone out to a canvas and got the buzzer. They'll go through to the final. St Thomas of Canterbury. Oh, a lot of hard work went on there, guys. And then we come down to St Andrews. St Andrews, oh, nothing between St Andrews and Shirley boys by the look of it. Oh, we just have to see where that is. Oh, gosh, they're doing some work. It tells us that they haven't had a lot of racing, and we know they haven't had a lot of racing. And we're in the heats, and we see some guys really sucking it in. Isn't it good to see? That first heat, the boys under 16 fours went through in 7:04. And that second heat, no, can't be right there somewhere. Okay, the first heat of the boys under 16-4, I can confirm official now. The second heat, oh, just gone off my screen. I couldn't get the time. But the second heat's gone through in 7:04 anyway. So the Marlborough boys hung on to it, 7:04, 1.11 of a difference to St Thomas of Canterbury, which is that canvas we were talking about. Girls under 16, 8 packers, they should go through in 7:20, 7:25, somewhere around about there. We have Otago Girls High School out of 2, Christchurch Girls out of 3, Rangiruru out of 4, St Andrews out of 5, and St Margaret's 2 out of 6. So she's pretty tight up front with the 3 crews in front. They'll all be the Avon River crews, I would imagine. 3, 4 and 5. That's where the action's coming from. Christchurch girls, Rangirua and St Andrews. So we're dead right. We go a long, long way back through Otago Grills, and we go a long way back to St Margaret's number 2. They look as if they're in another division of their own. So these 3 crews out in front. Now the advantage goes to the inside crew. Christchurch Girls, coach, Zoe. Ian Seymour. So we always wondered who was coaching out of Christchurch Girls, and Zoe McBride, of course, everybody will know Zoe. Welcome along, Zoe. Looks like you not only were a star rower, but you looks like you're going to be a star coach as well. Next time you're talking to your dad, tell him that Millsy was asking after him, Zoe. So there's still nothing between them. It's Christchurch Girls and St Andrews squeezing in between them like a little piece of tomato inside the burger. But they were about a length and a half down as Rangirua. St Andrews putting in the big challenge to Christchurch Girls. There's nothing between the two of them as they head down inside the yellow boys. Oh, the hand speed's coming from the top side, St Andrews. Let's see who's doing the coxing there. Robbie Miller's doing the coxing. Meridian and Kendra are doing the coaching. And they have gone out to a half-length lead as they head down towards the 100-metre buoy line. They might even have a little bit further. They might even have 3/4 of a length lead. The hand speed, they really quickened it up once they were about 300 out. It's taken a wee while for Christchurch Girls to wake up to that fact. Rangirua another 2.5 lengths back from there. Down they were with a quicker hand speed at St Andrews College. Got a half a lead now. They're just starting to come back into it as Christchurch Girls starting to finish it off a little bit better, but they were too late getting the hand speed going. And St Andrews went out to that half-length lead and took the buzzer. They'll all come back and do it again tomorrow. That'll be a very interesting race tomorrow, so long as Christchurch Girls can crank their hands up 300 out. Don't leave it to that last 100. You should know better, Zoe. Mind you, I have to be fair to say there hasn't been a lot of racing done from a lot of crews, and sometimes it just can leave you a little blind as far as when you should really go and when you shouldn't go. Targa Girls go across now, and St Margaret's number 2. We'll see what they've gone through in a minute. I'm picking around the 7:25 mark. In the meantime, race 41, the girls under 16 coxed 8s. Is the second heat, I would think. The rest will go through to the repechage from that first heat. It will be interesting, like I say, to see the times in the 2 heats, and it's so good to see 2 heats of the girls under 16-8. It just shows you where all the entries are at school level. They're all in that under 16. I think come Mardi Cup time, you'll most likely get 6 to 7 heats in the under 16 boys and under 16 girls when it comes to the double sculls. They are huge events. Cashmere down out of 2, Villa Maria in 3, St Margaret's 1 out of 4, Columba College out of 5, and Nelson College out of 6. Through the 1,000-metre peg they go. We got the time through for that under 16. Oh, we haven't. They got it up on my board as boys under 16 4. It went through in 7:04, and girls under 16 8 plus they've gone through in 7:01. But it was an under 16. So that's a lot quicker than what I thought they would have gone through. That's an exceptionally good row by St Andrews, 7:01. Columba College, it looks like Columba College has got the advantage over the Avon crews. It's not Columba College's colours. Yeah, it's definitely coming out of lane number 5. We'll just take a look down the inside. 5 crews. Columba College. Gosh, again, we're getting a nice balanced crew. Gosh, we're getting some nice balanced crews out there racing. So Columba College sitting out in front. They're off the harbour in Dunedin. Got a great coaching panel there, Jared and Emily. Gosh, they do a great job with Columba College. Nothing lined up in behind them. They all go through the repercharge. Columba College, the coaches have said, make sure you go straight through to the final because you've got a bit of racing to do today. Down to the 100-metre buoy line they go. And Columba College completely clear of the rest of the field. Not a great deal separating them. Would only be a length separating the rest of the field. Down on the inside, Cashmere would only have a canvas over Villa Maria. Villa Maria are really putting some action on St Margaret's. St Margaret's in the middle, and on the far side we have Nelson College as well. Forget about Columba College. They're going to go through to the final. Look at it on there. Right through the middle goes St Margaret's. Right through the middle of the two of them. St Margaret's being Villa Maria with them. Villa Maria trying to pick up on Cashmere down the inside. Nelson on the far side. Villa Maria right through the middle of St Margaret's. St Margaret's, I think, have taken second now. Villa's the one doing the challenging. Marlborough putting some pressure back on Villa. We're down to a canvas between St Margaret's, Villa, 2 feet between Villa, Maria, and absolutely nothing between Nelson girls. Take away Columba College would be the best finish of the day. Yo, that's what we like to see. Guys, get into it. You haven't had much racing over the whole season. You need to get really into it now. 7:01 was the first heat. Oh, I'd question that time. Will be interesting to see what time goes up on Rowett. I would certainly question that time at 7:01. That puts the boys under 16.8 through the course in just over 6 minutes. Nevertheless, we'll see what comes up for the second heat. In the meantime, the boys under 18 novice coxed 8s all race today and come back and do it tomorrow, but in different lanes because it's a straight final. And we do have a crew out in front. So it's Timaru boys out of 2. St Bede's, first call for you from me this morning. Number 2 crew out of 3. Otago boys, St Bede's 1 out of 5. Christ College out of 6. John McGlashan. This is the novice 8s. Okay, so we've got a crew sitting right out in front. Coming out of lane number 5 by the look of it, which is St Bede's number 1 crew. Gosh, they've got a great coaching panel there. St Bede's, again for novices, rowing exceptionally well. Cranking along, sitting out in front. The coxswain won't be able to see where the rest of the crews are, so he won't know if there's any challenges, but there's no challenges, but the rowers will certainly know. In fact, we're talking about coxswains. We'll just see who's coxing them. Luca Dredge is coxing them, and the coaches, Aaron and Thomas, certainly taking a leaf out of Dale Maher's books by trying to keep the St Bede's colours sitting right out in front, and what a good job they're doing. Gosh, there's some big, tall boys in the back end of that boat. See how upright they are. We see different styles. If you're a novice spectator, you'll see different styles out there in these boats. You'll see some crews stretch out quite a wee way, and then you see this St Bede's crew that's sitting out in front quite upright, which makes their stroke a little bit shorter, but it gives them a chance to get the number of strokes in per minute that the coach wants them to do. And hence, that's why they're sitting away out in front. The pressure goes on for second and third after that to get the next fastest times. Timaru boys got about a canvas over the crew from St Bede's number 2 crew. So an awful lot of novice rowers coming out of St Bede's College. Only a quarter back to Timaru. Then we go out the far side to Christ College. They were only a length and a quarter down. We go back then on the far side, John McGlashan, another 2.5 lengths down, and they'll have 2.5 lengths down over Otago Boys in the middle of the course. 7:05 is the second time for the second heat of the girls under 16.8. As they get the buzzer, row it around to the boys. You haven't worked hard enough. And then the big pressure's coming on Timaru. Oh, Timaru really want to keep that second berth, even though they go through to the repechage heat. And the Christ St. Bede's crew coming at them very, very quickly inside that last 100-metre buoy lane. They hold on by a couple of feet. Christ College, out the far side we go to Johnny McGlashan. In the middle of the course we go to Otago Boys. 7:05, so it's going to make the girls under 16.8s a really, really exciting race when it comes to final day. 7:01 for St Andrews in the first heat. 7:05 for Columba College in the second heat. So the heats, talking about heats, the heat's going to be on in the final. Right, your program moves on to race 43, which is the girls under 18 novice double sculls. We're looking at 1 to go straight through to the A final, and 2, 3, 4 and 5 to go through the repechages, which tells us it could be 3 or 4 heats. We'll just check our sheets. There's 4 heats, so she's going to be hard to get through to the final here. So if you get to the final here, even through the repechages, you're doing a pretty good job. This is like a little mini Mardi Cup regatta. We've got to go out wide. We'll go out to Wakatipu on the outside. We've got Waimea College. Waimea College is out in lane number 7. Then we come inside them to Wakatipu, Dunstan High School, Twizel area, Avonside, St Hilda's and Otago Girls number 2 crew. So the leading crew at this stage is one in from the outside, which is Wakatipu High School, Caitlin Roberts and Caitlin Purdy. Scott and Sophie are doing the coaching of this crew, and they do all their training on the mighty Lake Hayes in the Lakes area, and that's just north of Queenstown. So they're getting along really nicely. They've had a good season, the Wakatipu novice squad. Both boys and girls have had a very good season, and here they go now, getting towards the end of the season, setting themselves up for the last regatta here before you go into the Mardi Cup in a couple of weeks' time. Oh, I hope you guys get the experience of rowing at Mardi Cup. We get spectators of something like 3,000 to 4,000 people at Mardi Cup on finals day. It's a huge, huge regatta. It's the biggest sporting event in the Southern Hemisphere. When it comes to Mardi Cup, there's going to be a little bit of pressure go on this Wakatipu, because two crews inside them is Twizel. Oh, we all know about this. Talia and Hazel, Calvin and Sarah do the coaching, and we know how good they've been. They've had a lot of racing this year. They have managed to get quite a bit of racing in those 3 regattas. Then they went away to the Nationals and got racing. Brilliant water conditions at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals for 2024 this year up on Lake Karapiro, and Twizel were there with their squad, performed exceptionally well, and they look as if they might, when I get a better look at it, be slightly in front of Wakatipu. So we now go Twizel, maybe a half a length advantage over Wakatipu, nothing between them. Twizel will come home hard and strong, and of course they know the shortcuts on this course as well. Nothing separating the crews. We have to go back quite a wee way now, because in between these 2 crews is the crew from Dunstan High. Charlotte and Amelia from Dunstan High. They are in between, but they are about 4 lengths down, and then we go another 4 lengths down to the 3 crews on the inside, which is Christchurch Girls, St Hilda's and Avonside, and then we go right out the very far side to Waimea College. And again, I'm not too sure where Waimea College is, but I think it might be up in the Marlborough area somewhere. Oh, somebody's let the dinosaurs out. Oh no, it's not who let the dogs out, it's who let the dinosaurs out. Can you put those dinosaurs on a lead, please? We've got to have all dogs and dinosaurs on a lead. So the Twizel girls have now just opened up a gap of about 3/4 of a length and done an exceptionally good job in doing so. They'll go down through the 100-metre buoy line, 3/4 of a length ahead of Wakatipu girls. They're just starting to show the difference of getting a lot of racing up at Carrow, where they had brilliant rowing conditions for every day up there. So Twizel will go through and take it and go straight through to the final. It looks like Wakatipu, who worked so hard through that first 1500, Wakatipu will end up going through the repechage. 2, 3, 4 and 5 through to the repechage. It's then followed up by Dunstan Arm. They will go through the repechages, and then we come down the inside. Otago Girls looks like they'll go through. And in the middle of the course, out of lane number 7, which was Waimea College, they might go through as well, and they might drag with them St Hilda's. Oh, girls, just get yourself back together again. Just a few problems coming from right down on the inside. 6:33 was the time of the boys' novice 8s. Well done, guys. That's about the time you should be hitting on. 6:33. Girls under 18 second heat. Meridian College 2 out of 1. Bayfield High School out of 2. Dunstan's number 2 crew out of 3. Villa Maria out of 4. Christchurch Girls High School out of 5. St Hilda's number 2 crew out of 6. And St Andrews out of lane number 7. We're just starting to see a little bit of a distance between some of these crews now. Lane number 4, which is Villa Maria. Kahurangi is there in India. George and Phoebe doing the coachings of this crew that's sitting in front, which is the Villa Maria crew. They do their training off the Avon River in Christchurch. They've opened up about a 4-length lead at least, right for the very far side. It'll be St Andrews. So St Andrews, and then we come 2 inside St Andrews. We've got Christchurch Girls High School. There's your first 3, but the leader has got a commanding lead over the rest of the field. Then we go from Christchurch Girls High School, we go a couple of 3 lengths back to the inside Marion's number 2 crew. They have got a length and a half over Bayfield High School. Both these 2 crews also do their training on the Avon River. And then tucked in between that outside crew, we must be St Hilda's number 2 crew. Oh, we've got a crew that trains on the harbour in Dunedin. And then there's another one somewhere. There's one wee way back further. We'll just identify what lane that's in. Coming out of lane number 3, which is Avonside Girls. So down towards the 100-metre buoy line. And you'll see that quite clearly out in front is Villa Maria. I don't know about you guys, but it sounds like on top of me that it's raining outside. Good work done by Villa Maria. They'll go through straight to the final. So George and Phoebe, you should be very proud of your crew. They're straight through. Novice crew. Then we go on the far side. At St Andrews, out on the far side, they'll go through the reps. We'll just see who else goes through the reps in the middle of the course now. Christchurch girls down on the inside, Meridian 2, and then we've got one more to go through on the right-hand shoulder of Meridian 2, which is Bayfield. 8:28 was the time of the first heat. I've just been got word that the monsters are the two from the bottom of the lake. Wow. So we've just got word that they are the Tanifas from the Lake Rua Tanafa. So the two dragons that are out, which we were calling them dinosaurs, are the dragons from the bottom of the lake. So if it gets rough, guys, jump on them. Thanks, Calvin. Right, we move on to that third heat. We're still waiting the time of that second heat, just to compare it with the first heat. 8:28 they went through in the first. Girls, this is race 45 coming out of the 2,000 metre block at 10:56. They might be maybe about 5 minutes behind time, but that's a pretty good effort to race every 4 minutes, and that'll go all the way through till 5 o'clock tonight. It's a big effort by the starters, Mr. Chief Starter, Mr. Justin Wall and Barry Clydesdale, and any of the other volunteers that get changed around. St Andrews, 2 down on lane 1. Nelson College for girls and 2. Queen's High School, first call for you this morning. Dave and Mike and the other guy I met last night. Good, welcome along. Burnside, Mount Aspiring, Avonside, Wakatapu. And it looks like Burnside colours. So it's Burnside sitting out in front again. There's a commanding lead over the rest of the field. Any of the action that's coming from Nelson. Nelson College is in second place, only just by about a length, maybe over the yellow boat on the far side, which is Wakatapu. There's your first 3. Then we go 4, 5 lengths back, right through the middle of the course. Mount Aspiring through the middle of the course. They'll go through the repechage as well. Burnside will go straight through to the final. Nelson, Wakatapu, Mount Aspiring, and one back further than that in the dark colours coming out of lane number 3 will be Queen's High School. Will all go through to the repechages. Unfortunately, St Andrews number 2 crew might be the only crew that's going to miss out. We're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. 1, 2, no, they'll go through as well, St Andrews. So all crews will go through to the repechage apart from the leaders. And that's Burnside, do all their training on the Avon River as well. Nelson, of course, out of that little harbour at Nelson and out onto the sea. Wakatip, Lake Hayes, you'll be going, there's no use de-rigging your boats and going home because you'll go through the repechage as well. Then we go Mount Aspiring. Queen's High School off the harbour in Dunedin and St Andrews off the Avon in Christchurch. 8:16, the second heat, all was quicker. So we've got an 8:28 and an 8:16. So Villa Maria have got by far the quickest time out of the 2 heats. We'll just see how this, I can't see them going 8:16 in this third heat. So in the meantime, we'll just move straight on to the 4th heat. Kashmir out of 2. Mount Aspiring second crew out of 3. Twizel second crew out of 4. Hill Morton High School out of 5. Burnside number 2 crew out of 6. Villa Maria's number 2 crew out of 7. They've just gone through the 1,000 metre peg, and again we've got a leading crew out by 3 or 4 lengths. Coming out of lane 5. Coming out of lane 5, which is Hill Morton. Tanisha, Sienna. Coach is Connor Freya and Lisa Owen. So they'll be happy with their girls, I would imagine. It's the first call. I'm not too sure what club that they, as Frank said as well, we're not too sure what club they've been registered to. If not any, they might be their only club. Somebody tap us on the shoulder at some stage and just let us know where Hill Morton High School comes from, because we're a bit mystified. We've never called it. I've never called it before, and Frank's new into the commentary tower this year, and he doesn't know of it either. But wherever it is, they're going exceptionally well with their novice crew in this third heat, or fourth heat. The third heat went through in 8:28. That's the exact same time as the first heat. So we've got a 8:28, an 8:16 and an 8:28. So like I say, I can't see 8:16 being toppled. So it's Hill Morton that's sitting out in front. On the left-hand shoulder, but about 3 lengths away is Twizel Area School. They'd be a good 4 lengths away. And then on their left-hand shoulder, back again is Mount Aspiring or Cashmere. There's a crew that's not there somewhere. We'll see if we can identify by colour what's not there, because our screen says they're all there. So Mount Aspiring, it's Cashmere that's not there. We can't see Cashmere. So it's Mount Aspiring on the inside and the blue on the outside, Villa Maria. So it's in the middle where all the action is, and the action's coming from Hill Morton. Hill Morton High School have got a good 5 lengths, maybe 6 lengths advantage over the crew from Twizel Area School. And then there's nothing locked up between Mount Aspiring number 2 and Burnside, and Villa Maria another 2 or 3 lengths back from there. So all crews will go through the repechage. I just got no word on Cashmere. We've got nothing to say. They're scratched on our screen. So if they're scratched, of course, if they had an accident or anything like that, they do have to finish the course to be eligible to go into the repechages, I believe. Just another reminder about letting your crews know when they're rowing up to the start. They can't do exercises in that first 1,000 metres. They must row with their full crew through to at least the 1,000 metre peg. It's a safety thing. It's just that there has been a lot of congestion going on, crews trying to get around crews that are doing exercises, and it has caused a lot of problems. Okay, so we've just got to sit back and see what the time is of Hill Morton. Don't be scared to pop upstairs to the tower and let us know where Hill Morton High School comes from. They obviously come from where there's a rowing area. Twizel area will go through to the repechages along with the rest of the field, which again is Mount Aspiring, Burnside, Mount Aspiring, Villa Maria, and we don't know about lane number 2. That's the 4 heats out of the way. We move on to race 47. Oh, if they are behind time, they would only be 5 minutes behind time. It's the boys under 17 double scale. We're looking at first 2 to go through to the final this time. Tells us there's only 2 heats, and 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 will go through the repechages. Gosh, isn't it good for the rowers to have repechages at the South Island School Championships? If you come off the highway, you're in the Mackenzie country, you're on Lake Ruatanava, the best rowing course in the world, and you're at the 2024 School Rowing National, South Island Nationals. Welcome along, Dragons. We hope you have an interesting time up on land. And we hope like hell you don't wag your tail later on in the weekend. So the two dragons are getting around. Got Shirley Boys, number 2 crew out of 1, Dunstan High out of 2, Waitaki Boys out of 3, St Kevin's alongside each other out of 4, Wakatipu High School out of 5, St Thomas of Canterbury out of 6, Nelson's 2 crew out of 7, James Hargest out of lane number 8. They're into the third 500. We're coming out of lane number 5, showing the colours of Wakatipu High School. Off Lake Hayes, John Morrison, Harry and Sebastian doing the rowing. John does the coaching. They have got a lead of 1.5 lengths on the left-hand shoulder is the white of St Kevin's. Ivan Doherty, who does such a good job along with his coaching team there out of the Oamaru rowing sheds, Patrick and Niall. They would be only about 3 lengths down, no, not 3 lengths, 3/4 of a length down on Wakatip. Waitaki trying to hang in there with St Kevin's, but they're a good 1.5 lengths down off them, and just slightly ahead of them by 1/2 length is crew from Dunstan High School. And then we go right out the far side from Dunstan High School. We may go about at 1.5 lengths, maybe 2 lengths back to Nelson College, number 2. No, it's not. It's St Thomas of Canterbury. Then we go Nelson College, number 2, behind St Thomas of Canterbury. The crew right on the far side, James Hargis, they stopped for a minute. They're doing a bit of fishing, crawling out there by the look of it. They just stopped. They must have struck trouble. I'll just check to make sure they are both rowing in case there's a gear breakage. Yeah, both those St James Hargis boys are rowing now, so they just had problems out there. And then we came down because behind them was the crew in the white down here in Shirley Boys. So go back to the leaders. Wakatipu High School down towards the 100-metre buoy line on their left-hand shoulder, 2.5 lengths down is St Kevin's. They know the shortcuts on this course. They do a lot of rowing on Oamaru from here. They're just cranking it up and coming home a little quicker, trying to keep their nose out in front of the crew down on the inside, which is Dunstan High. There's about 2.5 lengths distance between first, second, and again second and third. It's like Indian file at the Addington Trots. Then we go out to just inside Nelson of St Thomas of Canterbury. They're up into 4th place, all very little between St Thomas of Canterbury and Waitaki Boys. They'll go through. Wakatipu straight through. We'll see who else goes through to the repecharges. St Kevin's, Dunstan now. St Thomas of Canterbury, Waitaki Boys, top side of St Thomas, which is Nelson College, and Shirley Boys, and that's it. I don't know that St James Hargis will be in that top 7. Oh, yeah, they might be. 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it looks like James Hargis will go through as well. We'll get you a time for that. 8:35 was the time of the 4th heat of the girls' novice double sculls, so that's the slowest of the lot. So it looks very much like Villa Maria. Your coaches of Villa Maria should be pretty happy because that was a pretty stunning time by your girls in the novice double sculls. You've certainly got the fastest heat. So by rights, you'll get the fast lane when it comes to finals. Can you get the gold medal though? That'll be the question. Second heat, we've got King's High School. First call for you this morning for King's High School out of lane number 1. Nelson College 2, Shirley Boys out of 3, Otago Boys out of 4, Ashburton's number 2 crew out of 5, St Bede's out of 6, Christchurch Boys 2 out of 7, and Waitaki Boys High School out, that's the number 2 crew out of lane number 8. Let's see if we can pick up a time from that Wakatipu crew. We can. The boys under 17 double scull, race 47. Wakatipu went through in 7:01. Gosh, one or two of these times are a lot quicker than I would have thought. So this is good racing, good water, guys. Surprisingly good water considering the monsters are walking around on campus. It's coming out of 4 though. Looks like Otago boys, Roland, I think, and Harrison. So it's Otago boys in the second heat of the boys under 17 double. We see where we go from there. We go at least 2.5 lengths back to the crew that is 2 out from them, which is the crew from St. Bede's. Then St. Bede's are going to have pressure put on them from the crew on their right shoulder, which is Otago boys 2 and then Waitaki 2. They're all in the firing line. And then we come down the inside. That's a Shirley boys down on the inside, the very inside, King's High School. Shirley boys, and ahead of them is the crew from Nelson College. So Nelson College up into about 3rd place. The yellow boat in the middle of his Ashburton's number 2 crew. We go back to the leaders heading towards the 100 metre buoy by, and it's Otago boys, 2.5 lengths clear of Ashburton 2. Ashburton 2 in turn is getting pressure put. Oh no, there's no pressure going on them on the right hand shoulder. St. Bede's, nothing between St. Bede's and Nelson, heading down towards the 100 metre buoy line. So there's 4, 5, 6, 7. Somebody's going to miss out. It looks like it's going to be King's High School down on the inside. Down towards the line, just quickened the hands up a little bit. Goes Otago boys, gets the buzzer. Ashburton will go next. They quickened their last 100 metres up as well. And then we come down the inside. Nelson have got a very slight advantage over the crew from St. Bede's. Through to the reps they all go. Then the next 2 is Christchurch boys, Waitaki boys, Shirley boys, and I don't know that King's High School will make it. Nevertheless, it said, blessed are the losers, for they create the winners. Palm 73. 7:01, the first heat went through in. We'll be looking at the time for the second heat. Very interesting. Boys under 17 double. We've got a third heat too by the look of it. So if you're a novice spectator and you wonder how they get the finals, to get to the finals, they take first and second from the 3 heats, which gives you 6, and they row 10 in the final. They'll have 2 repecharges, 2 repecharge heats they will have, and then they'll take 2 from each of those repecharge heats, which will give you your 10 for the final. And that third heat, second heat went through in 7:11, so they're considerably slower than the first heat at 7:01. Otago boys 2, St. Thomas of Canterbury 2, Marlborough boys, Timaru boys, Ashburton, St. Andrews, St. Bede's 2, and Twizel. And Timaru are just cruising out in front. They are just sitting there. They've got their rating down below 30 strokes per minute. They're on about 28 by the look of them, and they're just cruising along. There's no pressure put on them at all. And it is Marlborough boys that are anyone that's going to get anywhere near them. So it's Marlborough boys on their left-hand shoulder, and on their right-hand shoulder is the crew from Ashburton. These 3 crews have opened up a gap of 3.5 lengths over St. Thomas of Canterbury's number 2 crew. Then we go out the far side to St. Andrews 1, down on the inside again to Otago boys 2, and there's 3 lengths between all these crews. And then we go right out the very far side to Twizel area. There is a crew right out the far side, and I'm picking that's Cashmere, the crew that we lost in one of the heats earlier on. So Timaru, they haven't needed to quicken up their hand speed. They most likely got a lot of racing today, so there's no use cranking it up. They're clearly out in front. We'll go straight through to the final. They'll take with them Marlborough boys. So Marlborough boys will go through also. And it looks like the yellow boat of Ashburton, which will have to go through the repechage along with 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Through to the repechage, we'll go down on the lane number 2, which is the crew from St Thomas of Canterbury. That's their number 2 crew. In the middle of the boat, middle of the field, we have St Andrews. Top side of them, we have St Bede's. Otago boys down the inside, and the crew that will miss out, unfortunately. It's quite unusual for Twizel to be that far back, so I'm picking they might have had a gear change. And the crew across the other side is a girls' crew. They're coming down the outside lane. There doesn't appear to be any broken gear. Both of them are sculling. It's girls' Avonside crew. So they may have been in that women's novice double scull and either didn't make the start or they had some problem at the start, which would be a little disappointing, mainly because the whole weekend is all built around giving, and that's the reason why the repechages were brought in, to give everybody as much rowing as possible heading into the Māori Cup Regatta, which I think is an exceptionally good move. So long as we can run the regatta in 3 days and you got repechages, everybody's getting a fair chance of racing, considering the season that you've had so far. Don't forget the food facilities. Make sure that you patronise them. Erina and Drew down there, and also Steve when he gets Mr. Whippy up and running. If you tell Steve that Millsy sent you along, he might give you a couple of extra hundreds and thousands on the top of your ice cream. Go to the canteen if you want a truckie's lunch, which is a pie and a can of Coke. And pop over to the row shop. I think the Bacon Butty guy's there as well. Pop into the row shop and see what they've got. Make sure you get your ice cream after you've been to the row shop. We don't want it melting and dropping onto the new design t-shirts that they have there. Right, 7:06 for that Timaru crew, and they were cruising. So we've got a 7:01 and we've got a 7:13, I think what it was, and a 7:06. So Timaru should be right in the firing line for the final of the boys under 17 double scull, because they looked as if they didn't need to crank it up at all. So you now move on to the girls under 17 single. This is one class down from the elite class. Verdon College out of 1, Burnside 2 out of 2, James Hargest out of 3, St Hilda's out of 4, Columba College 5, Twizel out of 6, St Andrews out of 7, and Ashburton College out of lane number 8. And we do have a sculler sitting out in front watching all the action. Coming out of lane 5 in the white, which is Columba College. She's got a commanding lead over the rest of the field. She's got a good 3.5 lengths lead over Twizel. Looks like Twizel, we're looking for 2 to go through to the final, same as the boys under 17 double. Should be 3 heats, 2 to go through to the final. So the Twizel girl is just taking her time, but I tell you what, she's putting no pressure on the St Hilda sculler. This is Perry Hall. There's nothing between these two, and the Twizel girl looks as if she hasn't cranked it up yet. Perry hasn't either. Both these two scullers, this is quite urgent stuff. Now the Twizel girl decides she wants to go, and she's opened up a half a length over the St Hilda's girl. Then we go quite a wee way back, maybe 4 lengths back to St Andrews, and then further back again in the middle of the course we've got James Hargest, Burnside, and just on her inside is Verdon College. Columba College has got it sewn up. There's no need for her to quicken her hands up. Twizel now has opened up a length over St Hilda's. St Hilda's girl looks around. St Hilda's will go through to do the repechage, unfortunately, and then we go out the outside to St Andrews. She'll go through the repechage. All crews looks like they're going to get another row in the event. James Hargest. So Marlborough, Burnside, and James Hargest must have gone in through there somewhere. Haven't seen Vernon College go through. Must have missed them. Mackenzie Milne, and I'm sorry if I missed you, Danny and Scott. Right, your second heat has Hargest number 2, James Hargest, St Hilda's number 2, Burnside High School, Dunstan High School, Southland Girls High School, Otago Girls High School, Timaru Girls High School, and St Kevin's College. Looks like Dunstan High School has got an advantage. We're looking at 2 crews to go through. On her right-hand shoulder, only about 3/4 of a length away is Southland Girls. So Nevo Doherty for Dunstan and Charlotte Clean for Southland Girls. These 2 girls have opened up a huge gap of about at least 4 lengths over Timaru Girls High School. Margaret Peters from Timaru Girls High School. And she in turn is locked up with the crew out of 2, which is St Hilda's number 2. That's Whiteside. On her right-hand shoulder, you got Burnside. On her left-hand shoulder, back another 2.5 lengths is James Hargest, and ahead of James Hargest is the, I was going to say the crew on the right far side, St Kevin's, but that's not St Kevin's colours. Oh yeah, that's St Kevin's colours. For the girls, they have a different colour. Otago Girls in the middle of the course going along reasonably well, but these 2 have opened up a gap, quite comfortable to sit there in a qualifying position, both Neve and Charlotte. So it's Dunstan High ahead of Southland Girls. Dunstan High do all their rowing on Lake Dunstan, of course, in the hub there, coached by Simon Smith, of course, and Natalie Wilson. And then on her right-hand shoulder, Southland Girls, course, Danny Young, who has been coaching for longer than those 2 dragons that were walking around, has been on earth. Down towards the line they go to get the buzzer. Neve takes the buzzer over Charlotte. And then the rest going to go through the rep, which we've got down here, St Hilda's, Burnside. We go out wide, we go to the crew out wide is out of lane number 7, which is Timaru Girls. Just inside Timaru Girls, we've got the crew from Otago Girls, and I think you'll find that's pretty close to it. Maybe James Hargest might have a chance of going through, but I don't think the outside St Kevin's sculler. Right, 8:42 was the first heat. So 8:42, that's more like it. Columba College. Your second heat has Nayland College out. First call for you for the regatta, Nayland College. Welcome along. Out of lane number 1, Otago Girls 2 out of 2, Mount Aspiring College out of 3, Twizel Area out of 4, Ashburton 2 out of 5, Avonside out of 6, Hill Morton out of 7, and Dunstan's number 2 crew out of lane number 8. We're in the third 500 by the look of it. We've got a commanding lead that's coming from Ashburton. That's the Ashburton number 2 sculler. That's Penny Marriott. I'll just identify that for you. Yep. It's coming out of lane 4, and then on our left-hand shoulder in lane 3 is where any challenge could come from Mount Aspiring College. So the sculler in Mount Aspiring College is getting along very nicely. She's holding on to the second qualifying position at this stage. There's no pressure being put on all these small boats, all these doubles for the last hours racing now. There's been no pressure put on the qualifiers, so these two will clearly go, when they hit the yellow buoys, we'll know that they've got enough distance between them to qualify. So we go on the right-hand shoulder of Ashburton is Avonside. She'll be the next to go through to the Ripper Chargers. And she'll take along with her Hill Morton and Dunstan High too across the far side. And down the inside we see the crew from Southland Girls, is it? Otago Girls. Naylor College is just a little bit back. She's feeling the pinch a little bit. Also the crew right on the very far side of the course, which should be, by rights, Dunstan 2, which it is, Dunstan 2. Michaela right on the far side. So we go back to the leaders, and it is clearly Timaru. That's the number 2 sculler. And she's out in front and got it well under control, the way it's been ever since we picked them up. Mount Aspiring, just a little bit of pressure being put on Mount Aspiring. She's just starting to work a little bit harder, the Mount Aspiring girl, because she can see the yellow boat just creeping up on her ever so slightly. That's lane 5. Okay, so we've got that wrong. So it's Twizel. Oh, gosh, we're so sorry, Twizel Area School. We can't count the lanes out properly, so it's Twizel area. So it's Sadie Mason, Calvin and Sarah. Sorry about that, buddy. Nevertheless, it is Twizel that will go through. They'll still take Mount Aspiring with them. I was wondering why Ashburton wasn't in a gold boat. So Ashburton unfortunately will go through the Ripper Chargers now because of that mistake by the commentator. Otago Girls will go through, and also the crew out in lane number 6, which is Avonside. Hill Morton may go through. I just haven't quite counted the lot. I think that's about it. I don't know. It looks like Dunstan, and down on the inside, Naylor College. As soon as we get a time for you, the second heat, we can tell you the second heat has gone through in 8:48. If you're looking at times. Girls under 15 Coxed Octopus. All will go through to the final. It's a matter of just getting the fastest times to go in the centre lanes. We have Wakatipu down on lane number 2, Villa Maria in 3, St Margaret's in 4, Craighead Dyson for girls in 5, Rangiruru in 6, Queen's High School in 7, and Cashmere out on lane number 8. Under 15 Coxed Octopus around the 720 mark, maybe 720, 725-ish. Okay, she's a battle up front by the look of it. We'll see if we can get the lanes right for you this time. It's lane 5 in Rangiruru, so it's Craighead, Rangiruru. Nothing between them, and I tell you about, we only have to go back a half a length to St Margaret's as well, so 5 crews, and then we go a length and a half, maybe 2 lengths back to Villa Maria, quite a wee way back to Wakatipu at this stage, and locked up with Villa Maria is Cashmere. We go back a wee way, also locked up with Wakatipu is the crew out of Queen's High School off the harbour in Dunedin, and Wakatipu back a little bit further than that. So it's coming from those 4 centre crews. We've got St Margaret's, Craighead, Rangiruru and Cashmere. Great racing up front. Craighead with a very slight advantage. Villa Maria only about a length and a half down. That's a lot to catch up in an 8 though. So we're now looking at those 3 crews in the middle of the course. We're now looking at St Margaret's. Nothing between St Margaret's, Craighead and Rangi Ruru. It's all Rangi might even have the advantage ever so slightly. Can Craighead come at them and bring St Margaret's with them? We go back then 2.5 lengths back to Villa Maria. And Villa Maria are locked up with Kashmir across the far side, and then quite a wee way back to Queen's High School and Wakatabu High School. So back to the leading crew, Rangi Ruru. Right on the far side, Kashmir's trying to get into it as well. Rangi Ruru's got a 1/2 length advantage over Craighead. Craighead's got a 1.25 lengths over St Margaret's, and just slightly ahead of St Margaret's is that crew from Kashmir across the far side. And Villa Maria trying to put pressure on Kashmir. Down inside the Gold Boys they go. 100 metres. Rangi Ruru, 1/2, maybe 3/4 of a length advantage. 3/4 over the crew from Craighead. Craighead trying to crank it up. You got to really wind these 8s right up. 3/4 of a length advantage. Rangi's going to go away from it with every stroke now. They have cranked it up. Gone out to almost a length clear as they head down towards the buzzer. Rangi Ruru, great racing ladies. A length clear. Craighead, Kashmir, a big row from them. They've crept up alongside the St Margaret's crew and gone and put a 1/2 St Margaret's and taken the 3rd buzzer. St Margaret's the 4th buzzer. Villa Maria, not that far away too. And then we go back to the 2. One from Wakatip and the crew from under 15. That's great for under 15s. Cox Octacles. 8:42 was the 3rd heat for the girls under 17 single. That's Twizel Area School, Sadie Mason. Do apologise, Sadie, for not calling you through the course, because the wee Pakeha boy in the commentary tower couldn't count. So we're just waiting the time to come up for that octa. I'm sure it'll be around that 7, anything between 7:15 and 7:30 mark. Time the boys under 15 Cox 8s. They win 6. Under 16 they'll go through in 6:20. Christ College in lane number 2. Christchurch Boys 2 crew in lane 3, St Thomas of Canterbury 4, Shirley Boys 5, St Bede's 2 in lane number 6, and Christ College's 4 crew in lane number 7. 1 and 2 will go through to the final, and it looks like we've got 2 heats. And 3, 4, 5 and 6 will go through to the repechage out of the 2 heats, which will give 8 crews. And we've already got 4 crews in, so they'll take 3 crews from each of the repechage heats to go through to the final, which will give you the 10 crews in the final. That's the way it's done. The Octies have gone through in 7:28, so they've gone through pretty close to what we were saying, 7:28. Race 54, the boys under 15. We have got a crew that's gone out to the front in the dark colours. 3, it looks like St Thomas of Canterbury. So it looks like Dan has got St Thomas of Canterbury going along pretty well. We'll just clarify that for you when you look at the colours. St Thomas of Canterbury. Dan Ryan does the coaching of this crew. He's got it going along pretty good, and Sam is in the coxswain seat. A good experienced coxswain for the novice spectators out there. A good experienced coxswain is worth at least 2 lengths to a boat. So St Thomas and Canterbury have said goodbye to the rest of the field. They'll shoot through this course in 6:16. On the right-hand shoulder in the white, Shirley Boys in the lighter colour. Shirley Boys up into the second buzzer at this stage, but there's some real pressure going on them from St Bede's number 2 crew. Then St Bede's number 2 crew's getting pressure from Christ College down on the inside. All these crews, though, they are at least 2.5 lengths down on the leading crew. Brilliant water conditions here on Lake Ruatanapa for the 2024 South Island School Nationals. Nice and easy does it. They haven't cranked it up yet. The coxswain's doing a good job by keeping them together under 15, maybe in their second year rowing. Some of them might be novice rowers in their first year rowing. St Thomas of Canterbury down towards the 100-metre buoy line. Pressure going on the second crew. Shirley Boys, St Bede's are having a crack at them as well. They're going to come home a little quicker. You can just see the hand speed of St Bede's a lot quicker than Shirley Boys. Shirley Boys have only woken up to that fact now. The stroke man from Shirley Boys drops his head and says, let's go, guys. They're trying to go with him because they're coming a little closer to us. St Bede's have got a beautiful run on their boat. Forget about the leading crew. They're going to go through and get the buzzer. St Thomas of Canterbury. Oh, Shirley Boys are going to hang on to it. But they did leave it a little late to crank up. I tell you what, guys, come Mardi Cup time, it's not the yellow boys you should be cranking up at. It's the last 500. You've got to wind it up. Some of these North Island crews, they really go hard in that last 400 metres of a course, so you've got to go with them. And if you leave it to the last 150 metres, you're not going to get what you expected to get. All crews gone through and done a good job. Christ College have got a gear problem by the look of it. Usually the novices roll around on the seat an awful lot. And therefore those seats, they're just on little fine runners for the novice spectators. They're on fine little runners. And if you roll around on them, they can just break away from their runners. And that's why sometimes you'll get the seat problem more so than the crab problem. Right, we'll give you the times of those as soon as they come up. St Thomas of Canterbury, oh, look, it's flashed very quickly at 7:07. That's, no, I can go quicker than that. That to me is not right, but there we go. There's a few timings to me is not too right. That'll be interesting. Okay, you take no notice of the timings anyway because you'll go through to the final. The second heat, we'll see what happens in the second heat. The boys under 15 should be going through in anything between 6:15 and 6:30. Christ College's number 3 crews out of 2. St Andrews out of 3. St Bede's number 1 out of 4. Christchurch Boys High School 1 out of 5. St Andrews number 2 crew out of 6. And Christ College's number 2 crew out of 7. This will be immediately followed up by the under-18 Cox 4s. It's going to be a straight final. Oh, it's going to be a great race. All the Christchurch crews in race number 56 of your day sheet. The boys under-18 Cox 4. It's a straight final today. They're just racing for times to see who gets the quick lanes to Morris as they can form the arrow effect. And you have got a star-studded lineup of crews off the Avon River. Right, that second heat has got an advantage to the crew from St Bede's, from St Bede's number 1. It's St Bede's number 1, Christchurch Boys High School, on their right-hand shoulder, but they're a good 3/4 of a length down. Gosh, there's some tall boys in these boats, man. Even at under 15, these guys may be 13 or 14 years of age. They are so tall. They've got an advantage of about 1.25 lengths, maybe 1.5 lengths over the crew from Christchurch Boys. Tall timber. They've opened up a big gap, certainly far superior in this field. A big gap to the crew in the white from St Andrews. So the gun crews are sitting out in front. They go off those boys now into the gold boys. I don't think you'll see any cranking up now, though. If they're doing around 36, they'll be able to keep that boat up on top of the water, no problem at all. But in saying that, they haven't had a great deal of racing this season, and the coaches will all say we want to really blow it out and have a good row. There's been no change in the rating at this stage from the leading crew. St Bede's sitting in front over Christchurch boys by a length and a half. Then we have to go 5-6 lengths back to the white of St Andrews it is. Then we go a long way back to the black oars of Christ College, and ahead of them is the St Andrews number 1 crew and Christ College's number 3 crew as they go down inside the 100-metre buoy line. Just heard a call up very, very long. That St Bede's crew are they're almost hitting the dam up the top end of the lake. They're reaching out so far. They got the buzzer. Under 15s. Christchurch boys, and then we go St Andrews, Christ College. Right now. Okay, just to clarify the finals, guys, they're going to be 8-lane finals. I have been saying how we get to 8, how we get to 10 for the finals. That's incorrect. They are going to be 8-lane finals, not 10-lane finals. It's a championship regatta, so they're 10-lane finals. Well, we'll just check the time on that second heat of that 8. We'll just see. I'm still would question the time of the first heat. I think it's more important that we go upstairs and take this race for you. So St Bede's have got their number 2 crew in lane 1. In lane 2 we've got St Andrews number 2 crew. Lane 3 we've got Christ College 1. Lane 4 St Bede's 1. That's where the action will come from. Look for lane 4. Christchurch boys number 1 and 5. St Andrews number 1 and 6. And Christchurch boys number 2 and 7. You'll see we'll see some real action in this, the under 18, the elite class at school level. Oh, we've got a crew sitting out in front. I thought this would be a bow ball to bow ball. I tell you what, it is the crew from St Andrews, the number 1 crew, and that is a huge surprise to me. Oh, no, the pressure will go on them. So it's St Andrews 1. Then we have to go to Christ College's 1, right alongside Christ College. Oh, the St Bede's 1 and Christchurch boys 1. Just back off it a little bit. And the only crews to drop off is the crew on the far side, which is Christchurch boys number 2 crew. There's nothing between St Bede's 2 and St Andrews 2 down on the inside. They're only a half a length away from Christ College in the white in the middle of the course. And they would be a half away from St Bede's in the dark colours in the middle of the course. Oh, St Bede's are up into second. St Bede's are up into second. I thought they would be sitting out in front by a country mile. It's St Andrews, the big surprise for me. That's the crew that's in front. Bede's are not that far away on the angle, and stuck in between the two of them is Christchurch boys number 1. So St Andrews, who's doing the coaching there? Hayden and Rachel. Whoa. William Travadale's in the coxswain seat. He's got that crew smack bang in the middle between the boys as they head down in this last 500. It is St Andrews have got an advantage of a good length and a half over St Bede's. St Bede's in turn has only got 3/4 of a length of Christ College on their left-hand shoulder, and only 1/4 of a length back then to Christchurch boys on their right-hand shoulder. But St Andrews, what have they got? The motor. Have you heard of e-bikes? Have you heard of e-skiffs? Because they had opened up a big gap, and they are racing. Look at the power and the hand speed of St Andrews through the 100-metre buoy line they go. Again, a tandem rig boat as they head down towards the buzzer, clear of the rest of the field. St. Bede's, St. Christchurch boys having a crack at St. Bede's. They're up within 3/4 of a length with them, bringing Christ. Oh, don't think the full power's on yet, guys. I got a funny feeling we're not at 100% power ratio from these crews in behind the leading crew. St. Bede's just hanging on to it, a half a length clear of Christchurch boys. Nothing now separating these three inside crews. Bede's 2, St. Andrews 2 and Christ College. Nothing separating them. In fact, nothing separating the full field. But I just got a funny feeling looking at it. They weren't at 100%. We might see the 100% come out in the final. She might be a different result. They have gone through the boys under 15 eights second heat, have gone through in 6:45. That's more like it. Right, that star-studded lineup of boys under 18 Cox 4s. St. Andrews went through in 6:44. That's not a quick time either. Got a funny feeling they weren't at 100%, those crews. 6:45. I would have thought we would have got around the 6:30 mark for them, but girls under 18, Cox 4. This is the Elite 4 for the Marty Cup, of course. Again, it's a straight final, and they'll come back and race it again tomorrow, but in different lanes. It is race 57 of the day program. Holy heck, the 2 hours have gone for Millsy already. We'll just get this through, and Frank will come back on for another couple of hours. We've got Meridian College down on lane number 1. Nelson College for girls in 2. Rangiruru in 3. St. Margaret's in 4. That's where all the action will come from. Marlborough girls in 5. Columba College has got a good under 18 squad. In 6. Christchurch girls 1 and 7. And Christchurch girls 2 and 8. They're through the 1,000 metre peg. They are in the third 500. And I tell you what, this is going to be a lot closer at the finish this time. Marlborough girls in the middle of the course. Marlborough girls look as if they have got an advantage, or only just. We go out wide. Marlborough girls on their inside, but they're about 3/4 of a length down as the crew from St. Margaret's now. Just ahead of the crew from St. Margaret's is the multicoloured boat of Rangiruru. Then we go on the right side of the leader. Columba College just back off the pace by about 2 lengths. Just ahead of them is Christchurch girls. Christchurch girls would only be a length and a half, length and 3/4 away from the leading crew, Marlborough girls. All the action's coming from their left-hand side. It's going to come from St. Margaret's and Rangiruru. So Marlborough girls swinging along. I'll get a rating on Marlborough girls for you. This is the elite class at school level. Oh, they're on 36.5. Tells me they really want to go. We don't know repechage here. We're all going through to the final. I tell you what, St. Margaret's are putting in a big challenge to Marlborough girls. They've moved up right alongside them. They're bringing Rangiruru with them again. Then we go back 2 lengths again to Christchurch girls number 1. Down on there, Columba College is only 2.5 lengths off Christchurch girls number 1. Number 2, Christchurch girls on the far side. Then we come down to Nelson girls and Meridian, feeling the pinch a little bit. It's all up front. There's nothing. Where's the Rangiruru supporters? Where's the Marlborough supporters? I think Rangi's got the lead. Oh, we'll have to take a look when they go through the 100-metre buoy lines, and they're going to try and bring with them St. Margaret's with them as well. St. Margaret's only 3/4 of a length away from Rangiruru. We'll take a look at this. Is it Marlborough girls? No, Marlborough girls still in front. Marlborough girls still in front. They've got a half a length over Rangiruru. St. Margaret's are coming at Rangiruru. On the top side of them, Christchurch girls, another length and a half back. Let's take a look. Oh, yeah, half a length. Marlborough with a half a length over Rangiruru. St Margaret's coming home hard. More. We need more. 2 more strokes, St Margaret's, if you want to pick them up. We've got to come up 2 more. Marlborough go down 3/4 of a length clear towards the buzzer. And they have been urgent from about the 500 metre pair all the way home. And that's what you got to do if you want to win a medal at Mardi Cup. 3/4 of a length, half a length back to St Margaret's, a length back to Christchurch. 1 and 2. Down on the inside, Nelson just coasting home. In the middle of the course, we have Columba College down on the inside. And we look up, just when the change of commentators are on, and there's nobody coming down through the course. The program doesn't say we've got a break. Yes, there is. There is a break. 2:30 they went through in 2:31, so that's more like trying to pick a time. Marlborough Girls went through in 7:31.
Kia ora, it's Frank here again. So racing will start in about another 7 minutes. Just thought it might be time to do a couple of quick announcements to just just remember dogs are to be kept on leashes at all time. I guess that's really important. You keep your dogs on leashes. And just I want to thank the supporters and parents that keep this foreshore area in front of the tents, keep it all clean of rubbish and everything. We would appreciate it if you perhaps mention it to your young whānau, your athletes tonight, to say to do the same with the boat part, because we've had stories back of the boat parts being pretty untidy with litter and stuff after a regatta, and it's left up to the volunteers to tidy up. So, yep, be really good if they keep that clean and tidy. And while on your break, don't forget we've got all these caterers that come along here. They've got the coffee carts. We've got my friend Steve, Mr. Whippy, who occasionally gives me an ice cream. It's a nice little treat, give me a bit of a burst. We've got the waffle people and all the few other people around here. And there's also coffee and snacks available in the rowing shop, where you can see. I just went in there earlier on, didn't have a chance to have a decent look, but I see there's some new gear in there. Rowing South Island gear, so have a look. You got jackets, shirts, hoodies. They've got quite nice hoodies there, so go and take a wee look. So just to have a look at that canteen. You see the doubles going up here in front of us. They must be going up for the what are they going up for? They must be going up for race 62, the boys under 16 doubles. So the next race that we've got happening. Oh, I must say, I had a message from a parent, so thank you very much, just letting me know that school that I don't have on my sheet here with all the school colours. What was it now? It was from Christchurch, which probably all you Christchurch people knew. In fact, Millsy said it was as well, so there you go. Well, I've been here as long as Millsy. Hillmorton High School, that's what it was, Hillmorton High School. I'm sure when I've been here as long as Millsy, I will know. So the next race we've got starting at 12:18 will be the girls under 16 quadruple sculls. That's going to start in 5 minutes. There are 4 heats in this event. One crew from each will go through to the final. And the top 4 after them, so 2, 3, 4 and 5 will go through to the reportage. 2, 3, 4, 5. Which means, just looking at this first race, race 58, there are 7 crews in it, so 2 will miss out. Looks like there's 7 crews in most of them. Yes, there is 7 crews. So we've got 4 heats of 7 crews for the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. These are usually crews that they won't be novices. They'll probably rowed a year or so. Training for this. Let's got a variety here. Right, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes. It's race 58, girls under 16, Cox, quadruple sculls, quad sculls, are about to begin, 12:18. I can see them if you've got the South Island Rowing YouTube app streaming up. I'm pretty sure you'll see the same view as me, which is them all setting up in the start. I was just watching them back in a moment ago, so they're all set to go. And lane 1, we've got Meridian College, Abby Charlotte, Liza, Anna and Georgia. Oh, I can see the starter lights going on. I think they're again about to go. St Andrews College 1, Molly, Thomas, Molly, Sailor, Lucia, Sophie and Ella is the Cox. Wakatipu 1, Zara, Amy, Lucy, Sasha and Jessie coxing. Villa Maria 2, Arena, Aspen, Maisie, Kaharangi and Ruby's the Cox. And Otago Girls High School 2, Jessica, Sophie, Amelia, Mila and Meg is the Cox. And we're about to get underway. Lights are on at the start. They're getting all set. And they're off. Looked like a really good start there by St Andrews College. Oh, and particularly outside them, Whakatipu 1, who've taken an early lead already. They were very swift off there. Crew training out of Lake Hayes. I was there on the way up. We stopped there for lunch. Had a chat to a masters there. Nice little setup there. They were actually getting an improvement on their club room. They've got so many rowers at the moment, so that's really nice. Good to hear that rowing is growing, particularly down in central Otago. And it looks like from my angle here, just looking at the screen, that Whakatipu still have a good lead there. Inside of them, I would be picking St Andrews College, lane 4, or perhaps in second place. And then maybe over the far side, Meridian College 1 in lane 1. Coming up to the island now. In the meantime, I can see the Heat 2 Cox, girls under 16 Cox quads. They're sorting themselves, starting to come and get set up. While the other crews are coming up to the island. Let's see if we can see any action on the binoculars. Yeah, it's hard to say at this stage. I still think, just looking on the monitor, that Whakatipu, Zara Small, Amy Pedersen, Lucy Clark, Sasha Key and Jessica Glover are actually, because the Coxswain have still got the lead there. They got off to a really quick start actually. It was quite nice. That's probably the time you the fastest in a boat. You get that boat up, lifted and away. Short strokes. There's different sequences. I'm a fan of the old half, 3/4 full. Now, I did have a colleague I rowed with, a very, very experienced masters rower coach, who said when he was stroking it, he said, just follow me. He said, we might go half, 3/4 full, but if I don't feel it's up, I'm going to do another short one. He knew how to get that boat up and running and then settling into a nice steady pace. Depending on what your race plan is and whether how far you might be ahead or what your tactics are. I think generally, if you look at the elite level in New Zealand, New Zealanders tend to go to steady and long, maintain their speed. I was watching some singles from a couple of years ago with Emma Twigg. That was the Olympics actually. The Belarusian who was taking the world rowing stage by storm. The Belarusian was very fast at finishing the end, but Emma Twigg just got up in front and just stayed there, nice, steady, and was strong second half, which is a common New Zealand rowing, or rowers out of New Zealand elite level technique. So looking through the binoculars here, I'm saying that, yeah, I would still say it's Whakatipu perhaps in the lead, and maybe Marlborough Girls College there in lane 3. Have shifted their position into second place. Now remember, this is the one that's winner takes all. So first goes through to the A final, the rest will go through the repechage. Or no, sorry, they won't. The rest, 4 of the other crews will go through the repechage. 1 will miss out. There's 7 in it. 5 goes, will get another go. Of course, if you win the final, you get a rest. So it looks like Whakatipu have got a nice little lead here. Perhaps maybe a boat over the boats inside them. So we're looking at, who's that? It would be St Andrews College, Villa College 2. Both strong rowing crews, so it's a St Andrews second crew, so perhaps not as strong, but they're doing well. And I think they've dropped back a little bit. And we maybe got on the far side there, Yes, they have dropped back a little bit. Maybe over the far side. No, I'd say they're still a wee bit behind. I'm thinking it would be maybe a wee change going on here. Still Whakatipu have got the lead. They're coming up. They've just gone through. They're about to go through the 1,000. Incidentally, the second heat's already underway. 4-minute breaks, 4 minutes between these races. They get down. Got to do this to get all the racing in. There's so much rowing in the water now. Well, it looks like Whakatipu is maybe getting St Andrews College 1 there in the middle there. They look, if they are, they're not far off them at all. They may be half a boat length. Oh, and then on the other side of St Andrews College, we've got Marlborough Girls. So it's those middle three. Marlborough Girls, St Andrews and Whakatipu are in the close positions, but Whakatipu are still holding that lead. Marlborough looks like they've dropped back a little. The Villa Maria 2 perhaps have moved up beside them into third place. And then we're going back to Craighead Diocese. Meridian College. And then on the far side, we've got Targo Girls High School, their second crew. Now on the bank, you should be able to see them coming down now. It's Whakatipu. We've just got still got that little lead, but it's really looks like it's Whakatipu and St Andrews that are going to be battling out for first place. So I wouldn't discount Marlborough Girls. There's still plenty of time to get in. They're coming up, the 1,600 mark, so that's 700 metres to go. Oh, it's not 400. Can't count. So it's the 1,300 metre mark they're coming up to. Now they come up to the 1,500. Correction there, counting from the wrong end. And it looks like from my angle that Whakatipu have now been pipped by Marlborough Girls. So Marlborough Girls have pushed through. They've rolled them. Yes, they have definitely rolled Whakatipu, maybe by half a boat. So that's 1 and 2. We're going back to 3. That would be Villa Maria 2. They're doing well. Villa Maria 2 up against Craighead Diocese, I think. Villa Maria 2. Craighead Diocese. No, that's Marlborough Girls, sorry. So Whakatipu, it's St Andrews College. St Andrews College have rolled Whakatipu. They're coming up to the yellow boys. It's 250 to go. Let's just see who's got this. Is it St Andrews College? Looking strong. Yep, they definitely crossed the yellow boys first. I can see they've picked it up. The rating's not that high. Yes, St Andrews is rating about 37 now, and I reckon they've got flicked up to 39. They're really pulling ahead now. They're really putting a bit of pace on. They know that first through gets this. Whakatipu had a good lead earlier on in the race. They've been rolled, and they're really starting to push it as well. They're trying to get there, but I don't think they can do it. They're up at 34. St Andrews have responded. Pulling away. They've got them now. They've holding them off by a boat length. Coming through strong. So it looks like that St Andrews College is going to take this race. They're going to go straight through to the final, and the rest are going to go through the repechage. Whakatipu had a good lead on the way up, but they got rolled by St Andrews. They maintain their second position. Now on the inside here, it looks like we've got Meridian College just wanting to finish strong and go through Marlborough, but it doesn't look like they're going to quite make it. Coming back to Craighead Diocese, and then on the far side of Targo Girls. So let's go to... So well done, St Andrew College. You're through to the final. So now we go through to under 16 in the Heat 2, race 59. Lane 1, Avonside Girls. 2, Cromwell. 3, Villa Maria. Dunstan 1, Columba College 2, St Andrew College, and Meridian College 3. And from my angle here, I'm thinking that it looks like it's Columba College 2. So that's a 2 crew that's in the lead at the moment. no one coming up the inside. Sometimes the angle, I miss what's coming up the inside, but we've got them coming up here. 1, 2, and 3. So, yes, according to mine, that's Colombo College. And they look like, just check my colours here to see. Maybe not. They look like they're a yellowy crew. Hold on. Not so sure on that, no. But that's lane 5, so 2, 3, 4, 5. So if it's lane 5, that's yep, Colombo College. And they're coming through, coming close up to the 1500 now. No, I'm saying like that is Dunstan. That is definitely Dunstan colours. So maybe there's been a bit of a lane switch going on. But anyway, that's Dunstan colours there. Yes, I can see Dunstan colours. Dunstan High School. Phoebe, Poppy, Ruby, Bella, Cox by Lily. They're going to push through and take this stage they're taking it. They've got at least a boat length over the preceding boat, which I would say is on the, perhaps maybe on the far side there, which would be Meridian College. Well, it should be. Can't see this angle, those colours don't look like to be Meridian College. So anyway, we know it's Dunstan there. Recognise that red and yellow stripes, those red hats mainly from when they're rowing as the club in Dunstan. So they're aiming to take this in the first position. Looks like St Andrews College on the far side, so I'm a bit confused here about the lanes these boats are in. But as you can see, as they're coming through now, coming through to the 250, Dunstan have now got a good at least 3 boat lengths on the next boat. So they're comfortably, if they don't, unless something drastic happens, they're going to comfortably come through. And I can see they're just putting on a little, looks like they've picked up their rating there as well. Up to 34. Now they're really pushing it. Oh, they're making a statement. They're saying, we're going to take this. They've kept their plan, their race. So they're still up around 34. Inside of them, coming back to second place, we've got Colombo College, 2. They're actually in second place there. They're going to hold off the outside boats there, which looks like St Andrews College, and then on the inside here, we've got Villa Maria. So it looks like actually Meridian College must have been scratched out of that race. Well, I didn't see that. So, well done, Dunstan. They took that well. Let's just have a quick look. So in the previous race, yes, it was St Andrews College, 7:40:49 was their time. 7:40:49 was their time. Now we're coming back up to race 60, heat 3. Haven't got to the 1,000 yet, so they must have got away a bit late. Maybe there's a few problems there getting in, because I think they're only round the island. Normally, with these 4-minute breaks and these quads, at least when the crew's coming through, then the next when a heat's just finished, the first crew's through. Usually the second lot, you can see them at the 1,000. But I can see them, they're way down there, so they must have got a bit of an issue at the start. As we hear the final beeper, we see the umpire boat that comes down behind these crews. He's going to put a white flag. That means the race is over, successful. Yep, there he goes. White flag is up. So that race is completed successfully. Congratulations, Dunstan, on taking that one. I've got a time, yes, 7:38:99. 7:38:99. So that puts them 2 seconds ahead of the previous. So that's the fastest time at the moment. And that was Colombo College and Villa Maria behind them. So now, still coming up to the 1,000 here. Let's see who we've got. This is the Heat 3. Heat 3, first goes to the final. 7 in this race. 4 will go to River Charge. 2 will miss out. And inside lane, we've got Southland Girls High School. Georgie, Billy Joe, Drew and Kira Lily Clark. That's crews made up of 2 clubs down in Southland. We don't crews just go to whatever club. So what happens is you might have some, say, Southland Girls High at one club, and the others at Invercargill. So once the club's rowing's finished, they get together and train as we start forming school crews down there. So they don't quite have all the training that some of your crews will have here as a team, but they're doing well. And this crew's got 2 from each. Yeah, well, the Cox is 1, so it's 3 and 2. So we've got Nelson College Girls 2 in lane 2, Otago Girls in lane 3, Cashmere 1 in lane 4, St Andrews 2 in lane 5, Villa Maria College 3 in lane 6, and St Margaret's College in lane 7. And they're now reaching up to the 1,000. We look through once again, it looks like those middle lanes. The middle lanes perhaps have the lead. Coming 4 in, that would be Cashmere, Rogan Kelly, Alira Clare, Charlotte Clatworthy, Thea Murdy, and Hazel Brown. As the Cox coaches, Molly Judson and Joe Young. Thinking they got, what's it on there? Something going on the far side there. That's St Margaret's College 1. We always know they're always strong crews. Tessa Treadgold, Lucy Butterfield, Hannah Jones, Margarita Heller, Alice Dale. The Cox coach is Ian Smallman. They're on the far side there, but I'm still saying that's that inside lane. So I'm thinking that's Cashmere got the lead at the moment. Of course, these Christchurch crews are strong. Of course, they're bigger, more high schools. Yeah, so no, I'm thinking yes, it's Cashmere in the lead at the moment, and maybe on lane, inside lane 2 now. Nelson Girls 2, Padre Smith, Maria Gadling, Francesca Palmer, Isla Maritime, and Kira Reynolds. Cox coaches Tim Babbage and Phil Knight. They could be going, perhaps holding that second position. This field's not so far spread out, except maybe the boat that's in the lead. And of course, one takes it all to go through to the final. And I think they look like they're dominating this. Now I'm going to check my colours. Cashmere, yes, that looks like the yellow with the maroon braces. Yellow and maroon. If it was gold and maroon, I would say it would be Southland colours. Triple braces. Quite distinctive. From this angle, I think they've got at least a length or so. They've got this in control and good central position. The stroke can use their peripheral vision without having to move their head. They can see all the boats behind them and respond, and not having to sort of look slightly to one side. Of course, the coxswain, if it's as most of the boats are now, they're all coxed in the front in the these quads. They don't see what's going on. So Cashmere Girls have got this in hand. And we're coming back to, yes, it's either, it looks like maybe in second it's St Margaret's and St Andrews College 2, St Margaret's 1 and St Andrews College 2, perhaps in that second position there, in between them Villa Maria 3. Oh yes, but over here we've got, is it Nelson Girls? Yeah, no, it's Nelson Girls 2, Otago Girls, and then Southland Girls 1, just at the lane 1 there at the back. So they need to work hard, girls. Come on, Southland Girls. Just put a wee cheer in my region. Oh, of course, I am completely neutral about this. But at this stage, Cashmere coming up now to the 250 mark. They've pulled away. They must have at least 4 boat lengths on the next crew, which is be this lane 2, which will be Nelson Girls 2. Coming through nicely. They don't look like they're actually rating that high, but they probably don't need to. It's best to conserve your energy. They've got this under control. The rating is 6. They're going to maybe pick it up just to finish off nice and strong. See if they can get a good time, get a good lane. Then the old pause at the back, pause at the finish. Yeah, no, they haven't picked it up all. They're still rating around maybe 25. They know they've got it. They know where they are, so they're happy with that. So it's who's going to miss out here. At this stage, unfortunately, it looks like it's the Southland Girls High team and Villa Maria 3 who are going to be the two that are not going to make it through to the final. So sadly, that means their day in the under-16 Cox squads is over. Burnside looking very tidy coming through there. They look very good, actually. And inside here, Nelson Girls College 2 are just putting a wee burst in there. Brought it up to 36 just to finish off and come across the line. In the meantime, we've got, as you can see, we've got in race 61, the heat 4 is coming through. Mount Aspiring College in lane 1, Nelson Girls 1 in lane 3, Columba College lane 4, St Hilda's Collegiate lane 5, Hill Morton College in lane 6, and Christchurch Girls in lane 7. These are all the 1 crews, so these are all the top crews for each club. They're well through the 1,000 now. I'm thinking that looks like the Villa. No, it can't be a Villa Maria boat. I was going to say it's that green and red, but no, it's not. Must be, I think it's Columba College. Columba College there. Perhaps have the lead. This isn't maybe as clear cut as the other races. Oh no, I think Columba College may have 1 or 2 on the next crew, which would be the St Hilda's crew in lane 5. Or maybe on the far side. So St Hilda's, Hill Morton and Christchurch Girls High School. Sort of racing for a second place there. But at this stage, Columba College, they're holding forth at the front, aiming to go straight through, get that rest. Mount Aspiring here in lane 1 are putting a burst on, so it's almost like you've got Mount Aspiring, St Hilda's, Hill Morton and Christchurch Girls all in a line roughly for second place, and it's just slightly back to Nelson Girls. But Columba College here, they're building up a handy lead. Don't think they'll be beaten at this point. Control, rating around 30, 33. Of course, rating isn't everything. There's also the technique. You can rate really fast and not row well. I think they picked it up actually. Looks like they put on a wee spurt there. Around up to 36. They want to make sure they don't lose their position. I don't think they will. They're at least 3 ahead. They're coming up to the yellow boys now. That's the 250. See what we check, see if they've changed. Yeah, no, they're still rating up around 33. No pausing at the back for them. Come through the 250. I'd say the Coxons had a word to them. Gone up to 35. They want to get nice and well clear of this boat. Mind you, by the way, the other race won by Cashmere High School. They did that in 7:38.68. So that's pretty much within 0.milliseconds of the heat 1. So there's 7:38 is the time setting at the moment, and we've got Columba College here coming through for a nice, quick, strong finish. But now there's a bit of a fight going on for second here. We've got Hill Morton, St Hilda's, and Mount Aspiring have really come up through the ranks. So these three are going to win. These three are going to go through. In fact, there's only 6 in this race, so there's only 1 that's going to miss out. So it's really this battle here between Nelson Girls and Christchurch Girls that will decide who misses out. And I think Nelson Girls just have got the juice in the other ones now. And I've just got my line up, a picture here. Yes, Nelson Girls. So Christchurch Girls High School just miss out on making the final. They'll be gutted. Right, and that's the end of the girls under 16 Cox quads. And if you can see now, already nearly at the 1500, we've got the boys under 16 doubles. Boys under 16 doubles. Otago Boys High in lane 1, Burnside 1, Shirley Boys, St Thomas of Canterbury's 1, Dunstan 1, Nelson 2, Cromwell 1, Christ College 2 in lane 8. Boys under 16, race 62, double scales. There is 4 heats in this event. Heat 1. And We've got coming up the middle, that'll be Dunstan. Dunstan High School. Looks like they've got the wood now over at the on the moment over St Thomas of Canterbury. Now in this race here, it's the same as the previous race. Only one goes through to the final, so one takes it to the final. 2, 3, 4, and 5 go to the repechage. We've got 8 in the race, so 3 and sadly are going to miss out. And Dunstan at the moment have got the lead, but that's St Thomas of Canterbury crew just inside them. They can won't take much for them to pick it up a little and give them a bit of a challenge. And they are now. I think they are now, yes. So Dunstan's going to beat them through to the... Dunstan will beat them through to the 250 mark. Let's see if they pick up their rating then. So Dunstan's hit the 250 mark. And their rating is at 35. So has St Thomas of Canterbury got anything to do? They are also picking up. Their rating's gone up. They're at 33. They haven't quite got as much. And Dunstan are holding them off. They've got a boat length ahead. It's these two are going to decide who goes through to the final. And now St Thomas is really putting the foot down. They've pulled back half a boat. They pulled back half a boat on Dunstan. They're throwing it at. They're up at... No, the rating's quite low. Still 24. Come on, boys. You can do it. No, Dunstan are responding. They're keeping them there. They're still maintaining half a boat length. I'm lining up my thing here. I can pretty much see, yep, Dunstan will take this through unless they get a crab or something. And I doubt it. These boys look like they're well in sync, well drilled. And they go through. So that means Dunstan... Dunstan High School, they're going to go through to the final. St Thomas will going to go through the repechage. They gave it a shot at the best, and on the far side we've got Cromwell College there, so another Central Otago school coming through, but it looks like that they might get pipped by Nelson College. Nelson College, strong. Cromwell College are finished, I know. Do they think that Cromwell College stopped? Do they think perhaps that it was the end? Nelson just came flying through. Some flying through in the inside lane here. Burnside 2 in lane 1. Now we'll quickly go into the last race. One before that. No, this is the first heat. Oh yes, so that was the girls. Girls under 16. Columba College finished that in 7:35.37. So that's now the fastest time for the under 16 quads. 7:35.37. Second heat of the boys under 16 double sculls is coming down now. Lane 1, Burnside 2, Cromwell College 2, St Thomas of Canterbury 2, Nelson 1, Whakatapu 2, St Calvin's 1, St Bede's 1, Christchurch Boys High 1. Once again, looks like we've got a dominant crew here. I think that's lane 5, Whakatapu, another Central Otago club. No, those colours don't look right. Can't quite see it. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, Whakatipu way back. So that could be St Calvin's College. Is that St Calvin's College there? Got a really handy lead. 5 or 6. Actually, no, maybe not 5 or 6. No, maybe only 2. St Calvin's College. I'd say yes, it's St Calvin's College there, but they are being challenged now. They are being challenged by this inside crew here. So St Calvin's College looks like Nelson College 1 is challenging them. They are going to have to pick it up, Nelson's College, if they're going to beat them, because St Calvin's College is just about to hit the 250, yes. And about 2 strokes behind is Nelson's College. Nelson College got enough to pull it through. These boats are well clear of the rest, so they are going to be battling out to see who's going to go through to the A final. Nelson College are now rating at 36. And St Calvin's has now shifted up to 38, but Nelson's College is just getting better movement through the water. They've timed this beautifully. They really have. They've just rolled over top of St Calvin's College. Nelson College has just rolled over top of Calvin's College, and they are going to get themselves through to the A final. Nice finish. They are rowing really well. Really good move at the end there. maybe just had a little bit more on their legs. Congratulations, Nelson College, for doing that. Getting through to the A final. St Calvin's is going to join the rest in the repechage. But who is actually going to miss out? There's 8 in this race. 3 are going to miss out. But it looks like we have got clear rowers coming through now. Coming through with repechage, we've got St Thomas of Canterbury. St Thomas of Canterbury, Burnside, Whakatipu will make it through to the repechage. Right, to the previous race, that was won by Dunstan High School in 7:14.89. 7:14.89. Just take a note of that, because we can see that the boys under 16 double sculls race 64 heat 3 is coming up. They're already through the 1,000, well through the 1,000. In this race, we've got Christ College 1, Bayfield High School 1, Shirley Boys 2, Whakatipu 1, John McGlashan 1, Timaru 1, and Otago 1. I'm not going to see one. Yeah, we've got a clear dominant club here. Or club, I should say, school. Get that pole out of my road. Two, three. So, is it Shirley Boys? So look at those colours. No. Who have we got? Outside Shirley Boys, is it St Thomas of Canterbury? Just struggling here just to recognise this boat. The yellow cross stripe. Oh no, it's not Rangiru. See if we can get a number here, but this boat has clearly got a good roll over the rest of them. In fact, they're coming up to the 250 and they're at least 1, 2, 3, must be at least 7 boat lengths ahead, so they know what they'll be thinking, just taking it easy, just rowing well, finishing well. So it's Whakatipu, of course, Whakatipu High School. When I say of course, I should have realised the yellow and blue. Oh, there it goes. Dominating this well, just showing again the strength of Central Otago rowing has come up in the last few years. Picking it up, they're doing a nice little burst there at the end. I think I'd just be storing up my energy for the next race. We've got 7 in this, so 2 are going to miss out. 2 will miss out. Coming in through to second place there is in lane 5 there, John McGlashan College. This field is quite spread out. And the other side of them, that can't be John McGlashan College, is Timaru Boys High School. So it looks like at this stage that it might be that far side crew, which would have been Otago Boys High 1, and on the inside here, Bayfield. Oh no, actually, Otago Boys 1 and Christ College 1 back there in lane 1 will be the 2 crews that miss out. While they're coming through, so let's see the previous race, which was won by Nelson College 1 in 7:09.37. 7:09.37. So that's a good around 5 seconds they had over Dunstan High School in the previous race. But that doesn't count for anything. The race time does depend on the quality, what's going on in the race. A really fast competitive race will often have a quicker time than one where there's a dominant crew that's way out in front that will actually just take a little bit easier because they're storing their energy up for the next race. Unless, of course, they really focus on getting a good lane, which can help as well. So we've got the boys under 16 double sculls. We've got race 65, the last heat, heat 4 coming through now. So who have we got? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Counting in from the inside, I think it's Shirley Boys there. Shirley Boys in lane 3. They've got the lead here. Just in all these races, there's always been generally one crew that seem to dominate a bit. So is that Shirley Boys? I don't think it is. It's dark blue. Dark blues. Has there been a scratching in that race? No, I can't see that. So there is 7 in this race, so 2 will miss out. And I think it's St Thomas of Canterbury. So it's actually St Thomas of Canterbury there who've got the dominant lead over the other boats in this race. And unless something really goes awry, they should be able to take it through, take themselves through to the final. Oh yes, they must have about 5 boat lengths on the next boat, which would be probably this inside lane here is at Christchurch 2, so lane 2. So I wonder where lane 1 went. Oh yeah, lane 1. Looks like lane 1, I can't see Christchurch Boys High, so that would be Marlborough Boys High there. Coming up through into currently what would be possibly second place just on the inside here of lane 2, although they're pretty much in line there with John McGlashan College. So both of them vying for second, but really it doesn't matter because it's the repercharge. So, and we are going to lose 2 crews in this race. At this stage, unfortunately, if we're looking at the back, it looks like we've got Shirley Boys and Timaru Boys too that might not make it through the repercharge. Meantime, we've got St Thomas of Canterbury here. Don't think they've really thrown everything at this last one. They look like they're taking it reasonably easily. Rowing well. Who are you? You in the bow. I was told never look out of the boat. Keep your eyes in the boat there, bow. I was looking out over the umpiring boat. But they're rowing quite strongly there. Nice finish. Nice long. Nice depth. Nice synchronicity. Good stuff. I think they decided to show us at the end how it's done, taking it through. And the inside here, we've got Marlborough putting on a bit of a burst. They do want to go through in second there. So let the race go through now. By the way, the previous race won by Whakatupu was in 7:01. 7:01. So that is now the fastest time, 7:01. In the meantime, race 66 is at the 1,000 metre. This is the girls under 18 single sculls. It'll be a fiercely competitive event. We've got 3 heats of 8 crews in it. 1 and 2 to the final. 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 to the repercharge. So 1 and 2 to the final. 8 in each. That means only 1 single will miss out. So what have we got? So lane 1. Bayfield 1. Bayfield 1, Olivia Duffy. Meridian College 1, Olivia Toomey. Timaru High School 1, Alana Berry Rankin. Ashburton 1, Sophie Gibson. Otago Girls 2, High School 2, Maggie Hepburn. Dunstan 1, Olivia Bessett. Orangiruru Girls 1, Millie Gallagher. Burnside 2, Emily Cadenhead. 1 and 2 to the final. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it possibly Ashburton College here in the lead? Ashburton College here. That was Sophie Gibson, coached by Justin Wall and Mary Hefford. I'm guessing they train on Lake Hood. I've only rode there once. It was at the South Highland Masters at Queen's birthday weekend a number of years ago. They actually meant to have a second one since then, but one year first they had this floods that took out the bridge, and then I can't remember what happened. Oh, it was COVID the first year, and then the floods took out that bridge the second year, so they were cancelled. But in June, in the frost, it was a bit nippy. But she's rowing stronger. I mean, this will be girls under 18 single sculls. This will be the premier single sculls event of the regatta. Just by the way, that previous under 16 was won in 7:20. So the fastest time at the moment is won by St Thomas of Canterbury in 7:20. The fastest time is 7:09 in that event. Anyway, we're going back to this here. Yeah, she's got a nice, good lead here. Maybe 2 or 3 boat lengths. That's probably enough in this. So this is the Ashburton College there. Strong single rowing. So 1 and 2 go through. So we're looking at just the other side of her. That would be Otago Girls High School 2. Otago Girls High School 2. Maggie Hepburn, coach Olivia Swan. Is she in second place there? Otago Girls High School 2, yeah. Oh, anyone else coming up? No. Sometimes there's someone already sneaks up on the inside lane there. So they look like they're going to be clear 1 and 2 through to the final. And the rest of the repertage, except for one little miss out. Unfortunately, that one will possibly be Bayfield High School 1. Olivia Duffy there. She looks like she's just a bit off the pace. Although, her and the Burnside 2, Emily Cadenhead, who maybe has a slight advantage over, those two are really going to need to decide who gets to go through. Although I'd say, sorry, that Bayfield, her head's down a bit. Perhaps she's feeling it a bit. She's looking like she might be struggling a bit. So what's happening over the far side? Because no, the Burnside High School 2, her head's up, but the Bayfield girl is still pushing it. She's got her head down though. Come on, girl. You can do it. You can do it. In the meantime, we've got Ashburton coming through really strong. Looking very nice. Premier single sculls. Lovely long reach there. Concept oars with the tips on them. Quite a long layback. It's okay. Different styles. She's got through, so she's got through. And then we've got lane 5. So Otago Girls High are going to come through in second. So those two go through the final. She's more upright than the previous girl, but that's okay. She's finished now. She's happy. She can take a breath. It can be a grueling event. 2K in the single. Meantime, Burnside and Bayfield, they're the two Bs. Burnside 2, lane 8, Bayfield 1. They're going to decide who gets to go, who gets another go. And it's this stage, it looks like this Burnside. It's Bayfield, she's pushing at the girl in lane 1. Olivia Duffy up against Emily Cadenhead. I think it's just a little bit too late. So in the meantime, we got back to the race 67, heat 2 of the girls under 18 single sculls. Lane 1, Columba College, Sarah Reynolds, Nayland College, Amelia Hussey, Ashburton 2, Rosa Armstrong, St Margaret's 1, Nina Olivia, Craig Heed Dysons, Nadia Vanderbosch, St Andrews 1, Alice Mears, James Haggis 1, Holly Carey, Mount Aspiring 1, Kate Ritchie. And I'm picking at St Andrew College 2, the number 2 row that perhaps has the lead. I'm just trying to see here. No. It's like lane 5, Southland. No, wrong race. Lane 5. Is it Craighead Diocese School? Craighead Diocese School. Not sure I can tell what those colours are from this angle. She's got the lead at the moment by at least 3 boat lengths, so she's not like she's in a threatening position. It's quite harder to make up space of 2 or 3 boat lengths in a single. Which is not to say it can't be done. Which would mean that inside lane here, it would be 1, 2, 3. Lane 3. Lane 3, Ashburton College 2, Rosa Armstrong. So Ashburton College is going to qualify 2 straight through to the final. And in between them, we've got St Margaret's College back into 3rd. But it looks like the Craighead Dysons, Nadia Vanderbosch, coached by Dean Milne and Vicky Taggart. She's got this under control. She's going to take herself through to go straight through to the final. Bit of a layback there. Ashburton College 2, so they're going to qualify 2. They'll be really rapt about that, straight through the final. That's good qualification. I wonder if those 2 row in the double. It'll be a strong double. Coming through to St Margaret's College in 3. But of course, St Margaret's College go to the repertoires. There are 8 in this event, so one person is going to miss out. The stage, it looks like it's the battle over the far side. St Hilda's College 1 and Verdon College 1. Jordan King. No, sorry. Keep looking at the wrong one. St James Haggis 1 and Mount Aspiring. I can hear the cheers for Holly there from James Haggis. She's got it at this stage. just over St Andrews College 1. Alice Mears. So it's Holly Carey, coached by Danny Young on the Ariti River. Going to make it through. Yeah, I think she will. So sadly, that means Mount Aspire. St Andrews College. Alice Mears is not going to make it through. Anyway, we better quickly move on because the next lot of singles coming, mind you, they only reached the 1,000. So the previous single was won by Ashburton College, Sophie Gibson, in 8:23. 8:23.11. That's the time to beat. See, well, that's the current leading fastest time for the heats. But as I said, that doesn't necessarily mean how fast they can row, because if they're well ahead, they may have buttoned off. I know I would. Race 68, Heat 3, Columba College 2, Anya Road, St Calvin's 1, Isabel Mattoon, Burnside 1, Megan McMorrin, St Andrews 2, Libby McNeil, Southland Girls 1, Thea Hoyle, Otago Girls 1, Danielle Milne, St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Lola Castles, and Verdon College 1, Jordan King on lane 8. A bit of a central. We might have one or two here that may be in contention for the one. So the first 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm picking at St Andrews College, Libby McNeil, St Andrews College 2. Libby that's maybe has the lead here in the first position. Looks like that's St Andrews College. Colours from up here. Just pause it there for a second, but the second might be a bit more interesting if you can hold off. So what's inside here? So the other side of St Andrews College is Southland Girls High School 1, Thea Hoyle, also coached by Danny Young out of the Waihopa Rowing Club, Ariti River. She's holding it into second position, but it's going to be, I reckon, a bit of a battle because we've got crews coming up on the inside. Looks like is that lane 1 or 2? I think it's lane 1. Columba College 2, Anya Rhodes, coaches Jared Brensel and Emily Brown. They look like a second contender against Thea from Southland Girls. Still a bit to go though. I mean, that St Andrews Girls only about like one boat length above, about one, maybe at the most 2 in front of the rest. Can she hold them off? But we've got this inside. Columba College 2 is definitely coming through. Then we've got a bit of a line between it will be St Hilda's, Otago Girls, and Burnside 1. They're currently all sitting equally in the 4th position. Oh, I just saw St Andrews College. She just put her foot down then. Thought she just pulled herself a little ahead then. She picked it up. I wonder what they're rating like at the moment. I'll see what she's rating at. Rating about 33. Rating about 33. This girl coming up on the inside, those Columba College 2 girl, she could be challenging for that second position. She'll be threatening Thea from Southland Girls High School, who's currently got the second position. This might be an interesting position finish because remember, 1 and 2 through to the final. 3 to 7th repecharges, 8 in this race, so one's going to miss out. At this stage, I'm afraid that looks like it's the Verdon. Jordan King from Verdon, over there in lane 8. She's actually a novice. This is her first year racing. Under 18 coming in as a novice. That's a pretty tough call. And some of these crews here have been running at least, in many cases, 3 years. So, Libby McNeil from St Andrews College. She's got St Andrews College 2. She's going to be going through the A final. And Columba College 2 and Southland Girls High are really going to have to battle it out. Thea is going to have to put her foot down if she's going to hold off this Columba College 2 girl. She needs to glance across, see what she can do. Right, I've got my line-up mirror here, so just St Andrews College is just crossed, and Columba College 2 has pipped Southland Girls for second. So the Southland Girls will need to go back through to the repecharge. So in the previous race, Grey Keg Diocese, Nadia van der Bosch won that in 8:29. 8:29. So what have we got so far? An 8:23 and 8:29. That was the end of the girls under 18 single sculls, the premier girls singles race. Now we've got the boys under 18 single sculls. So this is the premier singles for the boys. Let's see, we've got heat 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 4 heats in this event, 8 races, 1 through to the final. So just 1 through to the final, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to repechage. 3 will miss out in each race. Race 69, St Thomas of Canterbury, Carter Baxter, Twizel Area School 1, Ralph Henderson, St Kevin's 1, Cody Marshall, Timaru Boys 1, Josh Barnett, John McGlashan 1, Matthew O'Meary, Mount Aspiring 1, Philip Macy, St Andrews 1, Harvey Cross, Shirley Boys 2, Lewis Hawkyard. So that's pretty much all premier race crews if they're numbering them that way, except for Shirley Boys are in this event. And it's looking a bit tighter. I think there is definitely a leader from this angle as they come up to the 1500. Which I'm picking is Timaru Boys High. Timaru's another one from that central part of the east coast of the South Island. Let's see the blue cross on the back. That's Timaru Boys High. Yes, he's got that, but he's could be pretty tentative. He maybe has a boat length over the boat the other side of him. That'll be John McGlashan College, Matthew O'Meary. So we've got Josh Barnett from Timaru, coached by Brian Smith and Liam Parker. Got the spot at the moment. He's could be challenged by John McGlashan College, Matthew O'Meary, coached by Dylan Davis and Jack McLaughlin. On the other side of him, he would have St Calvin's College, Cody Marshall, coached by Evan Doherty. But they look like they're slipping back. It looks like the Josh has just put down his foot a little. He'll be watching those two other crews like a hawk. Coming up to the 250 now. Is he going to pick up his rating? He's into the 250 now. I think he's put his foot down a little. He's up at 32. Oh no, he isn't that much. He's rowing a bit short, eh? He's quite got a short stroke there. Reminds me of the current world champion, the German boy. He rows quite short and upright. He can't even compress, the German guy, but he's so big and strong. Probably got really long oars, but the Timaru boy, he's all right. He knows he's in front. He just has to hold it off. Well, he suddenly maybe got a bit worried there. Maybe he heard me. He suddenly put his foot down. I reckon he's gone up to about 34. But he's the only one that's going to make it through. The rest are going to go through the repechage. Got a sort of late burst here. Late burst here from St Kevin's, Cody Marshall. Will take second. But he goes through. So let's see. How did I say miss out? There's 8 in the event, 5 go through. So looks like we're going to potential missing crews here. We've got a late charge here from Twizel, but I'm afraid he's not going to make it. He's going to be missing out going through the repechage. And then over the far side. And back there, 8 and 7. Far side we've got Shirley Boys 2 and St Andrews College. So this will be their last boys under 18 single sculls. Just so we know, in the girls under 18 single sculls, the final one was won by Libby McNee, St Andrews College in 8:41, 41:43. So the previous rate's the fastest, yes. And Columba College, Anya Rose, Bet Southland Girls High School. So to go through to the final. So the boys under 18 heat 2, race 70, coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. We've got from inside out, St Andrews 2, Brian Hall, Shirley Boys 1, Noah Visser, Ashburton 1, Isaac Carl, Whakatapu 3, Ashton White, Timaru 2, Blake Parker, St Thomas Canterbury, Michael Zhang, Garwin College 1, Miko Harding, and Bayfield 2 in lane 8. 1 through, 1 to final, 4 to repechage, rest, your day's done. What have we got going through here? Looks to me like Whakatipu 3, Ashton White, coached by John Morrison, is potentially in the lead there. Whakatipu 3. Yep. Got a wee lead over, it must be the inside of them. So that would be Timaru Boys. Well, you've got Ashburton College, no, Shirley Boys 1 maybe, in lane 2 there. Could be putting a bit of heat on, but they are actually, no, he's a bit of a distance back. They'll have to work hard to take this Whakatipu boy of Ashton White. But Timaru Boys 2, Blake Parker, coached by Brian Smith and Liam Parker. Just inside him, but he's still probably about a length back. He's just going to have to work a little bit harder if he wants to be able to pop this guy off his perch. So, which means he'll also go through the repercharge. Come back to a cluster. So in this event, kind of sometimes it's a case of like, unfortunately, which ones aren't going to make it through. So 6 go through altogether. It's 8 in the event. So at this stage, it probably looks like lane 1, St Andrews 2. Unfortunately, will miss out. Far side, Bayfield 2, possibly miss out. And the decider for who goes through will be that St Thomas of Canterbury 2 and Garvin College 1. In lane 6 and 7, Michael Zhang. St Thomas, coached by Pat McQuinn, and Miko Harding, coached by Brent Smith in lane 8. Garran College, sorry. Not sure how you say that. Garran. Meantime, we're coming up through the 250 here. And Whakatipu, oh, so the boy on the outside of Whakatipu, he's giving it a go. He's giving him a shot. He's just putting his foot down. Whakatipu's watching, and he's really picked it up. Now, this could be an interesting situation. Oh, and Whakatipu, he caught his oar. Caught a wee crab there. Has it cost him? So Blake Parker from Timaru, he's just powering, he's digging it in. Has he got it? Has he got enough to get through? I'm just lining myself up, got my wire, got the finish line. No, Whakatipu is holding him off. He's recovered, he's holding him off. It was a late charge there, but the Whakatipu boy has just got it. He gave it all, that Timaru boy, he just couldn't quite make it. Good job though, you know you can do that once, you can do it again in the repercharge, get yourself through to the final, as we have Burnside coming through. Shirley Boys, sorry, coming through in 3rd place. And then we've got the decider of who is going to not actually make it through. And it looks like at this stage that it's possibly Garwin College and Bayfield 2. Got St Thomas there rowing it slowly to the end. He knows he just has to get across the line and he's through. So the previous race 69, won by Timaru Boys host Josh Barnett, was raced through in 7:35.21. 7:35.21. Race 71, heat 3 of the boys under 18 single squalls is now coming down. They're already past the 1,000 as well. Targa Boys 2, Henry Lucas, Bayfield 1, Sebastian Hatterall, Christchurch 1, Matthew Dennis, Whakatipu 2, Xavier Small, John McGlashan 2, Angus Lowe, James Hargis 1, Tane Wilson, Hill Morton 1, Reuter Tezuki, and Cromwell College 1, Tane Borthwick. What might be Tane? And this race coming down now, we looks like we've got a leader in, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, lane 4, Whakatipu 2, Xavier Small, coached by John Morrison also. Yes, he's got the lead here. Just inside him, he's got John McGlashan 2, Angus Lowe. Might want to challenge him. It looks like it's back to Tane. Tane Wilson there, rowing on the Reti River, coached by Julie Dyer. back in that. Oh no, he actually might be back into the 4th position. Oh, 3rd I think would be Christchurch Boys High School. Matthew Dennis, coached by Gareth Vaughan. But Whakatipu again, they've got another crew that looks like they're going to qualify 2 straight through to the final. Yes, he's got that. This is Whakatipu 1. He's looking very comfortable there. He's just putting a wee burst there. He's not going to let anyone get too close to him in case he has a little problem, which I doubt given the way he's rowing. This is the Premier Men's Single. They should be pretty much experienced at this now, most of them. John McGlashan there is rowing pretty easily, but of course he's now going to go through to the repechage. In the previous race was won by Whakatipu 3 in 7:35.69. So Whakatipu have qualified 2 to the final, and their number 1 rower, Toby Trugida, coached by John Morrison, is in the next event. So are they going to get 3 through? So once again, we're going to, unfortunately, 3 are going to miss out on the event. At this stage, it looks like it will be Otago Boys High 2, Bayfield 1, and on the far side, Cromwell College. We're not so sure though, because James Hargis College might miss out there. No, he's just crossed the line, so he's gone through the repechage. Oh, sorry, no, there is someone further back. So Bayfield College will make it through. So we've got Hill Morton there coming through some distance, but hopefully he'll get through. He looks like he's perhaps a novice, to be honest. I said it's pretty hard when you're rowing, if you're under 18, you're rowing this event up against guys that have been rowing 3 or 4 years. But good on them for giving it a go. I think that's courage. I like that. The boys under 18 single sculls for heat 4, 72 is progressing, coming up pretty quick. They're almost at the 1500. Twizel Area School 2, Jack McClellan, Verdon 1, Alex Henderson, Nelson 1, Nathan Steele, Cashmere 1, Jimmy Middleditch, Whakatipu 1, Toby Trugadia, James Hargis 2, Ryan Smith, Otago Boys 1, Tom Dunn, and Mount Aspiring 2, Anton Jones. And who have we got now? This might be a close finish to decide who's going to be first, because we've got 2 boats. 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like Cashmere and Whakatipu. Whakatipu 1 and Cashmere. Yep, it is Whakatipu 1 and Cashmere. Both their first crews are going to decide who gets through to the final. Are Whakatipu going to get 3? They get 3 from 3. Let's see who's in the lead at the 250. I'm picking it's Cashmere. I think Cashmere is just rolling over top of Whakatipu. He is... Yep, he's through first, just in chance. So what's going to happen here? We're going to see a bit of tactics. He's picked up the pace. Cashmere's definitely picked up the pace. He's moving now. He's moved ahead. Whakatipu, can he respond to that? No, Cashmere's really building it into it now. He's picked it up. Oh, he's moving now. He's really just pulling away. Rating up at 36. I see a late charge coming from Whakatipu, but he's only rating at 33. Cashmere's done what he needed to get ahead. He's just gone through. He's got 100 metres to go. Rowing very controlled and strong. He's not going to let him catch him. So he'll get through to go to the final. And Whakatipu won't qualify 3 from 3 to the final. Toby Trugada will go to the repechage, and Jimmy Middleditch, coached by Joe Young and Matt Allen, he's going to go straight through to the final. Previous race, Whakatipu 2 qualified in 7:38. So coming back, we've got another 4 to get to repechage, so 3 will miss out. Stage it's probably looking like it might be Verdon. Timaru. Oh, sorry, Twizel and Verdon. No, Twizel, he's trying to put a bit of heat on, but I don't think he's going to make it past James Hargis College. So it looks like Southland Crews haven't done so well on this. James Hargis College, Timaru and Verdon won't get through. They won't make it through the repechage. Right, that was the end of the boys under 18 single sculls. So we're now up to race 73, the girls under 15 double sculls. Getting a bit warm in my office now. I know it's cold outside, but this little thing's like an ice box. So let's just open a window here. Bit of airing. But not knock some equipment out of the window. I'll have Bryn coming up here, ringing my ears. Girls under 15 double sculls. We have 3 heats in this event. 6, looks like 6, and 5 crews in each. So the first event, heat 1, girls under 15 doubles. Nelson College 1, Christchurch girls 1, Craighead 1, St Andrews 1, St Hilda's 2, Meridian College 2. We've got 1 and 2 that go through to the final. 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 will go to repechage. So everyone will get a second chance of this because there's only 6 in the event. So 7 through the repechage. This is the same with all 3 heats, so everyone will get to go through. But 1 and 2 will make the final. So it'll be let's scrap to the final, and if you're not in the top 2, then just take yourself across the line. So it looks like perhaps that Craighead Diocese School, Kate Caird, Neve Gordon, coached by Dean Milne and Vicky Taggarty, have got a nice little handy lead here, coming up through to the 1500 there. Couple of places in front, so they'll be pretty happy about that. Coming through, so the second could be a bit more interesting, although it does look like that the lane, is that lane 4 or lane 5? Lane 4, St Andrews College, are going to snaffle that second spot. Yes, those 2 crews are well ahead of the rest of the pack. And the leading crew, Craighead, is well ahead of the St Andrews crew. Under 15, so some of these will have been novices this year. Well, very likely they would have been novices this year. Of course, they will have rode, this is getting near this is the tail end of the season. Well, not for the schools, of course. The big events later on in March, Mighty Cup. This is what they're building towards. This will give them a chance to see how they're progressing. They'll be able to go and coaches will be able to have a quick peek at the North Island Secondary School Championships, which are on this weekend. I understand from what Mark Weatherall, who's down from Rowing New Zealand, he's the general manager of community in New Zealand, Rowing New Zealand, said the weather's not looking so good up there, but they'll be able to have a peek and see how the crews are going up there. They'll see how they're placed, and they'll have plans and what they need to do and tweak the boat, maybe tweak the fitness, tweak the technique, just so that they're all set and ready for the big event, Mighty Cup. One stage it was the largest rowing regatta in the southern hemisphere. As far as I'm aware, that possibly hasn't changed. Craighead look very comfortable here. Coming through, they've got, 7 probably boat lengths over St Andrews. You can see the novice kind of rowing in some of them. Just looking at Sam. Whoa! I just see a perfect example there. St Andrews over the far side. Who've got the second place, and well and truly, they probably need to take it a little easy there. They skied all on the stroke side there. I thought they were going to almost tip it. Of course, by now they're less of novices not to be able to make a crab and fall out, but it happens to the best of us. And they would have been gutted to throw that away. But they're finishing strong. They're pushing themselves through. They're guaranteed a final. All these crews are guaranteed, and the rest of the crews are guaranteed the repechage. Now, let's see the boys under 18 single sculls. That final event came through, race 72, Cashmere High School. Yeah, Jimmy Middleditch took that in 7:30.09. That is the fastest time. And perhaps that's an example of where might have been him and the Vokatipu were pushing it, fighting it out. So a bit of competition makes the race faster because they're trying to get that winning slot. Girls under 15 doubles, heat 2, race 74, lane 2, Meridian College, lane 3, Otago Girl, Meridian College 1, Otago 1, Otago Girls 1, St Hilda's 1, Whakatipu 1, James Hargis 2, Villa Maria 3. Coming through, they're already past the 1,000, they're coming up to the 1250 mark. 1 and 2 through, the rest will get to the repechage. They'll have another bite of the apple, so to speak, which reminds me, just before I started the session, I had a very nice little gala. Yep, do like my apples, I like them small. Looks like a Whakatipu crew to me. Look like they've got a nice handy position here. Yeah, they're in control of this race. Maybe five backers perhaps. Oh, second now. Second could be more interesting. So 5 back. Who have we got inside? Is that St Hilda's? St Hilda's, and then in lane 1, Meridian College maybe? Is that red of Meridian College? They're quite distinct. I think it is. I think it's lane 1. So we're looking at Meridian College and St Hilda's. They're going to decide who else gets to go through to the A final, assuming that Whakatipu don't have any issues. As they're coming up, they will come up to the 1500 here. Yeah. Meridian College, St Hilda's. I said, that doesn't look like St Hilda's. Oh, yes, it does. Checking the colours there, the triangle, the girl in the bow seat had long hair and she was covering it, so it actually looked like a sideways slash, sort of like what Whakatipu has on their kit. On their rowing strip. Yeah. I think St Marian's has just put Meridian College show. I don't know if they're Saints or not. They've moved forward. They've pushed a little harder and they're just coming through a little quicker. They've rolled over the top of St Hilda's College, so now they've got that A final slot. You can see here Whakatipu are coming through. They're in the 250 now and they're just finishing strong. Message sending stuff. They're up at 33. Meridian College have come through. They've rolled St Hilda's to get that second A slot. Bit of skying all in the bow there. But the timing's pretty good. They're not going to let that go. Nice coming through there. Whakatipu are really pushing it through. They may be a little worried there. They've just come through the 100. They've got about 50 metres to go. There it is. Meridian College has come through nicely into second place there. So that's that one decided. Well done, Whakatipu and Meridian College. So Whakatipu, the previous race is won in 8:15.27 by Craig Diocese. 8:15.27. Race 75 is up at 1,000 now. That would be heat 3 of the girls under 15 double sculls. There's only 5 in this event. 5 in this event. Villa Maria College 1, lane 1. James Hargis 1. Dunstan 1. Mount Aspiring 1. Twizel 1. So all the A crews, if they're numbered that way. As we watch the tail end of the previous heat come through now. As I said, these girls will be novices at the start of the season, so they're doing really well. You can see improvement already in some of the styles. A bit of swinging oars there. The James Hargis crew coming through now. Ryder Carson, see the blades are different. That'll be the Waihopai colours. Red, white and green. But the James Hargis colours are the maroon and, gold and red. And they're pretty happy to have made that through. Good on them. Well done, Lila Carson and Maisie Fern. So coached by Russell Jenkins and Diane Jenkins. Waihopai Rowing Club in the Oriti River. The river that you can pretty much row all year round. Okay, looks like in this race, girls under 15, Villa Maria, James Hargis, Dunstan, Mount Aspiring, Twizel. Who have we got? We've got a clear leader here. And I'm thinking, is that Dunstan? I would say it's Dunstan. Yep. Strong club, the Dunstan Ryan club in the last number of years. They're doing really well. These crew would row together at club level. There's only one school going to one club level, and now they just change the row suits, change the onesies, and they're now in their high school, also called Dunstan. So second, who's going to decide who's going to make it through the A final? It looks like, yep, I can recognise those blades. That's Waihopai Rowing Club blades, and that's the James Hargis colours there, the gold, the red top, and the red crossband, twin cross brands. They're currently holding in second, but over the far side there, is that Twizel Area School? Yes, I think it's Twizel Area School over the far side. So, but no, they're probably about 2 boat lengths back. If James Hargis can hold it, they can take themselves through and they'll get the A final. James Hargis coming up to the 250 now. Oh yes, they're probably about 3 boys ahead of the Twizel. So it looks like James. We're going to qualify this with Dunstan High School and James Hargis College in 2. We'll go through to the A final. The other 3 will head through to the repechage. So the previous heat came through in 8:14:15. That was Whakatipu High School 1, 8:14:15. So that's pretty close to the previous cruise time of 8:15:27. A lot of cheering going on down here. Very enthusiastic. I think they're cheering for the... I don't know who they're cheering for. So the repechage will be tomorrow, and I'm not sure when the finals for these events are. Possibly Sunday. Otherwise, it'll be a bit of a hard one to row the repechage and then have to head on and do the... But that's the unfortunate problem with the repechages. I mean, if you don't get those winning the final spots, you get that extra race. Anyway, what have we got? No, race 76 is now coming down. So this is the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Coxed quads, 76 and 77 and 78. 1 and 2 to the final, just like the under the girls. 1 and 2 to the final, 3 to 7 to the repechage. Like in this event, all crews will make it through the repechage because there is 6. There's 6 in each event and 7 get through. So everyone's going to get a second race here. Same one, Christ College 3, St Andrews College 1, Marlborough College 1, Shirley Boys 1, King's College 1, Beads 1. How's it panning out down the river there? We've got the 12:50 mark, and we've got... Looks like lane 2 and lane 3. St Andrews College and Marlborough College, are they going to decide even if they go through together, they go through to the final? Are they going to have a wee scrap at the end there? We've got Christ College back a bit though. They're probably about 5 or 6 back. 5 or 6 back in lane 1 there. And at the far side, we've got Shirley Boys and Kings. And I feel I'm missing a crew. Oh, no, I am missing a crew. Here we go. Let me change that because there is a crew way coming up the inside. So that means it's Marlborough Boys. It is Marlborough Boys and Shirley Boys. Marlborough Boys and Shirley Boys are in the 1 and 2 spot at the moment. Then back to St Andrews, Kings, St Bede's, and Christ College 3 on the inside. So Marlborough Boys and Shirley Boys. Not much between them. Marlborough Boys, yeah. Ooh, canvas maybe, just the canvas. Remember these under 15 novice rowers. Marlborough's coming up to the 250 mark. Time is looking pretty good. Strokeman's got quite a big backswing there. Now they're putting the foot down. I can just see the rating picked up. Pulled ahead now. Maybe got a boat length. St Bede's going to, Shirley Boys, going to respond. Probably not a big deal. They know that they just need to get finished in 1 and 2. Shirley boys look like they're running slightly short. Marlborough boys are really putting their foot down. They're going to say, yep, we're the best in this heat. Pulling themselves away. Shirley boys have responded there, but they're still dropping back as Marlborough's push it through. So that's clearly going to be the 1 and 2. They're going to go through to the final. The rest, of course, will go to the repechage. They get another shot. In that previous race, Dunstan High School took that in 8:04. Dunstan High School in 8:04, and then followed by James Hargis. So those two crews will be heading through to their final. That's just heard there that Marlborough boys came through and took out the Heat 1 of the under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Coming back here. St Andrews there. Yep, those novices, you can see some very high blades at the catch. High blades, if your blades are really high off the water to the catch, and you start and you're not connected to the water before you drive, that means you start driving, you're still pushing air, which doesn't push anything. Your blades come in, you get shorter drive time. What I mean by shorter drive time, you get less time in the water, less length through the water. Now, race 77, the boys under 15 Cox quad sculls are coming down the road. They're at 12:50. Christ College 1, Nelson 1, St Thomas 1, Timaroos 1, Shirley boys 2, Otago boys 1. So they're number 1 crews. 1 and 2 go through. This might be a closer race maybe with the number 1 crews. Probably know each other from racing during the season. I can't recall how they got on. Unlike Millsley, I'm not knowledgeable on the top clubs and things like that. To me, I'd be saying that in lane St Thomas of Canterbury, and outside of them, Timaroo boys. So St Thomas of Canterbury and Timaroo boys, and that's the order of 1 and 2. Not been seriously challenged by anyone. Perhaps maybe Christ College 1 on the inside lane here. They could put a bit of heat on whoever's coming in second, which at the moment is the Timaroo boys crew. But they could put even on both crews because there's not that much between them. I think Timaroo boys are starting to pull back St Thomas. They're actually making a bit of a go at it. This Christ College crew are going to have to think about moving now if they're going to have the 1500 mark. There's only 500 to go. It's still quarter the course, but they should be building up to that. I think they're going to need to put a bit of heat on, but no, St Thomas is starting to move ahead again. And so that puts Christ College and now putting the heat on Timaroo. They're going to put the heat on Timaroo to come through and see if they can take second, if St Thomas can hold their first position. Coming up to the 250, so let's just see if they've managed to, how far they've caught up on them. Looks like St Thomas has slowed down actually, and Timaroo is starting to come through. Then St Thomas just gone through, Timaroo through now, Christ through now. So we've got 1, 2 and 3, St Thomas, Timaroo, Christ College. Christ College are going to try and roll over top of Timaroo, but I don't know. Timaroo have now really picked up, and St Thomas have responded as well. They must be getting the rating up there. Let's have a look at that. They're done, all's in, and they're rating up at 33. Timaroo on the far side are rating up at 34, but of course it's speed isn't always quality. High stroke rate isn't always quality. Now St Thomas is looking really good now. They're strong finishing, pushing it through. They're actually pulling ahead slightly. They were a boat length. They're now in a boat in a bit. Timaroo are holding off Christ College. Christ College just haven't quite got enough to pull them over. And that which means we've got Timaroo, St Thomas of Canterbury 1 and Timaroo in 2. So they head through to the final. In the previous time, which was won by Marlborough Boys High, 7:19.79. 7:19.79 is the fastest time until we know what this event was. So race 78. Where is race 78? Boys under 15, heat 3. Should have been 4 minutes behind. I can't see it. Was it delayed? What's going on here? Have I just commentated the wrong race? No, I haven't. Wouldn't be surprised. These things happen. So there must be some delay at the far end. As I said, they are novices, so maybe they're a little problem getting into the gates, and I can't. I'm just going to see if I can see any boats in the gates up there. I can see boats, yet they're in the gates. They're not actually going. I wonder what the delay was. No, it definitely hasn't started. I'm looking at I've got the monitor here that tells me when a race has started, but no. Definitely no. Race 77 hasn't begun yet. Oh, yep, I can see. Oh, hold on. Whoa, what happened there? Stopped. All right, so let's go there. Thanks, Carl. Just had the story here. So there was a breakage on one of the boats for race 78. So race 78, the boys under 15, heat 3 of the boys under 15 Cox quads is now going to take place after 79. So what they've done is the girls under 17 Coxed 8s, and that's what I can see on the screen. I can see Coxed 8s. The girls under 17 Coxed 8s is going to... Then we'll go back and race the boys under 15 Coxed quads, sculls, heat 3. So imagine there's a coach or someone going down there to fix something for a break. In a race, if it looks like the breakage happened before the race started, if there's a breakage happened within the first 100 metres and the crew puts that up, the race is allowed to be restarted. But in this case, it looks like the breakage was before that happened, so they've slotted in the girls under 17 Cox States. About to start, and they're off actually. I lie, they're right. It's what's going on. Let's look on the screen. It looks like to me that in lane three, that's St Margaret's College 1. Missed the start. I love seeing starts. I love seeing how the boats lift out of the water and what their speed is, but it's lane 3. It definitely got the lead. Oh, lane 3, yep, of course. St Margaret's 1, lane 4, Rangiruru Girls 1. Top rowing schools for girls, particularly in this event, and they are the ones. They look neck and neck as they're heading. They're up, let's see, they may be at the 300 mark coming up to the island. Let's run through this list. Who have we got? Well, in lane 1, Waitaki Girls 1, lane 2, Craighead Diocese 1, St Margaret's 1, Rangiruru 1, Christchurch Girls High School 1, St Margaret's College 2 on the far lane. In this event, they all progress to the final, so they're going to get another bite at each other. So it's looking to get the best time to say, I'm the most dominant crew and get the better lane. And it looks like from my angle here, looking from the starting post, that it's St Margaret's and Rangiruru are battling out for that position. So just a reminder, this is the girls under 17 Cox State, race 79. It will race, and then following that, we'll go back to race 78, heat 3 of the boys under 15 Cox quads. And as I watch these 8s come into view, I can just see that the boys under 15 Cox quads are now manoeuvring into the starting blocks. Ooh, it's getting a bit warm up here in the tower. Looks like they're coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. Has the positioning changed? No, I think it looks like perhaps Rangiruru at the moment. Rangiruru have the lead over St Margaret's. But this is a fiercely competitive race. These two crews, two schools. And this is the under 17 Coxed 8. These girls have been rowing a while. And it looks like it's St Margaret's are coming through. St Margaret's maybe have half a boat over Rangiruru at the moment. So St Margaret's must have put a wee bit of a burst there just to pull themselves in front again. They were in front before, and I thought they looked like they'd maybe drop behind, but they've come through again. Remember, they all go through the final, but I'm sure there's very strong competition between these two schools. Oh, just had another change handed to me. So race 78 has also been, so the race 78, the boys under 15 heat 3, it's boys under 15 Cox Quad, heat 3 has now been moved till after race 80. So what I saw coming into the gates was the boys under 17 Cox 4. After that event, we'll go back to 78. Must be taking a while to fix something. Probably just a gate or a bit of rigging that's broken, hopefully, or maybe an oar. Something in the oar, perhaps, but yeah. It looks like we might have had a change of position here again. I think from my angle here, I would say Rangiruru have pulled up on St Margaret's. So let's see. I'm going to look at these yellow boys at the 1500 mark and just see who I can see who comes through first. It's quite cool that they're side by side, these two strong competitive crews. They're probably about 2 boat lengths, no, say 3 boat lengths back to the next boat, which would be pretty much in a line, except for St Margaret's 2, slightly back on the rest. So coming up to the yellow boys, who's going to go? This is the $1,500 metre yellow boys, and it will be, are they neck and neck at the moment? No, maybe Rangiruru. Maybe Rangiruru. This is going to be an exciting finish. They'll be focused hard. Their coxswains will be working them according to whatever their race plan is. Was it put it on? Was it put on something extra at the 500? Up to and hold. Neck and neck, I reckon. $37. Rating at 37. Look like the Roth rating at 37. Both racing at 32nd. Looks like St Margaret's is once again just taking off. Pulled slightly ahead. No mistakes here. Now look, I can see it from an angle. It looks like it's St Margaret's. St Margaret's now have got a canvas. They've got a canvas. They're really pushing. They're pulling. They're not moving ahead by much. They're probably maintaining that position. It'll be kitchen sink time. They'll be throwing the controlled kitchen sink, of course, not out of control. Kitchen sink throwing it at it. No, St Margaret's have got this now. They know it. They're pulling ahead half a boat length. Looks like Rangiruru has either slowed down a little. St Margaret's take this. Well done. Well, looking forward to that final tomorrow. Then we come back to Waitaki Girls in lane 1 here. Craighead, and then Christ College and St Margaret's 2. Okay, so now we're going to go to race 80. So race 80 is already past the island. They're coming up to the 1,000. This is the boys under 17 Coxed 4 Heat 1. The under 17 Coxed 4 Heat 1. 1 goes through to the final. 2 to 5 go to repechage. There's only 5 in it, so they're all going to go through to repechage. There are 2 heats in this event. The next heat has 4 boats, so that everyone gets to go to another race, but the first in each race gets to go to the final. Lane 1, Boys High 1, St Bede's 2, Timaru 1, Christchurch 1, Christ College 1. Coming through to the 1,000. We have a boat that looks like it's 3 boat lengths in, actually 2 boat lengths I'm going to say. I'll dial that back a bit. 2 boat lengths in front. Looks like lane 3. That will be Timaru Boys. Timaru Boys in lane 3. By the way, the last race time's up yet? No, they're not. Yes, so looking through, it's Timaru Boys, so they're aiming for that A final spot at the moment. They're spanned by Christchurch Boys High School in lane 5 and St Bede's 2 in lane 3. Shifting there, Timaru Boys. Is it Timaru Boys? Yep, that definitely looks like lane 3. Timaru Boys. Be St Bede's inside them. St Bede's and Christchurch Boys High School 1. They're holding on to second place there, though. Christ College 1 is not too far off the beat, and then we go a bit back to Otago Boys High School 1. But Timaru Boys High School 1 doing well. This club from, halfway up our east coast of the island, and they're doing well. Want to maintain that. This is the under 17 Coxed 4. As you can see now, they've just gone through the 1500. Maintaining their position. Just want that A final. Maybe boat and a half, maybe 2. Just hold it there. Keep it steady, boys. Just keep the point of the arrow. We want to be in front. Look comfortable. Some of the rowing styles that look slightly out of sync, to be honest. Standard type of rigging there. As you can see now, yep, they've got this nicely, unless there's something serious happened. Timaru Boys High School are going to take this through. By the way, just to go back to the 8, 6:51.15. They rode in 6:51.15. That was St Margaret's College. They were 2 seconds ahead of the Rangiruruku. Timaru Boys come through. Yep, clean. They got this. It looks like some of the others slowed down a little. They know they're going to get through. They're getting through to a repechage. In the meantime, we should be going back to race. Oh, race 78 has been shifted again. Yes, race 78 has been shifted again until it's going to go after race 82. Boy, oh boy, there's not a hole in the boat or something. They're actually going to have to someone's getting out the glue. So, we have to fix this. So while we're doing that, let's throw you out. So that race coming down now, race 80 is actually race 81. Drop my pen. Which is the boys under 17 Cox 4, heat 2, 1 to final. The rest will go. The other 3 boats will go through to the repechage. And meanwhile, I can just see in the starting gates is the girls are under 18 novice Cox quadruple scull. So if you've got enough novices in the 18, I think under 18 is the only novice class at school level. Might be wrong here, but have been known to be wrong before. There's 1, 2, there's a few events. There's 3 heats in that one. Also, a few novices took up rowing late. Good on them. It's 4 events. Whoa. Oh no, we've got a novice cocked 4, under 18. Yep. Anyway, and that's because it's actually pretty tough for a novice coming in the first year of rowing in the under 18 against crews that have rowed for 3 years. So they've got the novice event for the school ball at the under 18 level, as opposed to under 15, which they probably will be novices anyway. So the boys under 17 Cox 4 is coming down now. Heat 2, St Andrews College 1, St Bede's College 1, Waitaki Boys High School 1, and Christchurch Boys High School 2. Seems like we've also got a clear A leader here, which would be St Bede's College there. St Bede's College. The Canterbury colours of red and black. Almost like the Canterbury Rugby Union, or what is it, Crusaders up that way. I'm a Highlanders fan myself, playing over in Melbourne tonight. Yeah, so St Bede's here, 3 boat lengths, A final. In the bag, maybe not, you never know. If you have a gear failing now, that's tough. As I said, if you have a gear failing within 100, get your hand up. And they'll redo that race. Gear failing now, it's just tough. So with a bit of a reminder, check your gates, it's secure. Just do a wee check every time you go out. These boys are just pushing it through. They just hit through now to the they've just come through the 250. Got this well under control just outside of them. Waitaki boys high, probably in second place there, and I think then St Andrews and Christchurch boys. These three crews are reasonably close together, but St Bede's are going to take themselves through to the A final. So so what have they been? So the St Andrews College, what was the previous race? Timaru Boys High School, boys under 17-4. They won that in 6:46.57. 6:46.57. So these guys they're gonna do it in. Putting a nice little burst there. Tandem rig here, 1-2-1. You place your rowers in the boat depending on their skill level and strength, a variety of things, and sometimes it might mean you have a displaced boat. So the solution could be that you have a tandem rig. Across the line there. So we're coming back to just beyond the 1,000 there. I can see the boys. The boys have just turned that race, haven't we? The girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. This is event 82. Once event 82 finishes, if all going well, we'll be going back to race 78, which is that boys under 15 Cox quad. So the under 18 novice Cox quad. As I said, there were 4 heats in this. Progression is first to the final, so just the first to the final. 2, 3, and 4, 5 to repechage. So there's 7 in this, so 5 go through, 2 miss out. Yep, 7 in the next, 6 after that. Yep. Okay, so 1 to the final, 4 to repechage, the rest missed out. St Margaret's College 1, St Andrews College 1, Villa Maria College 2, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Dunstan High School 1, Mount Aspiring College 2, Burnside High School 1 in lane 7. Coming up to the 1,000 now, just looking on my monitor, it looks like that, I might do this off the monitor, who's that? 1, 2, 3, potentially could be Dunstan High School. They're doing very well in many of these events. 1, 2, and 3. Yes, I'm thinking it's Dunstan High School. Lane 5. They're saying the A final is ours at the moment. Back to the other boats, look fairly spread out. Going to say, is there an inside boat there? But I realise it's a boat going up, so it's not that one. Well, they're just inside Dunstan. Is it Christchurch Girls High School 1? Christchurch Girls High School 1. They may be going to be challenging for that. No, that Dunstan High School cruise looks like they've got a solid lead. Yeah, they've got at least 3 boat lengths on that. They're looking pretty solid, pretty confident. Picking along here, they've got clear water when you look at it now. Just check that, have I got it right? No. I take all that back. At the edge of my binoculars, I've missed a crew way over there. Oh my goodness, they do have clear water. Who is that? Take that back. Is that? So on the far side here, it looks like we've got Burnside High School. Well, look at that. I was looking down. My binoculars wasn't picking on the right-hand side. There's a crew way ahead, Burnside High School. Sometimes it's easy just to use the naked eye, isn't it? And Burnside High School, yeah, they have clear water back to Dunstan. So they're clearly going to take the lane 1 position there. Who we got on that crew? Amy Muncaster, Abby Mayer, Evie Nathan and Melissa Irvin. Georgia Cowan is the Cox. Coaches Christine Blackford and Max Wallace. Dominant race. Then it will be back to. I was going to say Dunstan, but I don't think it is actually. No, it's not. Clearly not Dunstan. Coming through in second place there. That would be Christchurch Girls. Yes, Christchurch Girls in second. Well, I got the schools wrong there. That's the last time I used the monitor. Because when I used the monitor, Burnside had already gone through. It looked like Dunstan, so maybe Christchurch Girls made a move. But looking how far Christchurch Girls ahead of Dunstan, I doubt it. So it's Burnside 1, Dunstan 1 into second. Burnside 1, Christchurch Girls into second. And it would be Villa Maria in the third slot there. Villa Maria 2. As you can see that Burnside is coming up now, so they're going to easily take this. That's through to the final. 4 more go to repechage, so who unfortunately is going to miss out? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So it looks like it's probably Mount Aspiring and St Andrews College, unless St Andrews College can roll over top of Dunstan. If St Andrews College can roll over top of Dunstan, they'll get that 4th slot for the repechage, and I think they're going to do it. I think the 2 Central Otago schools here of Dunstan and Mount Aspiring might just miss out. Actually, it's Wanaka. Wanaka's not Central Otago, is it? I think it's Lakes District, Council City. No, Dunstan are holding them off. So hopefully now, so in the previous Cox 4, the boys under 17, that was won by, as I said, St Bede's College in 6:53. Not the fastest time. Fastest time was the previous race of 6:46. So hopefully we've gone back to race 78 now, which is the boys under 15 Cox Quad Heat 3. They'll have been sitting up there for a while. Hopefully they were moving around to keep warm, but it can be pretty, a bit unnerving. Just checking my thing here. Is it the right crew? Race 78. Yes, I've got race 78 coming up. They're also coming through the thousands. So who was in that race? Let's go back, way back. Under 15. So these are novices. Cox Quadruple Skulls. Cashmere 1. Christ College 2. St Thomas 2. Whakatipu 1. Christchurch Boys 1. And Marlborough Boys 2. So we've got a yellow boat here. So yellow boats are usually the Whakatipu. I do know that I've seen Ashburton have some yellow boats. So that will be Whakatipu. So if we recall in the under 15 Cox squads, 1 and 2 go through to the A final, 3 to 7 go to repechage. Every crew here will get another race. 2 of them will get just the finals. The others will get the repechage, and all going well, they'll also get a final too. Whakatipu, just checking out my right, make sure I didn't miss a crew like the previous race. Whakatipu here. Yeah, there are about 3 on the crew behind them. That looks like it would be St Thomas of Canterbury, maybe inside lane to Whakatipu. Yeah, it looks like they're colours. Looks like St Thomas of Canterbury colours. It's incidentally just looking at my chart here, very close to Queen's High School. So Whakatipu and St Thomas 1 and 2 through to final. Reigning crews are pretty much Cashmere 1, Christ College 2, and over the far side, Christchurch Boys. Oh, do we have a scratching? Oh no, Marlborough. So there's actually only 5 in this event, and there's supposed to be 6, and I don't see Christchurch Boys High School, so they've actually, perhaps they were the ones, they had this gear failing, it couldn't be fixed, and they've carried on. Just assuming the far side is the Marlborough Boys. So Whakatapu rowing nice and strong. Probably 5 now. 5 on St Thomas of Canterbury. Coming up to the 250 mark. Sitting up there a while. Hope they have the sunblock on because that sun come out. It's pretty fierce out there, isn't it? So if you recall on this event, the boys under 15, what was the fastest time we had? There were only two heats, 3, 76, 77 and 78. Both the previous heats had times of 7:19 and plus some seconds. In there for the boats coming through, so it'll be interesting to see what we manage here. Perhaps sitting around up there, if they weren't moving around, they might have got a bit colder, so they might just have been a bit, slower. When physically cold, your muscles are a bit cold, they might be a bit slower in the overall race. Whakatapu are just really digging it in there. They're just going to power their way through. Rating up 39. Whoa. Is that effect? 38. Is it effective? Yeah, they're moving along a bit, so it's reasonably effective. St Thomas is a lot more sort of relaxed, I think. Oh no, they're on 38 as well. Pick themselves up a bit so they make sure they hold that second position. In the meantime, coming further up the road, we should have the race 83, girls under 18, novice Cox, quadruple sculls, heat 2 should be starting to come down. Well, they are coming down, I should say. They're almost at the 1,000. We've got Marlborough Girls College 2, Craighead Diocese 1, Avonside 1, Villa Maria 1, Whakatapu 1, Queens 1, and Otago Girls 1. Now the previous event, previous heat for that, race 82 was 1 in 7:54. 7:54.86. So Kashmir race 78 has just gone through. Boys under 15. Don't know what's going on there. Okay, what have we got coming down now? So let's see. Girls under 18, race 83 is coming down. So race 78 was won by Whakatapu in a time of 7:28. So yes, it was a bit slower than the other ones at 7:19, but I wouldn't read too much into that. They had it in the end and sitting around at the other end, cooling down, their bodies cooling down. Just might mean they've been a bit slower overall. So race 83. This is the Heat 2, girls under 18 novice quads. 1 goes to the final, 2, 3 and 4 go to the repechage. There's 7 in this race, so 5 get another race, 2 drop off. Oh, we've got this time, looks like the middle lane again. I can see the gold of Whakatapu, and inside them Villa Maria College 1. So I think it's Villa Maria College 1. Who have we got? Natalie Richards, Sophie Damiania, Kaharangi Napora, India Taylor, Ralph is the cock. Coaches George Johnson and Alex Kinder. That's the Villa Maria crew that possibly just have a little edge, maybe half a boat, maybe even a boat over the Whakatapu crew. The Whakatapu crew of Caitlin Roberts, Sophie Brown, Scarlett Kavanagh, Caitlin Perdue, Bella Norton Cox, coached by Scott Arlett and Sophie Lee. Although just coming on the far side, the other side there, is that Craighead Diocese maybe? No, I think that could be Marlborough Girls College. Is that lane 1? It could be lane 1. Also up there with Whakatapu. No, I think they're back a bit. As I said, 1 boat goes through. This stage I would be saying Villa Maria, Whakatapu, but then I would also going on the far side there, Otago Girls High School 1. Otago Girls High School 1, Jamie Stibble, Sienna Nicholson, Harriet Rowe, Katie Rowe, one of her sisters, Ruby Meridian as Cox coach, Olivia Swan. Otago Girls High School 1. on the far side. They're probably about level with Whakatipu. If not, they're just slightly behind. But that Villa Maria looks like they've pulled themselves a little further ahead. They've pulled themselves a little further ahead, just staying on top of the Whakatipu crew. Not comfortably ahead though. They could be rolled here. Getting close to the 250. No, final 250 to go, I should say. Running quite nicely. Good timing going there. Whakatipu crew going well. That bell, the girl number 2, she's dipper-hopping ahead a bit. She might be getting a bit tired. So Villa Maria comes through. Yep, they come through into the yellow boys. 250 to go. Who's going to be through? Whakatipu or Otago? Whakatipu just came through before Otago. No, Otago a little bit back. Could be close. Bit of a battle for second. Not that it actually means much, because as I said, there's only one gets through to the finals. The others go through the repechage. In fact, there's only 6 in this race, and according to my thing, there is 7. So someone is actually missing. Could be Queen's High School. What's Queen's High School look like? Nope. No, Queen's High School there. So Villa Maria coming through, Whakatipu, Otago Girls, Queen's High School. So really, if there's one boat, oh, here we go, I can see now. Sorry, Marlborough Girls 2 in lane 1. It's back a little way. So Marlborough Girls 2 in lane 1 and Avonside Girls High School 1. Those crews unfortunately won't make it through the repechage. Race 84, that's the girls under 18, heat 3. Remember, there's 4 heats in this event. Coming down, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in this event. 5 go through, so 1 will miss out. Meridian College 1, Whakatipu 2, Twizel Area School 1, Mount Aspiring 1, Rangiruru 1, Marlborough 1. So other than the Whakatipu, this is all their A crews, their 1 crews. And from this angle here, it's certainly looking like there's no clear dominant crew here. Perhaps a inside crew there maybe. What's Meridian College 1 perhaps? Could be. Could be a Meridian College 1, the inside lane. We haven't seen many of lane 1s come through to take a win. Yep, I'm going to pick them, but otherwise it's, whoa. Other than Whakatipu 2 back on the pace, that's Twizel, Mount Aspiring and Rangiruru and Marlborough Girls are all much of a muchness. And Meridian College isn't that far ahead. Might be a bit more an event. It'd be quite exciting, wouldn't it, to have like 5 boats pushing themselves across the line. Give our finishing officials a bit of a heart attack. They have to get the cameras out, get the photos out. I mean, the cameras are already set up. Make the decision, but at this stage, Meridian College is maintaining a bit of a lead there, perhaps, maybe by a boat. An inside lane. Nice to see that. Sun's come out. I can see everyone's come out now. Sitting on the grass. Just remember, dogs on leashes. That's really good. I can see some of the other dog on the leash. Great stuff. Suggest a bit of sunblock on a hat. And thank you for keeping the area tidy. This area's been kept really tidy. It's unfortunately the boat part hasn't been so good. So I'll just remind you again when you see your young athletes tonight, just remind them, don't drop the rubbish, pick it up, take it out. What you bring in, you bring out. Meridian College here are going to look like they are going to hold the other boats off. They're starting to spread out a bit more. There's other boats other than Whakatipu were all in a nice bit of a line before, but not anymore. It seems that is it Mount Aspiring there putting a bit of a spurt? They perhaps now moved into the second place. Mount Aspiring and Twizel side by side, and then we've got further back Rangiruru and Marlborough College, Marlborough Girls. Meridian College here. under 18 novices, looking really nice. Looking nice to take this out. Not rushing it. Actually, they are looking very good. A few little tweaks that could be done. They are novices, but no. Finishing strongly. They're good timing there. All their heads are up. Nice, even heads. That's really good. Body positions are good. Perhaps some late blades going in, or blades going a bit high, missing on a couple of them. But no, they've got this under control. Nice and steady. Just taking it across. By the way, the previous race was won by Villa Maria in 7:56.64. 7:56.64. So that is so far in the under 18 novices. Heat 1 was 7:54. Heat 2 is 7:56. And we've got Heat 3 coming across now. Meridian College, Petra Everly, Jennifer Courtier, Charlotte Richards, Eddie Pinfold, and Paige Swain is the Cox with Coach Tori Cox. They go through the A final. And everyone but other than Whakatipu 2 will make it through to the repechage. And we've got the final heat of this under 18s novice Cox quads coming down now. There's 6 in this event, so one will miss out. We've got Kashmir 1, Queens 2, Ashburton 1, Columba 1, Nelson College 1, St Calvin's 1. Have we got any clear leaders here at this stage coming up? They're over through the 1,000, probably about the 1,100. Ooh, this could be fairly even. So that's what we've got here. We've got, I can see 1, 2. Lane 3. Who's in lane 3? Ashburton College. Lane 3. They look like they're in the lead there. But then Nelson Girls, lane 6. So I'm saying lane 3 and lane 6. But then also another inside lane. As I said, nice to see this lane 1 win a few races. It's Kashmir High School 1. So looking like vying for that A final spot. Kashmir 1 in lane 2. Ashburton 1 in lane 4. Nelson College in lane 6. I'm thinking that it's Ashburton have got it on the moment. Got it on the other two. But not by much. Not by much. They're coming up to the 1,500 now. Ashburton got some nice timing there. So Ashburton is 1,500 now. That was Kashmir. Nelson. So I was a bit slow on that. I missed Nelson. They did come through. So it's Ashburton, Kashmir, and Nelson. So coming into naked eye view now. Ashburton, yes, you can see that. Doesn't mean that Kashmir couldn't roll over them if they've just got a little bit more in their legs and maybe a little bit of technique, and just bring the stroke rate up, not lose that technique. So they build the speed and push the boat through, push through Ashburton. But that's the Ashburton crew. I remember, I'm not saying these ones are in it, but that under 18 Premier Single, they did really well. Of course, these are novice under 18s, so they won't be the same ones, I don't think. And the previous heat, that was heat 3 of the girls under 18 novice, was taken by Meridian College, lane 1 in 7:56.50. 7:56.50. So this is going to potentially shape up for a quite exciting final. We've got a 7:54, 7:56, 7:56. It's the fastest times in this event. So not much between them, but I will repeat myself, it doesn't always mean anything. It can sometimes reflect the race. A tight race with a very close finish could produce a faster time because people are fighting for that A final. But Ashburton here are just putting it down now. In out. Heads are up. Nice. Number 2's not leaning back that far. That's okay. The blades aren't too high off the water. They've got nice technique coming through. Actually, and so's this Cashmere Crew. They're looking pretty nice as well. They're reaching long, but they're just left a little bit too late. Ashburton has just picked up. They're pushing themselves through. They've got a faster stroke rate there, and they're going to take that A spot. Let's see. So we've got 5 to go through, and one's going to miss out. So at this stage, it does look like Queens 2 and lane 3 here are just going to miss out on. So that's their under 18 novice quad sculls finished for this regatta. So we've got the boys under 18 novice Coxford coming down now. How many is 1, 2? There's 2 heats in this event. 1 and 2 go to the final. 3, 4, 5 and 6 get a repechage. Well, there's only 6 in both, so everyone's going to get another race in this case. And we've got lane 2. Otago Boys 1, St Bede's 1, St Bede's 2, Waitaki 1, Christchurch Boys 1, St Andrews 1. Just here looking at my naked eye, it's looking like it could be Otago Boys 1 and St Bede's 2. Could be vying for that 1 and 2 slot. Yep, so it looks like the Otago Boys High School and St Bede's 2 are vying for that 1 and 2 spot. They've got maybe 2, maybe 3 boat lengths over the other crews, so they're guaranteed to get through if they maintain these positions. And then the 3rd and 4th would be these St Bede's 1 and Waitaki Boys. And then we drop back to St Andrews and Christchurch Boys, but they'll all get another go, they'll get another race. But St Bede's 2 and Otago Boys High are going to get this 1st and 2nd slots. Otago Boys High, who we got there? We've got Ben Glover, Ollie Scott, Toby Ollenshaw, Seth Affleck, Hunter Ruxton is their Cox, coached by Matt Thompson and Kelly Hagerman. St Bede's College 2, Carter Connolly, Harry Hill, Alex Walters, Brody Clements, Luca Dredge is the Cox. Coaches are Aaron Maxwell and Thomas Polo. It seems to me that Otago Boys High put a little extra on. They're taking it, they're pushing their way through. They're going to cleanly take this thing nice and upright. Keeping that line. There's a tendency in a sweep boat to sometimes lean too far the wrong way when you actually should lean into the oars. Both these crews are having a real little ding-dong, even though the Otago Boys got this, and St Bede's will know they've got through. They're just giving it all, pushing it through to the final. Well, good on them for doing that. Just flicking back to see what the previous race, the girls novice under 18, the final heat in that race, 85, was won by Ashburton College in 8:05. 8:05. So we've got race 87, the boys under 18 novice Cox 4 heat 2. They will be coming down. 1 and 2 go through. The rest will end up in a repechage. Coming up to 1,000 now. So we've got in this race John McGlashan 1, Shirley Boys 1, St Bede's 3, Timaru 1, Mount Aspiring 1, and Otago Boys 2. From my angle here, it's looking like potentially it's Timaru Boys 1 in the first place, and then second I would say would be 2, 3. That looks like St Bede's College. Actually, no, it might be Mount Aspiring on the other side. Let's see if we can get the binoculars up and get a better view. Actually, no, it does look like what are we doing? Race 86. Just checking I'm on the right race here. No, actually, it might be St Andrews College. No, we're not doing. Otago Boys High School 2 over the far side, I would say, have the lead. So if they can hold that position, they're assured of a final, getting through to the A final, and then we've got second. But the second could be a bit more interesting here because I can see St Bede's and Timaru boys. Are they having a wee ding dong out there? Let me just check that. I'll make sure I've got those colours right. I have got it wrong before, as you probably all know. Yep, so that's St Bede's, yellow and black band on red. And inside them, there must be Timaru boys. St Bede's, though, St Bede's 3. This is St Bede's 3 in this case. They've pushed ahead of Timaru's boys, though, so they're going to lock down that number 2 spot. Maybe even lock down the number 1. Doesn't matter. There's 1 and 2 go through because on the far side, Otago boys 2 are pushing themselves away. St Bede's have now got good clear water on Timaru, so they'll be happy with that. Remember, all crews will get a second race. The other ones will get through the repechage, 4 to the repechage. Otago Boys High School there. Ooh, now St Bede's going to have a bit of a challenge here. They're going to make a statement. We want to be in first, just to say, like, you know. So let's see who's going to Otago versus Canterbury. Who's going to hit the yellow boys first? So Otago and, whoa, I think these two boats are almost neck and neck. Otago just slightly ahead of St Bede's here as they're coming up to that was the 250 mark. I saw them go through. St Bede's have cleared themselves well and truly, or both boats have cleared themselves well and truly of Timaru. We can see St Bede's have really upped their rating here. They're throwing everything into this 4. Otago Boys High 2 look pretty composed, actually. They're not rating as high, but they are maintaining them. But then Otago Boys are starting to shift up on them. They want to keep an eye on that if they want to maintain this. And I think St Bede's, they're going to roll them. St Bede's 3 are going to roll Otago Boys High 2. They are just about to roll over them now. Can Otago respond? Yes, they have. They've responded. Lining up the line here. And no, St Bede's have got it. They've just pulled ahead now. Half a canvas. They're still accelerating. St Bede's, well done St Bede's. They came back. They took over. And they took the first place of Otago Boys High on the far side. Coming back to Timaru for 3. Remember, so 1 and 2, St Bede's and Otago go through to the final. The rest go to repechage. Previous race won by Otago Boys 1 was in 7:12. 7:12.
He's going down. Pete Mitchell's going down to turn her up to 25.
Oh, right, okay.
I must stay here because I'm on shortly.
Oh, yes, 1 minute. So it looks like I've got Mills here. We're just having we've got some new speakers and a few more changes in the way the audio network works. So we're just having to tweak a bit. We haven't always been that clear. We haven't been able to hear us. So it's good to get the feedback because we want to get it right. We know not everyone listens to us, but those who do, they do want to hear us. Not sure why they want to hear me. They want to hear Millsy, so I'm going to hand over to him now.
We've made it.
Thanks, Frank. We're up to race 88, guys, which is the girls under 16 Coxed 4. First and second go through to the final, and then 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 will go to the repechage. That's due to go out of the 2,000 metre blocks at 80 minutes past 2. They are right on time. The mighty 2,000 metre blocks here on this mighty lake of Lake Ruatanapa. So down to 16 girls, St Hilda's Collegiate, they are in lane number 1, St Margie's 2 and 2, Targa girls in 3, Christchurch girls in 4, Nelson girls in 5, and St Andrews and then Craighead. Great racing so far at this 2024 South Island Secondary School Nationals here on the mighty Lake of the Two Monsters, and we see the colours of Christchurch girls. Christchurch girls. So it's Christchurch girls number 1 crew under the guidance of Poppy Jarman, their top coxswain, Zoe McBride and Ian Seymour doing the coaching out of Christchurch girls. And they're inside the yellow boys, and they've got a commanding lead. We're looking for 2 to go through, and you'd almost reckon the rest of them are in a second division. There's only the 2 in it, which is the 2 that'll go straight through to the final. The rest will go through to the reps. So it's Christchurch girls and the under-16s, like we says earlier on today. The under-16 grade is the biggest, one of the biggest entered grades at any of the national championships. Down towards the buzzer they go, straight through to the final. No around the back de-rigging boats for them. Then we got Nelson. Nelson will be the second qualifier. Then unfortunately going through the reps to have an extra race. Of course it's going to be St Margaret's down on the inside. So Andrews just outside them, a length back. Another couple of lengths back to Craighead. And then just slightly ahead of Craighead is the crew from St Hilda's on the inside and Otago girls. That's the way they go there. We can now give you the time of the boys under novice under 18 Cox 4. They went through in 7:36, so the times are pretty good with that, just that tiny little tail breeze. Right, now cup of tea time. So pop down and get a coffee from the 2 coffee vans, and you still get a nice cold drink if you want to. Pop around and see Steve at Mr. Whippy there. He was a little quiet when I was talking to him earlier on. Now the sun's come out, pop and see Steve. Make sure that he gives you 2 extra hundreds and thousands on your ice cream. Get a pack of sandwiches from the canteen or a truckie's lunch, a pie and a can of Coke. Don't forget the rules and regulations. If you pack it in, you pack it out, and try and educate your siblings to be able to be a wee bit more tidier over in the boat park. Remember the boat park, the parents can't go over in the boat park. It's not a public place at regatta time. Yeah, pack it in, pack it out is the saying, and make sure that the boat park, they just have a wee word to the rowers and just say, look, pick up any of those water bottles, especially the water bottles. Then there's the little jandals that are sitting there and the socks that are sitting there, and also just about everything that's sitting there. Right, your second heat has in lane number 1 Meridian College, St Andrews 2, it has Christchurch Girls 3, St Margaret's 1, Columba College 2, Rangiruru 2, and Marlborough Girls number 1. Marlborough Girls always very competitive at this regatta, and they are going along exceptionally well out wide there. They just have a wee look across. That's Rangiruru, but they're down a wee bit. That's in front of Rangiruru is the St Margaret's. So it's St Margaret's. There's not much between Marlborough Girls and St Margaret's. That's what the girls were looking at. And then we come right down the inside to St Andrews. It's the St Andrews number 2 crew. They're getting along very nicely. They'll be up into 3rd place ahead of that Rangiruru crew in the middle of the course. And behind the Rangi crew, we have the crew from, well, looks like Columba College. Columba College, number 2 crew. Then we go back to the one, Christchurch Girls 3 crew, just further back on the course. Inside the yellow boys they go. It's been some great racing today, guys. There's been one or two that have given it 110%. There's been one or two that have only given it about 80%. So it'll be a different story come the finals. I'm pretty sure the end of the day today they'll have all the heats out of the way and you'll get repecharges tomorrow morning. So Marlborough girls, they'll go down and get the buster quite clearly 3 lengths clear of the rest of the field. That's followed up by St Margaret's. Then we have Rangi Ruru and St Andrews, a big tussle for them to go 3 and 4. They'll both go through to the finals anyway, so we're taking 2 to go through. So there's your first qualifier. St Margaret's your second qualifier. St Andrews will look to come through the repecharge with an extra row along with Rangi Ruru. Columba College will look to come through as well. They get their buzzer and it looks like they'll all come through. There is a boat way down the course coming through the 500 now. We'll just check to see. Looks like they're all rowing, that's for sure, so there don't appear to be any breakage for the gear or anything like that. I can't identify the colours, the number. I think it's Meridian College because we haven't seen them down the inside. So Meridian College, the time of the first heat of the girls under 16 Cox 4s was 7:45 for Christchurch girls number 1. So we now go on to the third heat of the same event, girls under 16 Cox 4. Would you know what we have to do? We have to get 2 from the heat into the final. Down in lane 1, Cashmere High School. In lane 2, Nelson College for girls. Lane 3, Villa Maria. Lane 4, Rangi Ruru. Lane 5, Christchurch 2. Columba College 1 and 6, and St Andrews and 7. I've gone through the 1,000 metre peg. They're now in the 500. Rangi Ruru, the multicoloured and the gold caps of Rangi Ruru. We can always pick them up at the first look. That's the crew that's sitting in front. Right on their right-hand shoulder would only be 3/4 of a length, if that, would be Christchurch girls away. And then right out the very far side we have the St Andrews crew. So all 3 crews off the Avon River and Christchurch eyeballing each other when they train and eyeballing each other when they race by the look of it. These 3 crews have opened up a gap now of most likely 2 to 2.5 lengths over the crew from Nelson on the inside. Another length back to Villa Maria. Villa Maria's locked up with Cashmere in the inside lane. And we're looking at Christchurch girls 2 just back off the pace as they go through the final 500 metre mark. I think we have to go right out wide. There's very little between Rangi Ruru and St Andrews. So Rangi Ruru, St Andrews locked up together. Right in the middle between the 2 of them. Trying to come through as Christchurch girls. Oh, thanks, Pete. Right hand side, Christchurch girls number 2 crews. Christchurch girls, I've just rated them on 34.5. Rangi Ruru, I'll get them for you. They're the same 34.5, and then we'll go out wide and get hold of St Andrews. They're on 35. So St Andrews are the crew that is in front, and they head down towards that 100 metre buoy line. They're quite clearly in front by a length. Pretty hard to pick the angle when they're coming towards us like that. They're about a length clear of Rangi Ruru. Rangi Ruru's got a length and a half advantage over Christchurch girls. Christchurch girls in turn have got 3 lengths over Nelson. Nelson has got 2.5 lengths over Villa Maria in the middle of the course, and then the other 2 crews locked up together down the inside. Cashmere and towards the outside, which is Columba College. There's one qualifier, there's Rangi, there's the second qualifier. Sets it up for Christchurch girls to go into the repecharge. Take Nelson with them, Villa Maria, across the far side. Columba College, and then Cashmere. And we'll just try and give to the time for the second heat. The second heat, Marlborough College girls went through in 7:46, so very little between those two. Right, the old sun's out a little bit, guys, so just be assured it's slip, slop and slap. Just be aware that it can be a lot more severe than what you think it is, so make sure that you're wearing your hat if you've got it, slap it if you've got it, and take on a little bit of water, I suppose. Right, the boys under 16-8, the big 8-pack has come through. We're looking at 2. There must be 2 heats. We're looking at 2 to go through to the finals. Remember, they are going to be an 8-boat final, not 10-boat as we mentioned earlier on. There are 8-boat finals, so the boys under 16, they're going to take the 2 from the 2 heats for the look of it. Then 3, 4, 5 and 6 will go through to the repechage. The first heat up has got Christchurch Boys 2 down the inside, St Thomas of Canterbury in 3, Christ College in 4, Wakatipu in 5, Shirley Boy in 6, and Christ College's number 4 crew. We've got a crew sitting out in front with the black blades, must be Christ College. That will be their number 1 crew, and the boys under 16-8, they'll go through this course in around the 6:15, 6:16 mark, I would think. Inside the yellow boys they go, and under no pressure whatsoever. Good work, Christ College. Then we followed up right on their right is Wakatipu off the mighty Lake Hayes up there in the Lakes District. And then we go back to the crew on the right-hand side of Wakatipu, which is Shirley Boys. All these 3 are in Indian file. Back to the Addington Trots again as they go in Indian file, and then we go quite a wee way back, maybe 4, 5 lengths back to the crew from the inside lane, which should be Christchurch Boys number 2 crew. And then we go back, that's what it is, we go back again to, it looks like St Thomas of Canterbury combination. And then there's Christ College's 4 crew. They're back there in the middle of that third 500 in the beautiful water conditions for them out there. So Christ College just too powerful in there in the 16s by the look of it. Too strong for the Wakatipu side. Same distance back now to the crew from Shirley Boys High School. And then quite a wee bit way back, Christchurch Boys, Christchurch, St Thomas of Canterbury, and Christ College's number 4. And can we get a time for you? No, the girls under 16-4, race 90, went through in 7:50. We might as well go straight back up and pick up the second heat for you. Here's Christ College's 3 crew, Christ College 2 crew, the crew mates doing seat racing beside each other there. St Andrews in the middle of the course in 4, Christchurch Boys 1 and 5, and Otago Boys 1 and 6. So again, we're seeing another 8 that's sitting, oh no, not sitting out in front this time. There's 2 of them. Side by side, so the old coxswains will be getting it. There's the dark colours. So that'll be St Andrews 1 and Christchurch 1. So William Camo, he will be trying to get the best out of his crew over Sam Moffat, who's coxing in the Christchurch Boys crew. These 2 boards, I think the advantage goes to the white and the Silligan, and St Andrews down on the inside. That's it. They would have 3/4 of a length advantage now over Christchurch Boys High School as they go through the final 500. And the 500 out from home, their whole legs will be starting to shake. The body will start, the heart will be really, really pounding. Because a lot of these races, we are seeing them rode really hard. 1 or 2 races that's just been to qualify. These 2 crews have opened up a gap of 5 lengths now over the crew from Christ College. That's their Christ College number 2 crew. We've just seen their number 1 crew pretty impressively go through, and still hasn't come up yet that time. So there really is a big gap back now. We're just starting to see one or two of the gun crews get away from some of the crews that are just making the fields up. And it is down the inside as we suspected, which was the crew from St Andrews. Christchurch boys trying to get a little closer to them. There's only be a half a length in it inside the Golden Boys. Take a look at the stroke man just to see if the hand speed comes up. It started with Christchurch, with St Andrews. St Andrews started. Christchurch boys trying to get close to them. There's very little between them. It's only a canvas down. Only down to a canvas as they come inside the last 20 strokes. Canvas. Oh, it's down to about 2 feet now, or maybe still that canvas as they head down towards the line. St Andrews are going to hang on to it. St Andrews hang on, a canvas back to Christchurch boys. Nice finish coming from the Christ College's number 2 crew down on the inside. They'll have to go through the repechage. Their number 1 crew's already straight into the final. We're just looking for times for these 8:25, 6:25 for the first heat. A wee bit slower than what I would have thought. Then we go Christ College's number 3 crew and Otago boys. Girls under 17, Coxless Pier. This is where you've started to line yourself up for the top grade at Mardi Cup, the premier grade at Mardi Cup. This is the grade just below it. It's race 93 of the program. It's a straight final today. It'll be a straight final again tomorrow. We're just going for the fastest lanes, those centre lanes, and we've got Rangiruru 1 down in lane 2. Then we go Craighead. Craighead Diocesan it is, Nelson College for girls, St Hilda's Collegiate, Marlborough Girls College, Ashburton College and St Margaret's College. Should be quite an even race. They've just gone through the 1,000 metre peg now, and we'll just see if we can update you on what's going on. It's coming out of lane 5, and then the gold alongside it, so it's St Hilda's Collegiate, Georgia Graham, and oh yeah, what a combination. Georgia Graham, who we saw earlier on in the girls under 17 single sculls, win by the biggest margin of the day so far. She won by about 100 metres, which is the biggest margin of the day. And of course, Perry Hoare, who is Belinda Collins' daughter. So they've combined exceptionally well under the guidance of Jazz McIntosh, who got all her rowing career for Dunstan High School. There we go again. Jazz, you're getting another plug through the commentary tower. So it's St Hilda's, this fine up-and-coming young crew from St Hilda's. I think you'll hear over the next couple of years, especially Marty this year and maybe Marty next year. You might find this combination will be very, very hard to bowl when they get through to the under-18s. I think they're just about eligible to go under-16s, actually. So they're swinging along very nicely. They've got a 2.5 lengths advantage. The inside down the left-hand side of them is Rangiruru, and then in the middle of the course, there's a crew ahead of them, actually. It looks very much like it's the Nelson crew, so it's Nelson, St Hilda's and Rangiruru. These 3 crews have still let themselves, so the tussle's now going to come from St Hilda's over Rangiruru to get that second berth. Oh no, we're all coming back and doing it again. I've just told you that. So we're heading up towards the Gold Boys, and it looks very much like it is the crew from Nelson College. That's the crew that'll be. Just see who's in that. Chloe Steele and Gracie Ames, coached by Tim Babbage and Phil Knight. That's a pretty tough coaching combination there. 1, 2, 3. Rangiruru. It's Craighead. We've just got a better look at the colours now. It's Craighead. So we're going on colours, and it didn't work that time because I'm colourblind. So it's Craighead. It's Craighead sitting out in front. And then we go to Rangiruru Collegiate, locked together. Then we go to Marlborough on the top side of Collegiate. Then we go Nelson. And then right across the very far side, we go to that crew from St Margaret's. So down towards the line goes the crew from Craighead Diocesan. Out of Timaru, do all their rowing on the little estuary or the little creek that runs into the sea at Timaru there. And quite a bit of training camp up here on the lake. Finishing off with a very strong last 10 strokes over Rangiruru, who have gone through over the top of St Hilda's. St Hilda's will have to sit back and go through the repechage along with Marlborough, Nelson and St Margaret's. The second heat of the boys under 16, that's more like the time we should be looking at, 6:20. I've gone through in 6:20. St Andrews Collegiate went through in 6:20. So that puts them as the fastest time going into the final. They'll go through in lane number 4. Boys under 17, Coxless Pier. We've just seen the girls, Coxless Pier. Now we've seen the boys, Coxless Pier. They have Marlborough Boys, number 2 crew in lane number 2. St Thomas of Canterbury in 3. St Bede's College in 4. Christchurch Boys High School in 5. Christ College in 6. And again, I think we get 2 heats where they're going to take first of each heat through. That gives them 2, and then they'll have 2 repechage heats, which will give them 3 from each of those heats, which will make it your 8 final. 3, 4, 5 and 6 will go through to the reps. We've got a crew sitting away out in front, like we've seen in a lot of these small boat races so far at the 2024 South Island School Nationals, or Championships I should say. Inside the Golden Boys, it's coming out of lane number 4, which is the combination from St Bede's, Hugo Van Hurrell and Bede Gerger. Dale Maher, of course, does the coaching for the under-17 and under-18 squad. And we haven't seen the best of them yet. I think you'll see it in a couple of weeks' time, though. They are well ahead of the crew from St Thomas of Canterbury. By the look of it, St Thomas of Canterbury clearly up into 2nd place. We're looking for a winner to go straight to the final. Then the far side, we go out to the White of Christ College. They are up into 3rd. In between them is Christchurch Boys, and there's one crew to come. It must be Marlborough Boys down on the inside. Fine display of peer racing from the 2 under-17s out of St Bede's College in Christchurch. And St Thomas of Canterbury pushing hard also through the yellow boys. That's what we always want to see. We go out to the far side to White of Christ College. Come inside them by another 2.5 lengths to Christchurch Boys. And then we go to Marlborough Boys. Right, 8:04 was the time for the girls under 17 Coxless Pier. Craighead went through first. Then there was Rangiruru, St Hilda's, Marlborough, Nelson, St Margaret's and Ashburton. So the second heat, race 95, Christ College is 2, St Andrews 1, Ashburton 1, Marlborough Boys College 1 and St Bede's number 2. Should be a more competitive race, I think. Certainly of these 2 crews sitting out in front. It's Marlborough Boys on the far side and St Andrews on the inside. So Marlborough Boys have the advantage as they go through the last 500 metre peg. And now they're in that last 500. Marlborough Boys under 17 Coxless Pier is sitting out in front by about 1.5 lengths over St Andrews. Christ College really feeling the pinch back there on the inside lane, and on the right hand side of St Andrews is Ashburton, but they are about 4 or 5 lengths down from that, and locked up with Ashburton is the crew from St Bede's number 2. So 2 crews sorted themselves out to take 1 spot for the final, and then we have quite a gap of something like 4 or 5 lengths back to the other 3 crews. So Marlborough boys coming up to the goal boys. They will go through. We'll just get the time up for that. The boys under 17s have gone through in 7:16. I think they'll be pretty even. That heat and this heat will be pretty even, I'm pretty sure. So 7:16. Marlborough, they're inside the yellow boys. Now St Andrews goes into the yellow boys. The next up will be St Bede's. St Bede's number 2, and then the yellow boat of Ashburton's, and then right down the inside we've got Christ College number 2. Heading down towards the 100-metre buoy lines, we'll just see how the technique is of the Marlborough boys combination. It looks as if there's quite a bit of power there, the nice strong push legs. The body swings over, so the legs are the horsepower in rowing. If you're a novice spectator, where does the power come from? It comes from the legs. They're the horsepower. You'll need to swing the blade over once you've driven on the legs. The body swings over and the elbows rip into the rib cage. They're pretty happy with that by the look of it. St Andrews will have to go through the rapid charge along with St Bede's, Ashburton and Christ College. Get to the times as soon as we can. We'll just immediately go straight back up and pick up the girls under 18 coxed quadruple scull. Burnside, we're looking for 1 here and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 going through to the reefer charges. So there's only 2 heats by the look of it. Burnside down in lane number 1, Meridian in 2, St Andrews in 3, Ashburton in 4, Mount Aspiring in 5, Marlborough Girls in 6, and Villa Maria's number 2 crew out in lane number 7. Look down through the course, they are just about ready to hit the 500 metre peg. We can see the white, the gold, the gold, the gold in the middle of the course. So it's Ashburton, the gold boat for Ashburton out of lane number 4 is the crew that's in front. What's this, under 18? We'll just see who's in this crew. Honor Bradford, Sophie Gibson, of course, one of the top scullers out of the Ashburton Club on right hood. Rosa Armstrong and Sienna Skilling. Lee Reed's in the coxswain seat and coached, of course, by Justin Wall and Mary Hedford. So that's the crew. It's Ashburton, and on their right-hand shoulder, Ashburton has got Mount Aspiring. That's where the gold colours came from. Mount Aspiring up into second place. We're looking for 1 only to go through. Mount Aspiring is a length down off qualifying, and then we go out to the gold of the Marlborough Girls. Gosh, the water conditions out there on the mighty Lake Ruataniwha, the lake of the 2 monsters. We saw them earlier walking around campus. Must be having a day off today, the monsters. You can just see like that little flared effect as they come down with that Ashburton crew sitting out in front. A length and a half back on their right is Mount Aspiring, and another length and a half back on that in Marlborough. I don't think they'll pick the Ashburton crew up. They go into the gold boys this time. Ashburton now. Mount Aspiring now. Marlborough now. So there it is. There's not much between all of those 3 crews, only a length and a half and back to a length and a half again. St Andrews goes through now. Then right on their shoulder goes Marion. They are into the gold boys now. And then on their shoulder, Burnside. They're coming up and they'll go through to the yellow boys now. And then across the far side we go. That must be Villa Maria across the far side. So down inside the 100 metre buoy line they go. The gold boat of Ashburton. They're going down to the line. They've just moved the hand speed up a little bit. They're trying to keep that nose in front. Wakata putting in a pretty good challenge. Well, Mount Aspiring it is. Same colours as their club. Mount Aspiring go down. They're only just not quite a length clear. A length and a half back to Marlborough Girls. A length and a half back then to St Andrews. A length and a quarter back to Marion College. Burnside. And then we have Villa Maria across the far side. We can give you the time of the second heat of the boys under 17 Coxless Pier, 7:29. Girls under 18 Cox Quad. The second heat has Southland Girls, James Hargest, Columba College, Targa Girls High School, Cashmere, Villa Maria, and Meridian College has got their number 2 crew in lane number 7. And they have gone through the 1,000 metre peg. They're in the third 500. And we do have a crew in Cashmere colours trying to bring Villa Maria with them. So it's Cashmere out wide. And they're trying to bring Villa Maria, who's on their right-hand shoulder, but there's a good distance. Cashmere have got a pretty good lead on the rest of the field. Could be followed up by the outside Villa Maria, but Columba College is going well in lane number 3 as well. So Columba College has got a Targa Girls on their right-hand shoulder. And then on the left-hand shoulder, we come down to the lane number 1, Southland Girls. James Hargis just having a wee struggle out the back there, along with the crew on the far side, which is Marion's number 2 crew. So inside that 500, this is the doctor area. This is the area where you've really got to push these boats. You've really got to make sure you keep them up on top of the water and keep them going forward. And again, we've said it 100 times before, don't wait until the gold boys when it comes to Mardi Cup time. You have got to start coming from your 20, your 32, 33, up to 36, 37 very early. On numerous occasions in Mardi Cup, we've seen crews that should have taken medals and didn't because they were too slow at getting onto the idea that you need to crank up and start sprinting home 400 out from the buzzer. Quite clearly doing it very, very easily is the crew from Cashmere. Novice spectator wants to know where Cashmere is. It's out of Christchurch. Were quite lean for many years with their rowing squad, but have really, in the last 5 to 6 years, have got an awful lot more members in through the school. And, of course, you're now starting to see the performance, or we've been seeing that performance for the last 3 years. So Cashmere will go down and get the buzzer. Congratulations to the coaches, Matt and Joe. They won it quite comfortably. They were bringing Villa Maria with them through the 1,000 metre peg, and that's where they still sit, along with St Margaret's. And then right alongside, it's not St Margaret's, it's lane number 3, which is Columba College. And alongside them, and then down on the inside lane is Southland Girls High School. Welcome. Across the far side we go to Marion's number 2 crew and James Hargest. From off the Ariti River down there in Burt Munro area, that's where they grow pineapples down Southland. They get our main sponsors of the regatta is Meridian Energy, and of course they put a note out to say the heartfelt thanks to the volunteers and workers behind the scenes for the regatta. But we'll also say that without Meridian Energy sponsorship, we most likely wouldn't have the regatta. Meridian Energy has got a rowing centre here in Ruataniwha, and of course they're doing everything to clear the world up by putting solar panels and reducing the carbon emissions. So Ruataniwha, don't forget, pack it in, pack it out, guys. We can't stress that enough, especially around at that boat park. If you're any rowers hanging around with your parents here, if you're a decent sort of a person, you will go around at the bottom where you leave all your oars and leave all your mess and just pick up what you can that belongs to you, and maybe one more if somebody's outside you. Boys under 18 double scull, this is the elite class at New Zealand school rowing. Bayfield High School, we haven't called many Bayfield crews at this regatta, but there they go out there with an under 18 double scull. James Hargis, Mount Aspiring, Timaru, Nelson, Shirley Boys, Twizel area. And it's the boys from John McGlashan by the look of it. Can't be John McGlashan. Yeah, John McGlashan 1, John McGlashan 2. That was the second heat we were thinking there, but first heat was down over the top of us. The two crews from the Otago Harbour, of course, which is McGlashan and Otago boys. That's the two. Then we go John McGlashan again. They've been rowing under the Otago colours all season, so all of a sudden they get back in their school colours, and that's where they are, sitting out in front, so they'll just go qualify. That's, I'm sure that's Matt and Angus. Yeah, that's Matt O'Meara and Angus Lowe. Dylan and Jack do the coaching out of John McGlashan, of course. Otago boys, unfortunately, they've also qualified. So 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 will go through the river charge, and I would think that John McGlashan will be maybe a little disappointed they didn't qualify 1 and 2 there, but they'll go through into the final, no trouble. Cashmere's just gone through along with Dunstan. Nicholas and Leo from Dunstan will go through, and then the crew on their right hand shoulder, Shirley Boys, and we're looking for one more, which is Bayfield. That's the Bayfield number 2 crew. The Bayfield number 1 crew, we gave you that just before we got onto that race. The girls under 18 coxed quads. Cashmere went through in 7:29. Bill and Maria were 15 seconds behind them, so it was a convincing win by them. Right, that second heat is well on its way down the field. We've got the Bayfield number 1, James Hargest, Mount Aspiring, Timaru, Nelson, Shirley Boys and Twizel area. And it's Timaru, as we always see, the white with the blue braces. And the second qualifier looks like it's showing the Mount Aspiring colours. So it is Timaru, Mount Aspiring. Those two crews have opened up a gap of about 4 lengths over the inside lane, which is Bayfield's. Who's rowing for Bayfield? Alexander Hattrell and Sebastian Hattrell. So it looks like a brother combination, maybe twins. Gareth Vaughan is doing the coaching for Bayfield. I don't know what sheds they row out of. I'd imagine Union, I would think. Oh no, Bayfield High, I think it's in Dunedin. Nice and easy, the Timaru boys. Gosh, they scull well, these Timaru crews. 100 metre buoy line to go. They're not mucking around either. They want the racing, they want the hard racing, as they're all so used to doing. Down towards the line, they're on about 36, maybe 36 and a half, 37 as they head down. Mount Aspiring is just quite intent to just keep it at the same rate at about 36 as they head down. They'll know that they qualify there. They know how many boats they have to keep behind them. And then we come down and have to go through the repecharges. Will be the crew from Bayfield. Across the far side is the crew from Shirley Boys by the look of it. Inside them, Nelson. Outside of Shirley Boys, Twizel area. And then down the inside here to James Hargest. I'll just give you some more times. The boys under 18 double sculls gone through in 7:04. That was John McGlashan, number 1 crew. O'Meara and Lowe. And Otago boys, number 2 crew, which is Dunn and Tisdale, 9 seconds behind that. Then we win John McGlashan 2, Cashmere, Dunstan High, Shirley Boys, Bayfield. Boys under 18 double sculls. This is the third heat. We're looking for 2 from each heat. So that'll give us 6. So it'll be 1 straight. That'll give us 6 for the 8-boat final, and then I'll have 1 repecharge, I would imagine. 1 repecharge and take 2 from that 1 repecharge. It'll give you the 8 boats. Race 100. Cromwell College down the inside, St Bede's, St Kevin's, Wakatipu, Otago Boys, Shirley Boys, St Kevin's number 2. It's Wakatipu. Boys look as if they're just cruising out there for a Sunday row around Lake Hayes. Gosh, they're doing this easy. Shirley Boys outside them. I think it's up into the qualifying position, but a little bit of pressure going on from the inside crew out of lane number 2, which is St Bede's. St Bede's can put some pressure on Shirley Boys for that qualifier. Inside, oh no, Shirley Boys clearly up in the second qualifier. St Bede's, and in the middle of the course we have the white of St Kevin's out of that good Oamaru squad. And then we go Otago Boys. We have to go another 2.5 lengths back. Otago Boys, we go way back to the second St Kevin's crew, down the inside to the crew from Cromwell. So back inside to the 100 buoy line. And you can just see how easy this crew's sitting out in front. They have dropped their rating right down. They're way below 30. They're on about 28 strokes per minute as they head down towards the buzzer. They've obviously burnt it hard through the course and decided to just ease up for the racing tomorrow. Well done, Wakatip. They'll go down and get the buzzer. They're dropping it more as they go down towards the buzzer. Shirley Boys will take the second qualifier, and a good challenge coming in from them from St Bede's on the inside, but unfortunately they'll have to go through the reps as well. St Kevin's, Otago Boys, St Kevin's and Cromwell. The boys under 18 double scull second heat, they've gone through in 7:12, so that's a little bit slower than the first heat. Not much. We'll just compare that with the under 18s. So the under 17s are going through in 7:07 and 7:12. We'll just see if the under 18s can break the 7-minute mark. I would say after that very cruisy win by Wakatipu that they won't be able to do that. Right, race 101 is the girls under 15 Coxed 8s. It's a straight final of 8 boats. They'll come back and row it tomorrow. Doesn't appear to be any scratchings. Oh, I don't know because it's not up on our page yet. The second heat of the boys went through in 7:16. So that was the slowest heat of the 3 of them. And that's understandable because those guys eased off big time, so that will put them around about the same. So it's going to be a very competitive double scull race in the finals on Saturday or Sunday whenever it comes up, because they're all pretty even. Right, these girls' 8s, they're not through the 1,000-metre peg. Oh, we've got a flared effect for the first time in the regatta. We've got them running off the arrowhead. Right here as they go through, we've got St Andrew's College in 1, St Margaret's 2 and 2, St Margaret's 1 and 3, Rangiruru in 4, Rangiruru 2 and 5, Christchurch Girls 1 and 6, Marlborough Girls College 1 and 7, and James Hargis College out in lane number 8 for the under 15 Coxed 8s. And we do have an arrow effect as they come down through the course, and it is St Margaret's. St Margaret's, the 2 Rangiruru crews locked together as they head through the 1,000-metre peg. There's nothing between the 2 Rangirurus. It's the outside crew that's got a slight advantage. Or again, we see one of the Rangiruru number 2 crews in front going through the 1,000-metre peg. So that's the way they go through the 1,000-metre peg. St Margaret's, Rangiruru, and then on the top, the side of Rangiruru 2 is the crew from Christchurch Girls. They're bringing Marlborough another length and a quarter away from them. And then locked up out there is the James Hargis and St Andrew's crews. Where's St Margaret's number 2 crew? Yeah, they're right there. St Margaret's number 2 and St Andrew's number 1 are just about locked together down on the inside course. So it's St. Margaret's. They're too good for, it's the Rangi number 2 crew. Rangi number 2 crew's got a length and a quarter advantage over their number 1 crew, but we saw it at one of the regattas, one of the postponement regattas this year. We saw the number 2 crew lead until the last 500, and then all of a sudden we saw the number 1 crew just jump out like a match from a matchbox. And you'll find that this might happen again here too. There's very little between the two Rangi crews. St. Margaret, they're chasing St. Margaret with a length and a quarter lead, length and a half lead it'll be. Over Rangi's number 2 crew. Rangi's number 2 crew. The old coxswain. Who wants to be the number 1 coxswain? Grace O'Connor coxing for Rangi's number 2. And we have Sophia Sea coxing for the number 1 crew. Can she get them up over the number 2 crew? Then we go back to 3-4 lengths back to Christchurch Girls. Another 2.5 lengths back to Marlborough Girls. Then we go a long way back to St. Margaret's number 2. Then we go across the far side to James Hargest on the far side and St. Andrews down on the inside. St. Margaret's, Rangi's number 2 crew. There's little between these two crews. A slight advantage to St. Margaret's. Where are the supporters for St. Margaret's? I think the boats rode past the St. Margaret's supporters. And Rangi Ruru as well. There's very little between them. And the number 1 crew's not going to get up and beat the number 2 crew today. So it's the number 2 crew that's sitting out. Oh, there's absolutely nothing between the two of them. As they head in down towards that 100-metre buoy line, we'll get a better angle on them as they go through the 100-metre buoy line. I can't even see the buoy line. They are locked together. Rangi Ruru, both off the Avon River. St. Margaret's off the Waimak, though. They do a lot of work there. Here's the challenge. Oh, it's Rangi Ruru. It's Rangi Ruru that's got a foot advantage, and they're just piling it on now. They've gone out to a canvas. They've gone out to a canvas, or more than a canvas now. They are piling it on from about 100 out, and they've opened it up to just over a canvas. And St. Margaret's didn't have any answer for it. Oh, the number 2 crew. Who's doing seat racing at Rangi Ruru? Holly and Bella and Bella and Holly, are you doing seat racing? It looks like the same 2 coaches coach both crews. So there's some real seat racing going on there, Holly and Bella, isn't there? Here we go across the far side then. Christchurch Girls, Marlborough, St. Margaret's number 2 crew, St. Andrews, and James Hargest. Right, 7:16, the boys under 28. We'll just see what the girls under 15/8s can do. They'll be in the 7:40 mark, I would imagine, 7:35, 7:40. The boys under 15, Cox 4. We're looking at the first 2 to go through to straight to the final. It's race 2, 102. 3, 4, 5 and 6 will go through the reps. We're looking at 2 heats. I'm picking on that. St. Thomas of Canterbury's out of 2. St. Bede's 3's out of 4. St. Bede's 1 is out of 4. St. Bede's 3's out of 3. Shirley Boys is out of 5. Christchurch Boys High School's out of 6. St. Andrews is out of, that's the number 2 crew, out of lane number 7. We'll go and pick them up for you. They're still in that 500. They've just most likely just gone through Alcatraz Island. And there is a crew that, I just can't, 2 crews that are out in front. Again, we're getting a distance already in this first 600 metres. Can't see the lanes because of a slight lump on the water through the 1,000-metre peg. but we do go out second in from the outside, so it could be Christchurch Boys. So we're going to call it, it's Christchurch Boys that look as if they're in front, and then we come to inside them by 2. I think we go to St. Bede's. This is moving into that second 500. Yeah, that's the way it is, I'm sure. Christchurch Boys and then St. Bede's. A good tussle going on between the two Avon crews again. Oh, just gone off course a little bit. St. Bede's, I don't think it was the coxswain's fault. I think they caught a deep one. They've just gone off course a little bit. He's got it back on tech again. He's right on it again now. In the meantime, Christchurch Boys have most likely opened up at least another good 3/4 of a length over them. So it's Christchurch Boys over St. Bede's. Shirley Boys is maybe 3 or 4 lengths back. Oh, they've opened up a big gap already. On the top side of them is St. Andrews. Christchurch is the St. Andrews number 2 crew. And on the bottom side of the leaders, we've got, it looks like St. Bede's 3 and then St. Thomas of Canterbury. St. Bede's, I don't think they're going to get Christchurch Boys. It's just gone through the 500 metres now, and you'll see that it's Christchurch Boys sitting out in front. This is their number 1 crew, Tom and Jake. Tom and Jack doing the coaching of this crew out of Christchurch Boys. Oh, I don't know that they've got that big a margin. There's not a great deal again separating the McQueen from St. Bede's as well. Aaron and Thomas, who does the coaching for their St. Bede's under 15 boys. Not a great deal. There's about a length and a half, I would think, in it. Christchurch Boys over St. Bede's. Then there's a huge, huge gap. One of the biggest gap. We go back to St. Bede's number 3. I do not see St. Thomas of Canterbury. I can't see them unless they're in behind the gazebos. But then we go out the far side, we see the white of St. Andrews, and then there's a crew we've missed out, that's Shirley Boys. So we don't see St. Thomas of Canterbury. Christchurch Boys, what a nice balanced crew, guys. You've done a good job with these fellas. The white caps, they look really smart. Oh, just when I'm saying that, I won't tell you what seat it was, but somebody looked around and looked out at the bank and having another look too. Just when I was saying how tidy they were, I'm sure the coach would have seen that. If he hasn't, he's heard me anyway. So, but what great water they've got to finish off inside the yellow boys. St. Bede's, they've just really gone away from St. Bede's ever since they went through the last 500. They've gone away from them and opened up a gap now of about 2.5 lengths over St. Bede's. St. Bede's have got a huge gap back to their number 3 crew, and they in turn would have just on a length advantage over the crew from St. Andrews. That's their number 2 crew, and quite a wee way back to Shirley Boys, and we don't see St. Thomas of Canterbury. Your program now moves on to the second heat of the same grade, boys under 15 Cox 4. I see Shirley Boys are scratching, so we're down to the 4 crews. Christchurch Boys number 2 crew, St. Bede's number 2 crew, King's High School, St. Thomas of Canterbury's number 2 crew. So it'll be interesting to see who takes the win and takes 1 and 2 to go straight through to the final here. There again, we've got a crew that's way out in front, and it's a crew showing the gold, looks like the colours of St. Bede's again. St. Bede's number 2 crew. So St. Bede's, we're looking for 2 to go through. They've already got their number 1 crew through, and their number 3 crew will go through the repecharges, and now they're sitting out in front with their number 2 crew, and they've got a commanding lead over the crew on the far side, St. Thomas of Canterbury, and that's their number 2 crew too. So St Thomas of Canterbury's number 1 crew have obviously scratched, and it's left their number 2 crew a chance to go through to the final by the look of it. So St Bede's starting to show their colours up in the lower grades as well as the premier grades, the under-18s and the under-17s. Now you're getting it coming from the younger guys. You'll see that the older ones, when they're performing, the younger ones look up to them, and you'll find that they put the effort in as well and start to perform. So St Bede's 2 over St Thomas of Canterbury's number 2 crew. These 2 crews have opened up a big gap over the other 2 crews, which is Kings and Christchurch Boys number 2 crew. Into the yellow boys they go, and they're going to drag along with them. They will drag St Thomas of Canterbury into the yellow boys now as well, and then we've got that big distance back. So these 2 crews quite clearly will go through straight to the final. That's so they don't have that extra row. It's good to hear the coxswains really pushing their crews along. You know, they've been really short of racing, and it's a good opportunity to find out just about where you are. There's a lot of crews out there and coaches that don't actually know how well their crews are going, because all the regattas they would have never ever rode. So this is the first opportunity they've got just to see how their crews are going, and I think there's been 1 or 2 surprises by the reaction when they get the buzzer. Especially some of the female crews, when they get the buzzer, the reaction that they're getting from winning or going straight through to the final has been quite exciting. Actually, they really obviously didn't expect to get in there, and you'll see them starting to get themselves ready to go into the final. Whoops, there's trouble in the Christchurch Boys crew, but they've got it together again. They'll go through to get the buzzer, and then in King's High School. Race 104, which is the girls under 17 double sculls. We're looking at 1 to go through to the final, 2, 3, 4, 5 to go through to the repechage. Tells us there's 3 heats. In fact, we'll give you 4 heats. So again, big entries in the under 17s. We've talked about the big entries in the under 16s. We see big entries in the under 17s too. First heat up, we'll just get it any times for you. We've got that boys under 15 4, race 103, the second heat, 7:55. Right, the first heat up for the under 17 girls double. Targa Girls High School out of lane number 1, James Hargest out of 2, St Hilda's out of 3, Dunstan High out of 4, Ashburton out of 5, Hill Morton out of 6, Southland Girls High School out of lane number 7. And the chief starter, Justin Wall, and his team, Barry Clydesdale, and the helpers up there are really pushing the boats down through the course very quickly. We see the distinct colours of Dunstan High School, who had an excellent New Zealand rowing national regatta with the club, taking 17 medals. Dunstan Arm Rowing Club, 17 medals at the just finished New Zealand Rowing Championships. This is their junior squad, their school squad that they've got here. But it was their senior squad that won all the medals up north. Now they're going to see if the junior squad can win medals down here for the South Islands 2024. This combination sitting out in front is Emma Bryant and Talia Nelson. Oh, I can see why they're out in front. 2 of their top scullers out of the school squad, senior members of the school squad, been together, not together, but been rowing for 3 odd years now. A new combination for now. A new combination for Talia Nelson. She normally rows with Ruby Smith, Simon's daughter. It looks like they've put Emma in there for a bit of a row with Talia to see how they go, and it looks like it's turned up trumps. So down towards the 100-metre buoy line, they've said goodbye to the rest of the field, and the rest of the field has got, looks like James Hargis coming up with a good crew. They've got a chance of qualifying. They've got St Hilda's alongside them. We're looking only for the one to go through, so Dunstan have gone through. That's them, that's all. The rest are going to have to go through a rapid charge. Hargis are just putting on a wee bit of pressure now on St Hilda's. St Hilda's trying to hold them out, but James Hargis has gone and taken a canvas off them, and they'll go through and get the second buzzer over St Hilda's. We go a long way back now to the crew across the far side showing the Southland colours, Southland girls it must be, and then inside them we see the colours of Hill Morton High School. And the rest of the field, we should have a crew down the inside. That should be Otago girls down the inside. $7.55 we gave for the boys' fours. We're just waiting for the girls' first heat of that girls' double. We might as well go and pick up the second heat for you now. It's got Marion College in lane 1, Timaru Girls High School in lane 2, Villa Maria College in lane 3, Twizel Area School in 4, Burnside High School 5, St Hilda's Collegiate out in lane number 2, out in lane number 6. That's their number 2 crew, and Avonside Girls High School number 2 crew in lane number 7, under 17 double scull. Second heat of 4 heats. And guess who's in front, because they know all the shortcuts? The quickest way through the 2,000 metre course that nobody else knows about, and it's the Twizel girls. I think that's Sadie, I'm pretty sure that's Sadie, yeah, and Kyara. Calvin and Sarah, of course, have got their crews firing. Also had a very, very successful New Zealand Rowing Championship regatta. They went up there and performed exceptionally well. And here they go out here in the under-17 double scull. This combination went very well up at New Zealand Nationals, and they have got a commanding lead as well. It's going to be interesting to see who's got the quicker time between them and Dunstan. We know the Dunstan crew's really good. We know the Twizel's good. And we'll see who can go through the 2,000 metre course the quickest. But, of course, times don't mean anything. If you want the gold medal, you've got to do it on the water in the final. They haven't got such a big lead. It'll most likely only be about 2.5 lead over the crew from the inside, which will be Marion College, which is Charlotte and Cara from the inside. We're just starting to see a little bit of a resurgence from Marion College. They've always been there over the years, never ever had a big squad. They've usually only had around, anything from a half a dozen to 10 rowers. But we're now just starting to see their colours sitting out in front. I know they've got a very good 4 that we saw racing at the last regatta, the South Island Club Regatta. They had an excellent 4 that raced, and I don't know whether it was their under-18 4 or their under-17 4, but I'd imagine we will see that at some stage. If not, we've already seen it. But Twizel still with that 2.5 length lead over Marion as they go down, only one to go through. The rest, Marion's going to have to go through the reps, but I have no doubt that they'll be very competitive in the final. Remember, it's going to be all seeded. It doesn't matter whether you win the repechage where your lane will be in the final. It'll still go from the times. So if you're in the repechage, you could still be third in the repechage and you could get the third fastest time. I think it works that way. So Twizel I think cruise through. We can give you that first heat went through in 7:56, so we'll keep an eye on that. 7:56 for Dunstan Arm. We'll keep an eye and see what Twizel can go through in it. So after them we go out. Looks like going through the reps. Comes out of lane 5, which is Burnside. Down on the inside 2, which is Timaru Girls. They've got the buzzer. They bring along with them Villa Maria, and then out in the middle we have the crew from St Hilda's. And where's Avonside? Avonside down through the Gold Boys now. So we're sitting back and waiting to look at the time there. The 16 seconds clear, so it's a convincing win in the end. The third heat has the Meridian's number 2 crew down in lane number 2, Southland Girls in 3, Dunstan's number 2 crew in 3, Southland Girls are in 2, Wakatipu High School is in lane number 4, Marlborough Girls in 5, Cashmere's number 1 crew in 6, and Cromwell College's number 1 crew out in lane number 7. And sitting out in front, we do see the colours of Dunstan Arm, and alongside them, Wakatipu. So it's Dunstan Arm. This is Ali King and Neve O'Doherty. Of course, Simon and Natalie do the coaching, so it looks like they want to get both their double skull and the 17 girls double skull into the final, because we've just already seen one crew go through with Emma and Natalia. They've only got about a half a length advantage over Wakatipu, so it's a matter of who's going to crank their hands up inside the yellow buoy if it's only the one to qualify. So it'll be an interesting race between these two crews off the lakes, one off Lake Hayes, one off Lake Dunstan. And then we go maybe 3 to 4 lengths back. We go to the crew from Avonside colours by the look of it. No, it's Cashmere. We go out to Cashmere, and then we have to go quite a way back to Cromwell, and then slightly ahead of Cromwell is the crew from Marlborough Girls, and the two crews down the inside, Marion 2 and Southland Girls High School. So Dunstan have moved up alongside Dunstan and taken the lead off them, so it looks very much like Wakatipu were just sitting in behind Dunstan by a half a length and have decided to just push it a little bit harder, and they'll now go through and take the win. We can give you the time of the second heat. Twizel area went through 10 seconds quicker than the first heat. They went through in 7:46, which is 10 seconds quicker than the Dunstan High School crew in the first heat. So Dunstan won't get their two crews through. They'll have to go through a repechage now. Wakatipu's taken it off them inside the last 300. Cashmere will take the third buzzer. Oh, no, it's across that far side. Yeah, it's Cashmere. Then we go Marlborough Girls. Then we go Cromwell, but just slightly ahead of Cromwell. There's the crew down the inside. That's Marion 2, Cromwell, and then Southland Girls. They're ripping them down through the course now. We no sooner finish that and we look up at the 500, and we've got the fourth heat coming down, which has Columba College, Nelson College, Marlborough Girls, Wakatipu, Avonside and Roncarley College. This is the first call for Roncarley College this morning from Millsy anyway. So it's Marlborough Girls sitting out in front here. So it's Marlborough Girls have got a big lead on the rest of the field. And when I say a big lead, it's a good 8 lengths lead. On their right-hand shoulder is the girls from Wakatipu's number 2 crew. But they are way back down the course chasing a really good crew here. We're looking at times for these heats just to give us an idea of who might be in the centre lanes. Marlborough Girls, they always come up with good crews in this grade. I think if I remember rightly, we have to go way back to the 1990s, and they won a gold. They made a gold medal at the under-17 girls quad here on this course, Mardi Cup. So forget about them. They'll go through, and they'll go straight through to the final. The supporters of Marlborough Girls were happy with that. Looks like having to go through to the repechage. It's going to be the crew from Nelson. So the top of the South Island. It's a little bit of pressure going on them from Wakatipu. And a little bit of pressure going on Wakatipu from Avonside too. So these three crews, only about a half a length separating the three of them. They go through. Nelson, Bow Girl takes a wee look across. You can see the pressure coming from Wakatipu. Wakatipu locked up together. Oh, there's nothing in it. There'd only be a bow ball in it as they go through that row of boys. Now there's a foot in it. Nelson's just going away. Now there's a canvas in it. And it's Wakatipu's got to be careful because there's a big push come through from the right-hand shoulder of them as well, which is Avonside. They'll all go through to the repecharges. Roncalli College next, and then down on the inside we have Columba College. And now they're pushing the boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. The third heat went through in 7:57. So Twizel has got the fastest heat so far. We're waiting for the time for that heat. In the meantime, we immediately pick up St. Kevin's, Christchurch boys 2, Marlborough boys, Timaru boys, Otago boys, Waitaki boys, and Nelson's number 2 crew for the boys under 17 Cox quads, with one to go straight through to the final. And that one sitting out in front, of course, is the white singlets with the blue braces. Otago boys in second. They will be at least 2.5 lengths down off the Timaru crew in front. They are locked up with the crew down the inside, which is St. Kevin's out of the Oamaru rowing sheds. Of course, St. Kevin's know the shortcuts on this lake, of course, do a lot of training on this lake as they have sheds here on Lake Ruataniwha, the mighty lake with the two monsters. So there's your first three crews, and then we have to go back 2-3 lengths. It looks like Marlborough boys, it looks like. And then we go out the far side to the dark of Waitaki. Nelson's back off the pace a little bit. Then we come down the inside to Christchurch boys, and I can't see the St. Kevin's College. Oh, yes, St. Kevin's College 1 crew is sitting right down there in lane number 1. They're up in third place. So Timaru, nice and easy, no pressure on them whatsoever. Commanding lead of good 2.5 lengths over Otago boys. The Timaru crew will go straight to the final. Otago boys through the reps. Then we have St. Kevin's, that's their number 1 crew there. Marlborough boys, another 3 lengths back to Marlborough boys. And then from Marlborough boys we go to Christchurch boys, and they have a slight advantage over Waitaki and quite a wee way back to Nelson. And it's right, 7:58 was the 4th heat of the boys under 17 double sculls. So again, Twizel hangs on to the quickest time going into the finals. Heat 2 of the under 17s. Wakatipu's down in lane number 1. Otago boys 2s and 3. Ashburton Colleges in 4. Nelson Colleges in 5. Christchurch Boys High Schools in 6. And St. Bede's College is out in lane number 7. So we might see a chance of an inside lane winning with Wakatipu down on the inside lane. Oh, there's absolutely nothing between lanes 2, 3, 4, and then we go out wide 5 and 6. 2, 3, 4, which is Wakatipu High School, Otago Boys 2, in 3, Ashburton in 4, and then we go out to 6, which is Christchurch Boys. St Bede's back off the pace as they head into the third 500. St Bede's off to the pace, and there is another one back off it. No, there's not. Maybe Christchurch Boys. Christchurch Boys just feeling they're right there. It's Nelson College. That's the one that's just back off, and then we go back further to St Bede's. So we head up to these 3 crews from the inside, and also St Bede's number 1 crew. So it's Wakatipu, Otago Boys, Ashburton and St Bede's. They're locked together with only one position. The advantage goes slightly, very slightly to Wakatipu down the inside. But it's hard to pick up that angle. Pressure's going on the Otago Boys. You've got to sprint now if you want to go into the final. There's only one of you going to go. Just keep an eye on the Otago Boys to see if they can sprint home, see if they can bring Ashburton. Ashburton's going. Ashburton have gone. They've certainly cranked it up. And across the far side has gone as well. St Bede's on the far side. Don't leave them out. They're also in the firing line as well. No, it's not St Bede's. It's Christchurch Boys. Christchurch Boys. Now, Otago Boys just starting to get left behind. Ashburton's the one that moved to the first, and they've gone on us. So they've taken Christchurch Boys with them. They're bringing Christchurch Boys with them, and I think you'll find down the inside Wakatipu are under real pressure. Oh, there's nothing between them. Christchurch Boys on the outside and Ashburton on the inside. It's Ashburton with the slight advantage of 1 foot as they go to the buzzer. Ashburton 2 feet to Christchurch Boys, 1 foot back to down the inside Wakatipu. Otago Boys got left in the dust. Nelson 2 went into the firing line. We go to St Bede's, cross the far side, and that's your race. They really had to work. It will be a good time, I think. Boys under 17 quads, 6:40. The first heat went through in 6:40. So we'll keep an eye on that. Right, 110, it's his girls under 18 novice Cox 4s. Now this will be an interesting race because they haven't had a great deal of racing, so we haven't got any idea at all who's got the gun novice 4 crews. In the girls' side of it, Cashmere High School out of lane number 2, Nelson College out of 3, Rangiruru out of 4, Columba College out of 5, Avonside Girls out of 6, and Wakatipu High School out of lane number 7. There is nobody on the course, which is very unusual, and there's nobody in the starting bay either. Oh, yes, there is. I've just let them go. Three from the outside, 3 in from the outside, got a really good start. Rangiruru. There's that Gracie O'Connor out in the Coxon seat again. Holly and Bella. Gosh, you've got some good crews, Holly and Bella, especially in the novice grades and the under 15 grades. You've done a fine job. And you see that they've gone the quickest out of the start. We just saw them at a glimpse as they went away from the start. They're in that first 500. The next marker they get is going to be Alcatraz Island. That's the island we put all the naughty people. And we have officers going around to see who's naughty. If you get picked up, you'll be on the Alcatraz for a couple of days. The fog will come in and it'll be very cold. So Rangiruru looks as if they got the better start, so I'm picking when we can pick them up just as they come through the first 500 metre peg. We'll see that Rangiruru will be in front. Columba College has had pretty good novices this season as well, so they'll be right there with them. This stage it's still, we can see the gold right on the far side, that's Wakatipu. Avenside's just inside Wakatipu, Columba College. They've gone away well with Rangi. There's not a great deal between Columba College and Rangi. We're in the second 500 now. Columba College has certainly got an advantage over Avonside, and Avonside are just behind Wakatipu. So we go to Columba College. We know they've got a good novice squad. Rangiruru, Columba College together, and Wakatipu out wide. And on the left-hand side of Rangiruru, I tell you what, that crew is almost in front on the left-hand side of Rangiruru, which is Nelson College. So it's Nelson College in the firing line. And then from Nelson College, we go to the very inside crew, and they are just about a length and a half back from Nelson College already, which is Cashmere High School. So it's now come down to Nelson College, Rangiruru and Columba College, and I think Nelson College, out of those three crews, has got the advantage. One in from the Avon side, and Wakatipu having a wee tussle of himself on the outside lane. There's not a great deal separating them. There's still nothing between those three crews, Nelson, Rangi and Columba. Rangi's just back. Nelson's certainly ahead of Rangi, and I would pick it by a good 3/4 of a length. And Columba College look ahead of Rangi too by half a length. And they will bring with them, they're going to bring with them on their right-hand shoulder, but they're about a length down this Avonside, so all crews are getting along really well. The only crew to drop off only by a couple of lengths at this stage is Cashmere down on the inside. So they haven't hit the 1,000-metre peg yet, so they're still in that second 500, and we go to Nelson Girls. Has got the advantage over Columba College and Rangiruru. Columba College has definitely got an advantage over Rangi now. Rangi's under pressure from the... Cashmere's just back a little bit. It's under pressure from Avonside. Wakatip's just back off the pace a little bit now, and they were in that firing line as well. Not much off it. And Avonside, there's still nothing between Avonside and Wakatipu. Maybe a slight advantage to Wakatipu, but those crews are a good length and a half, maybe 2 lengths behind Columba College. Columba College has got that advantage of a length and a quarter over Rangiruru, so it's now coming down to 2 crews, Nelson, Columba College. There would only be, looks like Columba College might have the advantage over Nelson. Rangi's got a chance of coming back into it as they head through the 1,000-metre peg. This is where all the moves are done. If you have got spare time, go for a walk up the 1,000-metre peg and listen to the calls the coxswains do through that 1,000-metre peg. You can almost chuck your arm out and touch those boats at the 1,000-metre peg. Great racing going on the centre of the course. G'day, Paula. Still Columba College. Columba College have got the advantage on the rest of the field now. Rangi's starting to put pressure on Nelson. Nelson just starting to drift off a little bit now. We're through the 1,000-metre peg. The ones that have really put the pressure down has been Columba College. They do all their training on the harbour in Dunedin. 5 o'clock in the morning before the big ships go past. Columba College have opened up a good length and a half, maybe 2 lengths over Nelson. Nelson in turn have only got about a length over Rangiruru. I think those outside crews now are a good 2 lengths back. They're not going to come into it. And out of those 2 outside, Avonside's got the advantage over Wakatipu, and feeling the pinch is Cashmere High School down on the inside lane. So Columba College and Nelson, there would only be a length, maybe a length and a quarter in it at this stage. Columba College, we're coming up inside the last 500, Columba. Can they open it up? Ellen and Emily do the coaching for that Columba College novice crew. Can they open it up without making any mistakes and try and creep away from Nelson a wee bit more? They've got a length and a half on them at this stage as they head up towards the Gold Buoys. Rangi just can't. Rangi's been desperately trying to keep in touch with Nelson. They haven't been able to do it. when we picked them up with 1,500 metres to go, outside, Avonstein still keeping a little bit of an advantage over Wakatipu on the far side, and then we come back to Cashmere. Inside the yellow boys goes Columba College. They'll go down to the 100 metre buoy line, which we can't even see now, the 100 metre buoy line. They've gone underwater. Columba College still got that length and a half to length and three-quarter lead over Nelson. I think the damage was done at the halfway mark with 1,000 metres to go. I think Columba had the better 1,000 metres. The idea, I would imagine, as a coach, well, it certainly wasn't my day, that you want to row the second 1,000 quicker than the first 1,000. And I think you'll find Columba College has done a good job in that, because they really put the hammer down at the 1,000 metre peg and split that open gap up between the other two crews. Nelson, they've got a good 2.25 lengths over Nelson as they head down towards the buzzer. Avon another 2.25 lengths back from that. Then we go Avonside. Wakatip now just starting to get a little closer to Avonside. So Wakatip coming home with a wee bit of a burst over Avonside, but Avonside hanging on desperately. And Cashmere not that far away in the end, Cashmere. The boys under 17 quad, the second heat went through in 6:52, which is considerably slower than the first heat. I think you'll find that they'll all race again. We'll just check for you. 1 and 5. Yep, they'll all go through to the final. Well, go through to the repechage. They'll all go through to the repechage, and then they'll go through to the final from there. The second heat has Wakatipu's number 2 crew in 2, Ashburton in 3, Rangiruru's 2 crew in 4, St Kevin's in 5, Marlborough Girls in 6, Christchurch Girls number 2 crew in 7. Through the 1,000 metres they go. And the gold hats and the multicoloured boat of no other than Rangiruru. So Rangiruru, Bella and Holly, who have had a pretty good regatta so far with their novices and under 15s. Bella and Holly, great job you're doing with your under 15s and your novices. So you've got a novice crew sitting right out here, the girls under 18 novice Cox 4. The emergency number, 111, race 111 of the regatta. Thank you, Meridian Energy, for your sponsorship. We certainly appreciate it. And just another reminder about the housekeeping. If you pack it in, you pack it out. You must keep your dogs on a lead. And, of course, try and educate your students to pick up the rubbish after them, to see if we can just clean up the boat park area instead of the volunteers and the caretaker doing all the work at the end of the regatta. Makes it easy for everyone. Rangi has got a commanding lead over on the right shoulder and the left shoulder of them. One is St Kevin's on the right and Ashburton down on the left of them, but they are a good four. Tells me that they still haven't decided on their best combination yet, coming close to Mardi Cup, but I would imagine they now have got a good idea of what's going on, since they're getting some racing, since they've missed out on in the other 3 championship regattas. So Holly and Bella, I hope you now got a good idea of where your best crew will come from and set it all up for the Mardi Cup. You can guarantee there'll be some strong crews coming down from the North Island, as always. And that's where you've got to have to nail. Then we have the yellow boat. St Kevin's in the middle of the course. Ashburton still only 3/4 of a length separating them, and a little bit of pressure coming on St Kevin's from Marlborough Girls, but they're still a length behind them. Then we go a long, long way back to Christchurch Girls 2, and down on the inside we come to that second crew from Wakatipu High School out of Lake Hayes. The mighty Lake Hayes, where Fergie the Perch is. Or is it Percy the Perch? You can just see by the body language of Rangi Ruru that they obviously didn't have any indication that they would be out in front. That is, congratulating themselves. Ashburton takes that second buzzer. St Kevin's, Marlborough Girls down the far side to the Christchurch Girls crew, and the inside to Wakatip's number 2 crew. We'll get a time for the first heat. The girls' novices' first heat went through in 8:08. Oh, I must say that was not overly quick. I'm sure that Rangiruru crew will go through quicker than 8:08. Right, the third heat has Marlborough Girls 2 out of lane 2, Rangiruru 3 out of 3, and Burnside High School out of 4, Waitaki Girls High School out of 5, St Margaret's out of 6, and Christchurch Girls out of 7. This will quite possibly be the quick heat, I would imagine. We have St Margaret's. Gosh, all of a sudden St Margaret's, I thought were just only thereabouts in those, what we saw of them in those other regattas. But now all of a sudden we see them out in front. So they've timed their run really, really well for Māori Cup, St Margaret's. And we'll just get an idea of who's coaching this crew. Sophie McCartan. So you've timed your run really well, Sophie. So St Margaret's sitting out in front with no pressure going on them whatsoever. We know we're looking for those first 2 crews to go through. And it's on their left-hand shoulder. It's Waitaki Girls High School. Look as if they may be the second qualifier. But we've got pressure come from right down on the inside. It looks like lanes 1, 2, 3. It looks like lanes 3, which is Rangiruru's number 3 crew. No, it doesn't look like them there. Yeah, it is Rangiruru's number 3 crew. I can't see the other. Oh, way back out of their lane and steering towards Bluff is the crew from Marlborough Girls number 2 crew. So they're obviously having a few problems out there. So we go back to the leading crew as they head down towards the Gold Boys. It's no problem for St Margaret's, sitting comfortably out in front over Waitaki Girls High School. Then we go to Rangiruru. They're in Indian file, about 4.5 lengths between them all, and then right across that far side we go to the Christchurch Girls number 2 crew. They're spinning along quite nicely as well. Right. This Rangi Girls crew, just a learning crew by the look of it. Some couple of tall girls in the 1 and the 2 seat by the look of it. Got the boat rigged really high, the Rangi crew that's sitting. But we'll go back to the leaders, and it is St Margaret's. So they'll be the first qualifier. And the second qualifier will be Waitaki Girls out of the Oamaru rowing sheds. Then we go to this Rangi crew. This is the Rangi crew number 3 crew. So, man, it's going to be hard to try and pick a crew. They won't be able to enter 3 crews at Māori Cup, I'm sure, but in the same event, I'm sure it's limited to 2. I may be wrong, but it certainly is in some events. So whether they've got a chance of getting into the top crews, we don't know. Then we go Christchurch Girls get the buzzer. Burnside, we missed you through the course, sorry. And then this crew from Marlborough Girls. There doesn't look to be any gear breakage. It's just a learning crew by the look of it. Maybe haven't had a great deal of time racing or on the water. Right, 8:12. The second heat of the girls' novice coxed fours went through in 8:12, so it's certainly 8:08 is quicker. The starters have banged another race down. They must have 3 races going all at the same time, the way they're coming down through the course. The boys under 18 novice cox quads. First 2 go through to the final, 3, 4, 5 and 6 and 7, which is generally the rest of the field. In this case it is the rest of the field. We'll go through to the... Could have saved paper by going first and second to the A final and rest to the repechage. St Thomas of Canterbury's out of lane number 1, Christ College 2 out of 2, Otago Boys 3 out of 3, Timaru Boys 1 out of 4, Mount Aspiring 1 out of 5, John McGlashan 2 out of 6, and St Andrews number 1 out of 7. Right down over the top of us, and it is Timaru again in their sculling race. So it is Timaru boys and the boys under 18 novices. So they've got the novice squad, which is Cooper, Reuben, Luke, Georgie, and Toby's in the coxswain seat. And it looks like Brian Smith and Jamie Harrison are doing the coaching with the novices. And they are inside the Golden Boys and looking to pull along with them the crew on their right-hand shoulder. Oh, there's going to be a tussle now. The right-hand shoulder of Timaru is Mount Aspiring. And right down on the inside lane is the crew from St Thomas of Canterbury. So one of them's going to miss out. Now I hope the coxswain knows. Oh no, it looks like Mount Aspiring has got the advantage by the look of it. We'll just take a look at this 100-metre buoy line. So Timaru will go through and get the first qualifying buzzer, and definitely Mount Aspiring will get the second buzzer. But novice racing, and they haven't had a lot of racing, so a mistake can be made quite easily. So St Thomas of Canterbury, they'll have to go through the repechages, along with the 2 crews on the far side, which is John McGlashan 2 and St Andrews. And then we come down to lanes 2, which is Christ College 2 and Otago Boys 3. Just heading inside the yellow boys now. So Timaru and Mount Aspiring straight through to the final. St Thomas of Canterbury boys worked hard, the body language tells you. Coxswain's given John McGlashan a real thrashing out there by the look of it. Is it John McGlashan? Yeah, John McGlashan, but rowing in the Otago t-shirts. Christ College with the black blades, they'll go through. They'll have to go through the reps along with Otago, which is a couple of little coxswains out there in the Otago Boys number 3 crew, getting themselves ready for the coxswain race at Mardi Cup, if they still have the coxswains race. Got a funny feeling they don't have a coxswains race now at Mardi Cup or South Islands. Health and safety, I would imagine. Coxswains can't row. Coxswains make very good rowers. Coxswains make exceptionally good coaches. $7:58, we gave you that time for the girls 4, the 30 to the girls 4, 7:58. That's the quickest time, actually. That's the quickest time. Right, your second heat of the novice guys. We've got Christchurch Boys number 2 crew out of lane 1, Mount Aspiring 2 crew out of 2, Otago Boys High School 2 crew out of 3, Waitaki High School out of 4, John McGlashan's 1 crew out of 5, St Bede's 1 crew out of 6, Christ College's 1 crew out of 7. And Christ College across the far side, and Otago showing the Otago colours again, which is John McGlashan. So it's John McGlashan that's sitting out in front. We're looking for 2 to go through. Then we have to go on the right of them, which is Christ College, right out on the far side lane. So there are 2 crews that have sorted themselves out. They've sorted themselves out by about 20 metres, maybe more. 20 lengths will go. The rest are going to go through the rest of it will go through the repechage, which is Christchurch boys. They're way back in the lower. That's their number 2 crew. Mount Aspiring's 2 crew. It's up reasonably well. In the middle we have the dark of Otago boys, Waitaki boys, and should be one other crew we've got to call yet, St. Bede's. Back to the leaders, and they go down towards the buzzer, and it's Christ College number 1 crew. Liam and Jack doing the coaching for the Christ College novice squad, and they have taken it over from John McGlashan. There's that 20 lengths we're talking about. St. Bede's will be the 3rd boat over, but well back from the leading crew. Then we go to Otago boys, squeezed in between St. Bede's and Otago boys on is Waitaki. And then we go back to Mount Aspiring and Christchurch boys number 2 crew. Right, the boys novice under 18 quads from heat number 1 went through in 7:13. We haven't got the second ones up yet, but 7:13. As you see, that's about a 40-odd minutes difference between the females and the males. Right, your 3rd heat has got Christ College 3 out of lane 1, Christchurch boys in lane 2, Timaru boys 2 and 3, Otago boys in 4, Wakatipu High School in 5, Marlborough boys in lane number 6, and Nelson College in lane number 7. Again, we've got a crew that's opened up a lead on the rest of the field. Coming out of lane number 2 by the look of it, which is Christchurch boys number 1 crew. That's Freddie, Ollie, Cameron, Ethan and Blake Robson in the coxswain seat. Maisie and Tom do the coaching of this crew, the novice crew from Christchurch boys. And they have got a commanding lead of about 3 lengths advantage over the crew in the middle of the course in the white colours, which is Otago boys. Otago boys in turn will get a little bit of pressure put on them from the crew from Wakatipu on their right hand shoulder, and those 3 crews have opened up a gap of maybe about 4 lengths over the rest of the squad, which is Nelson, Marlborough boys, and then in the middle of the course we have Timaru boys number 2, which is very unusual to see them back there. They're always out in front, but this is their number 2 crew. So it's Christchurch boys. They've been in the lead ever since we picked them up. Targa boys trying to hang on because there's some real pressure going on them from Wakatipu. I don't know that the coxswain has realised that yet, because they were back off. Otago boys were quite clearly in the qualifying position. Now Wakatipu is going to put some real pressure on them. So I hope the coxswain's had a little look around there. The head would have to swivel all the way around like the Exorcist. I think they'll hang on to it, Otago boys. They'll go through. Oh, we're looking at 2 crews to go through. So Christchurch boys with their number 1 crew will go through to the final. Targa boys will take the 2nd berth, and the fast finishing Wakatipu High School will unfortunately have to go through the repechages. A good calm rowing by Otago boys, because Wakatipu's rushing at them, and they've kept it nice and calm and made no mistakes. So it's good rowing by the novices. I'm talking not those guys, I'm talking about all the novices. It's been pretty good rowing by them. No mistakes being made. I don't think we've had a capsize today, which is really good. Girls under 16 double scull. The starters have let them go, which is the second heat of these boys novice forwards who've gone through in 7:24. Right, it's this heat. Waimea College. Waimea College out of lane number 1. St Hilda's Collegiate number 2 crew out of 2. Mount Aspiring College out of 3. Wakatipu High School out of 4. Dunstan High School out of lane number 5. This is the under 16s. Burnside High School 2 crew out of 6. Cromwell College number 1 crew out of 7. Frank's just come back into the commentary tower. He'll come back on for at 1:30, and you'll find that we will do hit by hit after that. So again, it's another school. We haven't still found out where this Hill Morton comes from, and we've just been told Christchurch. And we have called Waimea before at other regattas, but I don't know where they come from either, or I have forgotten. Can tell you guys, I've forgotten more than I could ever remember anyway. So Mount Aspiring certainly ahead of the two inside crews. So Mount Aspiring's got St Hilda's 2 and Waimea College behind them. So there's a lot of crews in front of them though. So we go out to the middle of the course, and it looks like the crew in Dunstan Arm. So Dunstan Arm and then Wakatipu, both these two clubs have had fight after fight after fight at all the regattas every year, but this Dunstan crew's well out in front. Now this is a new combination as well. This is Ruby Smith and Bella Breen, and Ruby normally rows with Talia Nelson, and she combined it with Emma Bryant, and they won comfortably out in front, and it looks like this combination is rowing comfortably out in front. So Simon is obviously doing some seat racing with his under 16 to see who gets the under 16 berth at the Māori Cup Regatta, I think. So he's just trying to sort out which is the best combination. This will give him a good indication. They're inside the yellow boys, and they drag with them Wakatipu High School, who are about 2.5, maybe 3 lengths down off the leading crew. Then we look right out to one in from the outside. That should be a Cromwell crew going by ours. Yep, it's Cromwell. So that's good row from the Cromwell girls. Just on their left-hand shoulder, they have got Burnside. And then right on the top side of that is Nelson. They go back another 2 lengths back to Nelson, and they're locked up with Avonside. Or will it be Waimea? Waimea? No, it must be St Hilda's. Mount Aspiring ahead of St Hilda's, and then we go back to Waimea a little bit. So we go back to the leading crew again. Dunstan are going to get the call. Bella Breen in the stroke seat and Ruby Smith in the bow seat. That's a new position for Ruby as well. She's normally stroking most of the crews. And then we go for Wakatipu's. They'll have to go through the repechage because they're only taking one through. And the rest going through the repechage. We go to that one in from the outside, which is the crew from Cromwell. Inside them, we've got Burnside will go through, Mount Aspiring, St Hilda's, Nelson, and the crew is Waimea College. Sonera and Mela. Kylie Johnson and Claire Van Erden were doing the coaching out of Waimea College it is. I think we gave you the time of that third heat of the novice boys in 2:27. We haven't got the fourth heat time up yet. I don't think there was a fourth heat. That's why it's not up. Only the 3 heats. Race 117. Girls under 16 double sculls. We're looking at, there must be 3 heats because we're looking at 1 to go through to the final and 2, 3, 4 and 5. So somebody will miss out here. Generally, when you go back to 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 and 7, that's the rest of the field that goes through, but not in this case. And there's 2 heats, 3 heats. So again, we talked about it earlier on about how big the entries were in the under-16s. Got a funny feeling it's one of the events where the school was only allowed 2 entries in the event. And in some cases, I think some of the single scale races, I think you're only allowed 1 crew in the event. I'm not too sure. But you coaches will know, or you should know. We've got Nelson College down on lane number 1, Columba College 2 and 2, James Hargeston 3, Burnside in 4, Craighead Dyson in 5, Hill Morton in 6, Wakatipu High School's number 2 crew in 7, and Villa Maria out in lane 8. And we've got one of the inside lanes coming out of lane number 2, showing the colours of Columba College. So again, Jared and Ella, who have been a combination coaching out of Columba for at least the last 6 years, I would think, if not more, are doing a grand job of their senior squad. Columba College's number 2 crew, and this is their number 2 crew. I hate to think where their number 1 crew is going to come up. They're in the second heat out in lane number 8. So it's Columba College. They'll be pleased when they come in to know that their number 2 crew is won. Columba College will go through. We're looking only the one come through. We've got Burnside. Burnside will have to go through, but just slightly ahead of Burnside and about a length and 3/4, maybe 2 lengths down off the leading crew. Is the crew out there from Hill Morton, I think. We'll just take a look at the colours. It's coming out of lane 6, which is Hill Morton. We got it right. And squeezed in between them Burnside. We gave them a plug, and then we have to go 2 or 3 lengths back to James Hargest. James Hargest do all their rowing on the Burt Munro Reedy River down there where the pineapples grow. That's where the samflies are bigger than shags down there on the Reedy River. Across the far side, Villa Maria will have to go through. Again, not a great deal separating these tail end crews. Then we go back to Nelson and across the far side to Wakatip's number 2 crew. They've ripped another one. I'll just bring this under 16 grade through, and Frank will come on, and I'll shoot away for a couple of seconds to have a wee quick drink and then come back, and we will tag team for the rest of the regatta. So the second heat, or this is actually the third heat it is. Girls under 16, it's race 118 of... It's been a full day, but it certainly hasn't been any record as far as the number of races. I think the record's about 59, I think, 159 for the day, which we've done before. Marion's number 2 crew in lane 1, Cromwell's 2 crew in 2, Dunstan Arms 2 crew in 3, Southland Girls out in 4, St Hilda's Collegiate in 5, Ron Carley College, we haven't called you much today, Ron Carley, in 6, and Avonside Girls in 7, Columba College's number 1 crew in 8. That's the crew. Oh, we're not looking at Columba College, that's for sure. We're looking at St Hilda's. Who's rowing in the St Hilda's crew? Oh, Georgia Graham and Hannah Garden, of course, and Jazz McIntosh. See if we can get it right for you today, Jazz. Southland Girls, gosh, the bow girl in Southland Girls is looking around a lot. Coach, I hope you take notes of that. Not too sure. They know they've got to win. I think they've got to win to go through, so they're going to have to put some pressure on the St Hilda's. This Georgia Graham, we talked about her earlier on. I think you're going to hear a lot more of her. She won her heat of the under-17 single by the biggest margin of the day. I think she was getting the buzzer when the next crew, second, was just going into the Gold Boys. I think Frank got that race, and I think you're going to see a lot more of her. And of course, we're hoping that Jazz McIntosh can keep up the idea of coaching crews, because she's obviously got these crews performing exceptionally well. It's a great game to be in, Jazz. We want you to stay around, buddy. Southland Girls into the Gold Boys as well. So that's the first two crews, but it's only the winners that are going to go straight through. We then go back to 3 in from the outside, which is Ron Carley. We'll just see if they've got gold blades. Yeah, Ron Carley's gold blades up into 3rd place. And then we go back another length and a quarter to the crew out of lane number 3. That's Dunstan Arm. I don't know who, Poppy and Phoebe for Dunstan Arm doing the rowing there. And then we go back out to one of the outside lanes again. That should be Avonside, which it is the Avonside colours. Come down to Cromwell College's number 2 crew. Back outside to Columba College, so we know who the gun crew is. And Marion College number 2 crew. We'll just shoot and get rid of this grade, this under 16 grade, and go straight to Frank. When we get rid of the 4th heat. Marlborough Girls 2, Hill Morton 2, Wakatipu High School's number 3 crew, Twizel area, Marion, Otago Girls High School, Christchurch Girls, St Andrews and Mount Aspiring. They're well down through the course. In fact, I'll tell you what.
G'day, it's Frank here, and I've just taken over from Millsy, who's going to get a refresher of sorts. Where are we at? So this is the race 119 girls under 16 double scull heat 4 coming down the racetrack here. We can see them at the 1500. Looks like there's a clear leader here. I'm picking that as what? That's lane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe lane 5, Marion College. Yes, that looks like the colours of Marion College. Those Canterbury red and black, quite distinct. They've got a very handy lead here, probably about 4 boat lengths back to the 2nd crew, which looks like it's possibly Hill Morton High School. Hill Morton High School, the school we didn't know about from Christchurch. They're in 2nd place there. They're not going to peg back this team, which means that, as Millsy said, the progression is first to the final, rest go to the repercharge. In fact, I'm probably going to take that back on the Hill Morton crew. Let's have a look. No, it's actually Whakatipu. The Hill Morton crew is sadly a bit further back in lane 2 there. It's lane 3, Whakatipu in 2nd place. But Marion College here, well in control. This race is theirs to lose, as they say, which I doubt it. Taking it through very nicely. Back to Whakatipu, and then behind, so Whakatipu doing really well today. I've commentated a number of their races, and they've either often got through to the final. In this case, they won't. They will be going to the repercharge, but it's okay if they put a good, strong performance in the repercharge. Then clearly they'll get through to a final. But Marion College here, well in control. Sophie Stewart and Sophie Davis, coaches Izzy Crowther and Tori Cox. Doing a good job with these two, looking very nice. Probably 2nd-year rowers in the under 16. Very nice timing. I like the low blades, the no squaring in. Squaring in, push, nice. Synchronicity in their bodies, looking very nice. Back to Whakatipu here. Whakatipu are just trying to dig it in, push a little bit further. They're really up their rating as opposed to Marion, which are a nice, steady rate. But they're not going to get them here with 5 boat lengths behind. That was Marion College, have just come through on that. So they take that one. By the way, the previous race, let's have a look here. St Hilda's took that in 8:14. 8:14, followed by Southland Girls in 5 seconds later. 8:14. So let's see. So 2, 3, and 4. We've got 9 in this race. Just our big heats, aren't they? So that's 6. That's 5 go through. So 5 are going to miss out here. And you can actually see that in far side Mount, is it Mount Aspiring way over in the far side? They're actually possibly going to be lapped by the next race, race 120, which is the boys under 16 single sculls. The boys under 16 single sculls are coming down. They're coming down pretty fast. They're around the 1500. They've gone through the 1500. They're closing in on the 250. And who in the lead there? That's the Green Top, Twizel Area School. Luca Mains Upson coaches Kevin Maker and Sarah Henderson. By the way, in this race, 1 and 2 go through to the A final. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are through to the repechage. 8 in the race, so one person's going to miss out getting another row. So Twizel Area School, and who's on the inside? They could be challenging him there. That looks like Nelson College. Nelson College here in currently in second place. But who's that? Nelson College. Murdoch Smith, coaches Brent Smith, but he's not far off it. But these two are going to be clearly the 1 and 2 going through to the final. And they're almost overlapping the final of the girls under 16 double on the far side there. Oh yes, and the Twizel area and Nelson are having a bit of a ding dong here. Nelson, he's looking across, he's seeing him, he's throwing it, kitchen sink, but in a controlled manner. Twizel's responding. They're looking back and forth, and Nelson boys high. He may tip him here. I'm just standing here, got my line up. Yes, Nelson boys has rolled him. They both slowed down to the buzzer, but it was actually for the under 16. Nelson boys has rolled over top of Twizel, though they both appeared to slow down at the end there, but they were both going through anyway, so there's no great dramas there. But that was a nice having a bit of a race there at the finish. Coming back into third place, which is probably going to be Ashburton College. Caleb Armstrong coaches Justin Wall and Mary Hefford. So hot on them. So boys under 16 single sculls. There is 1, 2, 3. I'm counting 3 heats. We've got the second heat coming down there now. They're coming up to the 1500. In fact, they've already gone through it. Who we've got in the leaders? Once again, it's these middle lanes here. I'd say that looks like Whakatipu. That'd be Charlie Manser, Coach John Morrison. I think he looks like the Whakatipu colours coming through in the middle. Second place could be he's the leader here. In first place has got a good number of boat lengths over the next cruise, which seems to be on the far side there. That would be, is that Marlborough Boys? Let's have a look. Marlborough Boys maybe. I think it is. I think it's Marlborough Boys currently in second. Now remember, 1 and 2 go through. So is Marlborough Boys been challenged a little here? Back inside, perhaps in lane Otago Boys High School 1 maybe. No, I think Marlborough Boys has got this as well in second place. He's probably got about 3-4 boat lengths on the third place position. Unlike the last race, we've got two definite first and second standing out. The leader here, the Whakatipu boy, I think I was just talking the wrong race then. Charlie Manson there, Manser. It's coming up now. He's just got 100 metres, 110 metres to go. On the far side, we've got Marlborough Boys High School, which is Logan Flight, coaches Clayton Lindstrom and Grant Morton. Coming through, take second place. And inside to 5, which is Opia College, Lachlan Stratford. Kevin Maker is his coach. Although, as we said, it's 1 and 2 to the final. There are 8 in this race, so the remaining one person will miss out coming through, which this is probably going to be... Oh, no, it's probably going to be who have flipped their boat. Got a single out there. We've got a single that's flipped. Yellow boat, what would that be? That's usually... I was going to say it's... It must be Whakatipu, yes, Whakatipu 1. Oh. I'll just check there because I just got my races mixed up. No, I think I'm on that one. Oh, is it me? Oh, sorry, I'm there.
Okay, go.
Yeah, sorry, lost the commentary there for a moment. We were just Millsy's back, and we're just sorting out. We've actually only got about 4 races left, so just recollect ourselves. We're on race 122 at the moment. The boys under 16 single heat 3, and so who have we got here? One goes through to the two go through to the A final. It looks like we've got lane 3 here. I'm saying, nice red boat there. Lane 3, is that St Calvin's College there? That's the white on the blue there, Millsy. Right. 1, 2, 3. Yep. St Calvin's College are in the lead there. They've got the first place. He's got a good handy lead over the far side, which would be, let's see, Whakatipu might be Otago Boys High. I think it's Otago Boys High. Lane 6, Otago Boys High. Ben Thompson is in second place there. St Calvin's College, he's got, oh no, I take that back, we've got the far side. We've got, unless that's the previous race, we've got someone crept up on us, Q6. No, that's the previous race. These boys are actually overlapping the finalists in the previous race. So we've got St Calvin's College here, Cooper Lynch, coach of Evan Doherty, he's going to take the line. He's almost rolled over top of the final in the previous race. And then we have Otago Boys High. Ben Thompson coaches Lauren Gibb and Beth Anderson rolling it through. He knows he's through. Just 1 and 2 are through. Bit of a spurt coming on from Jasper there of Whakatipu too. However, he's going to be going through to the repechage. And then we've got 2 boats at the back. So remember I said that 7 boats will go through, so 1 will miss out, which looks like it's in the far lane there. Finishing off, that's Bayfield 2, Bayfield High School 2. So it looks like there's going to be a wee break. So we've got 3 races left. We've got the girls under 18 Cox State and then the boys under 18 Cox State. They've got 2 heats. So Mills is going to take you through those. I'm going to take the girls under 18 Cox State, and then we'll go through the boys under 18 Cox State. The Mills will take, and then that's it. We can get your kids home, get them fed, get them showered, get them in bed, because it's up and at 'em again tomorrow.
Just because we're getting towards the end as well, guys, don't forget the rubbish thing, especially around the boat park. Like, we certainly will appreciate it if you just put a little bit of an effort in cleaning up your water bottles and your socks and your jandals and what else you leave down there.
So we're just looking here. I'm just seeing these 8s are definitely away. I can see them coming up here, and the
special thanks to all the umpires, of course, and all the volunteers around. Special thanks to the ladies in the canteen that have supplied the umpires with food to keep them going. The ladies that run the canteen shop, the row shop, anyone else. The guys that come, the coffee guys, plus Steve over there with Mr. Whippy. You'll be run off your feet by now, Steve. So, Frank, it's been a pretty good regatta so far. You've anything that's really stuck out in your mind, or?
I think just having the actually probably like everyone, just having flat water all day. It's been great.
Yep. And
ticking everything through. We're actually really kept reasonably well on time, which is really good.
Well, we've got a starting panel down there. We've got to thank them as well. Justin Wall, Barry Clydesdale, and of course they rotate any learner judges that are going on. So they give them a chance to go down there. How it actually works here, if you're an umpire or a boat driver, and you want to be an umpire and you need to go through to get the license to be an umpire, you've got to be quite capable of doing all jobs. You've got to be able to do starting, judging, out on the water stuff, over in the boat park, all those jobs. So they're always looking for younger people to come in and carry on, especially ones that have perhaps gone through varsity, want to come back and put a bit of time into the sport but don't want to coach or something like that, but want to come along to all regattas or most of the regattas. We are always too happy to put your hand up and get it. We've built up a good team of commentary guys now, so it can be done. You can come along and put your hand up and say, look, I can be a boat driver, or I wouldn't mind doing my licensing or anything like that. So we'll hand you over to Frank because it looks like the girls' eights are on their way.
Yes, we can see them just coming through the 1,000 now. It looks like a fairly evenly spread field, but I'll quickly run through the names. So there's 7 in this race, all go through to the final. So this is like a pre-taster for the final to see how they're going to maybe dish up or who they need to watch when they get through to the final. So in lane 1, we've got Nelson College for girls 1, St Margaret's 2, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Rangiruru Girls High School 1, St Margaret's 1, Marlborough Girls College 1, and Villa Maria College 1 on the far outside there. Looks like all the action's happening in the centre here. I'm thinking it's Christchurch Girls High School, Rangiruru and St Margaret's College. Tend to be the ones I've noticed in my short time that do really well and dominate these 8s. And yes, that would be right. What I particularly like about Rangiruru and St Margaret's is they've got coloured boats, so I can tell which is which. At this stage I'm saying, yep. So I remember the last 8s race I commentated, it was St Margaret's, took it over Rangiruru. In this case, it looks like it's fairly even. It could be St Margaret's a touch ahead of Rangiruru then, and I'd say that it's if it is St Margaret's College, they're not that far off the pace, so they do appear to be dropping back a little. Did they go out too hard and just finding this heat a little bit? And I'm not talking about the heat from the weather, just the heat a little bit out there in the course for much of them. I don't know. They might have some strategy there. They're coming up to the 1,500 now. I think that Villa Maria has just put a little bit more gas into that tank. Spark plugs are firing. She's moving up a little quicker. We're going to watch this. They're coming through. I've got yellow boys at the 1,500. I can just see who's going to cross them first. Of course, we're dealing with the angle, but the yellow boys, and we've got Rangiruru. Whoa, jeepers. Well, that's a close one. That's Rangiruru or St Margaret. I wouldn't, this stage, put any money on that crossing. They looked like they were neck and neck. Back to Christchurch Girls, is it? That are, just feeling a little bit of the heat there. They're drifting back. But once again, it's between the two powerhouse in these events at the moment, Rangiruru and St Girls, both these high schools. St Girls, I should say, St Margaret's College. Just going to go silent here, just watching them. This is exciting. They're both moving up. I can see the ratings up. I see a bit more flash of the blades. They're going a bit faster. They're holding their technique. And Christchurch Girls, they're coming back at them in lane 3. They're coming back at both crews. Oh, bugger, I didn't get a chance to see the 250 to see who came through first. Was it the Rangiruru or was it St Margaret's? Geez, this is a close one, isn't it, Millsy? I'm going to have to stand in front of my line here and just see who crosses first. But it looks like Rangiruru have taken maybe a canvas over top of St Margaret's, but then Christchurch Girls are trying to put a bit of heat in there. They're probably 2 canvases back, or maybe half a boat length. They're not going to be able to take this, I don't think. Rangiruru are digging up. They now got 2 seats second. They're at 3. They've got four people in front of the bellboy. But look at this. Christchurch Girls are just hooning down on the outside. They've just rolled over St Margaret's College, and if they keep going, they're just going to roll over Rangiruru. Got my eye lined up. 2 or 3 strokes away, and it's going to be, I think I'm going to say that was Christchurch Girls just on the move swing, took it over Rangiruru. That's my call. We'll see what happens. We're going to watch the monitor on that one. That was an exciting finish. Well done, Christchurch Girls.
Oh, I think they'll be going for the photo there, that's for sure. Frank's going Christchurch Girls. I'm inclined to go Rangiruru, yet Christchurch Girls were rattling home pretty quickly. We'll look at it at the time. The guys the guys are on their way. 2 heats of the guys. Race 24-25, the end of the regatta. I think the guys will go through in about 6:10, 6:12, somewhere around about there, I would think. So the first heats on the Otago boys, Christ College, St Andrews, Timaru boys, Christchurch boys 2 and St Kevin's. And St Andrews were very impressive in the 4s. So it'll be interesting to see just exactly what they can do in the 8. So it is St Andrews. It is St Andrews as they come through this third 500. St Andrews on their left-hand shoulder. We've got the weight of Christ College. These two crews have opened up a gap of about 2.5 to maybe 3 lengths now to the crew from Timaru. And with Timaru is St Kevin's feeling the pinch. They're back off the pace a little bit as Christchurch boys number 2 crew. Seat racing going on here. And then the white down the inside of Otago boys that are keeping up with it. Round we go towards the start of the yellow boys. St Andrews, like I say, they were ultra impressive in the under 18 boys 4. And it looks like they've got themselves a pretty good under 18 8. Let's just get an idea of who's doing the coaching of the squad. It looks like it's Hayden Soper and Rachel Williams. Well done, guys, because your 4 was pretty impressive. Now your 8 sitting out there. What can they do? 6'10", 6'12". Can they go around there? See how they go inside the yellow boys. They might even be a bit slower than that. They might be 6'14", somewhere around about there. The yellow boat of Christ College right on their left-hand shoulder, but they're not going to get anywhere near them. They're going down to the 100-metre buoy line now. And they're really piling some pressure on, and we'll immediately, they've got that second heat away. We'll pick them up as soon as we get these guys across the line. And it is St Andrews down towards the buzzer. They will clearly get it. It's just a matter of what time they can come up with to get the fast lane tomorrow. We're looking at 2 to go through. And you'll find Christ College's crew. The Christ College number 1 crew will take the second. The other ones will go through a repercharge, which is Christchurch boys. Timaru boys as well, with a great run from them. And then we got to Otago boys and the crew, which is St Kevin's at the back end. So as soon as we get the time for them, I think Frank will just blast it over on his PA system. Immediately we'll go up and pick up the final race of the day.
I'm going to have to interrupt you here, Millsy. Yeah, girls, Christchurch Girls High School took it in 6:54.51, 0.04 seconds over Rangiruru.
Well, there you go. That gives an indication. The girls normally are about 40 seconds quicker, so that puts them around where I was thinking, about 6:10. So Christ College's 3s in lane number 2, St Andrews 2s and 3. This is the final race of the day. Christchurch Boys High School in the fast lane in number 4. St Bede's alongside them, the champion under 18 8 of St Bede's. Dale will have them firing. Christ College's 2 out of lane number 6, and Waitaki Boys High School out of lane number 7. We should see St Bede's number 1 crew in front. We see the gold caps, the white caps. So we're looking at 1, 2, 3 in from the inside. We're looking at Christchurch Boys out of lane number 4. We look as if it's Christchurch Boys. That looks like the crew that's in. Oh no, St Bede's are in front. So St Bede's are in front by about a length and a half over Christchurch Boys. These two crews have opened up a big gap now over Christ College 3. And Christ College 3 got right on their right-hand shoulder, but a weak and a length and a half down is Waitaki Boys High School. Out of the Oamaru rowing sheds here on the lake and the little estuary down there, down on the inside, just back off the pace is Christ College number 3, St Andrews 2's ahead of them by a couple of lengths, maybe a little bit more than that. Christchurch Boys, we're looking to see where they are. They are right there alongside St Bede's. Oh, I thought St Bede's would open up a bigger gap. There's absolutely nothing between the two crews. I still take the advantage. We'll go to St Bede's on the top side of Christchurch Boys. Again, we'll see who's doing the coxing of Christchurch Boys. Oh, Tim Osmers and Josh Dolan, that's for sure. We know who's doing the coaching of St Bede's. St Bede's still with that, most likely a canvas lead as they go through that final 500. 500 to go. We've talked about what you have to do at Mardi Cup to get a gold biscuit, and you've got to start and crank from now. So these boats will be on 36, maybe 37. Christchurch Boys are really putting it to Christ College. They may even have their nose in front, only by about a canvas. Can St Bede's come back? So Christchurch boys, they're on around 36.5. They need to go up to 38 to finish it off, and they should go now. St. Bede's is still down on that lower rating of about 35. These two crews now have opened up a big gap over St. Andrews. St. Andrews in turn have opened up a gap over Christ College 2, Waitaki, and then Christ College 3. Here comes Bede's. Here they go. They really just still kept their rating down a little bit. The overrating them, the Christchurch boys are up on 37. St. Bede's are only on 35. And they've moved up alongside them. I had Christchurch boys in front going through that last 400, and Bede's are just starting to put it on. They have been fooling us again. They just opened up the gap going with 400 metres to go. It looked like Christchurch boys had their nose in front by a canvas. Now they've gone out to 3/4 of a length over Bede's. Just playing as they come down through the course, and St. Bede's will take out the heat of the under 18s, the second heat. We're just going to sit back and get the times. The first heat went through in 6:06. This will be quicker. This will be a 6:05 or 6:04. We'll just give you that time as soon as we get it, but congratulations to all crews. That's a fine row by the under 18s. St. Andrews, Christ College, and across the far side by Waitaki boys. Make sure you enjoy the night, behave yourself, as you'll end up on Alcatraz Island tomorrow if we find out about it.
So just the times for the last race, the St. Bede's College there came through in 6:08, so just a couple of seconds slower than the previous race. Of course, that won't mean anything tomorrow when they're all side by side in the final. And I think that's a wrap from us, isn't it, Milsey? Yep. So everyone have a really good evening. Rest, eat well, sleep well, and we'll see you early tomorrow.